Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, everybody. Assalamu alaikum, brother Sabur.
Wa alaikum salam. I love the intro.
You like that? I thought it had to be apt, didn't it, man? Alhamdulillah. Well, welcome to the den again.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us. It was really eventful last time. And I think what we're going to do today, we're going to dig down deeper, piece by piece, rather than abstracting it, because we ended up with atheists coming on, what we're talking about, and all this kind of business. Yeah. So we want to make sure that any atheists that are tuned in right now, what we'd like you to do, because I'm basically going to ask and have a kind of conversation with Brother Sabur. We're going to talk about science. We're going to talk about Darwinian evolution. And we're going to talk about how Muslims should respond when evolution thinks when the atheist pulls out the evolution card as if it's some kind of mic drop moment. We had atheists coming on last time, 3 of them confirming that the Darwinian evolution doesn't undermine the existence of a creator.
Yeah.
And they were all saying, no, we don't say this, we don't say this. But we know atheists do say this. Yeah. So we're going to address that today, inshallah. The comment section, you're just going to have to get on amongst yourselves. I'm sure the mods are going to be there doing their thing. And then inshallah, as usual, once we've finished, we'll bring on the atheists to try and respond to what's been said. Dr. Imran, inshallah, is running a little bit late. MashaAllah, it's COVID time right now and he's a bit run off his feet, but he'll be joining us hopefully in the next half an hour, inshallah. I better send him the link, actually. I haven't sent him the link. I'll do that now. All right. So Sabur, how do you want to do this?
Bismillah. Well, I think what's very important is that before we speak about anything, we go to the foundation. So let's first speak about why are we talking about Darwinism? Then we'll go into, well, Darwinism is a scientific theory. So what does science actually give you? Does science give you absolute truth? What's the philosophy of science? What is it based on? And then we'll look into, okay, what is Darwinism? And what is evolution? And what is the theory based upon? And then we'll look into, well, is it as solid as what's being proposed? And then in the end, we will go to the implications of the theory, the religious element of it, the political element of it, the ethical element of it, and the sort of existential implications which have had a huge impact in terms of world history. So we'll go through this chronology, but the main thing to keep in mind right from the beginning is that what we want to do is we want atheists to challenge everything that we're saying. So we're not just here preaching to the converted. If you feel there's anything you disagree with, put it in the comment section. We'll highlight the comment and we'll answer it. And once this is over, this conversation, then it'll be a royal rumble, right? Whoever wants to come in, whoever wants to discuss, whoever wants.
My sleeves are already up. I'm sure you're ready as well. Okay. So let's start with science, because I have a lot of comments in the YouTube channel, on TikTok and on Facebook. And the atheists say things like, we have science, you have faith, as if it's some kind of, it's science versus faith. So religious people only have faith and the atheists have science. Now, I'm pretty sure that's not true, is it? The atheists don't have the, science is not the atheist's ace card, if you like.
Yeah, I think, Hamza, that's a very good point you raised. If you remember, like going back to the park a few years ago, if you remember, you used to have this 5-step thing about how a society which accepts these 5 parameters of Islam will benefit, right? You used to have these 5 values. I don't remember exactly what they are, but
the 5 poisons you're referring to.
Sorry?
You talk about the 5 poisons, about the alcohol, the gambling, the sexual morality, and how the leaders of society encourage and condone them. Yeah.
Exactly. So what you were basically referring to were values, positive or negative, which impact society. So the first thing we must realize is Islam came with values which facilitated and generated the modern inductive scientific method. This is very important to understand. So the culture that was created from the time of the Prophet ﷺ and then on to the time of the Umayyads, the Abbasids, the Mughals, the Ottomans, this facilitated scientific discovery. And this is not something I'm just making a claim of. There's historians who've actually spoken about how the modern inductive scientific method, which is what we use today, that's the method. So if you look at this live stream, look at StreamYard, look at all of the various platforms that we use and all of the technologies we have in the world, they're all essentially based upon the scientific method. That's how we discovered how things work and how things don't work and what the interconnection is between.
Can I ask a question at this point that I'm pretty sure atheists will be screaming at their screens? Yeah. So, because obviously you go back to the Greeks, you go back to Aristotle's and Galen's and all of these things. So what was the difference between their science and the inductive method that is used today?
That is a brilliant question. Now, the Greeks, they used to use what we could call today proto-science. So their methodology was a bit haphazard. So it wasn't the sort of rigorous scientific methodology we have today. So what we get with the Greeks is we get theorization, and we also have this type of philosophy where observations are being used to reconfirm the theory that you have. So you have a theory in mind, and that theory, to reconfirm it, you look at the data, right? Now, when Hassan ibn Haytham came about 1,000 years ago, obviously before him were the Greeks, and what he proposed is something different, which is a rigorous scientific method, which included not just trying to reverse engineer observations into your theory, but falsification, trying to prove your theory wrong, right? So what we find is something actually very interesting, which is that even non-Muslim Western historians have actually spoken about how Hassan ibn Haytham was extremely important when it comes to science. And his importance is to do with actually induction. Yeah. So the modern inductive method that we have today, it actually goes back to him. Now, something else to keep in mind is what we need to understand about the history of science. It's not like one person comes along and changes everything and it all started due to one person. It's an ongoing process, but the ongoing process is actually something which started a long time ago. But Hassan ibn Haytham is a point of inflection. He's somebody who came up with this rigorous method, which actually led to a massive exponential growth in scientific knowledge, right? So you have historians like Bradley Stevens, who actually calls him the first scientist, right? So what's important to understand is that Greek science and what the Muslims did is totally distinct. It's not the same thing.
And the methodology used by science today is the same one that the Muslims originated with.
It's built upon that. So obviously, philosophy of science wasn't as developed, obviously, back then from time now. And the thing about the scientific method as well, which is extremely important for us to understand, is that the scientific method is not anything related to militant naturalism or atheism, right? So today, whenever atheists speak, the same way Muslims speak about Tawheed or we speak about these things, so atheists, they speak about science as if there's a link between science and atheism, right? But historically, that's not the case at all. Yeah, historically, the people involved in science for the vast majority of human history until the 20th century, pretty much, the vast majority of them were theists of some sort or the other.
Oh, wow. So this idea that science is against religion is a bit of a red herring.
Well, okay, this is
actually, you know what, let me just rephrase that. I'm sorry, I was going to say something else. Because basically, from what I've seen in history,
science and Islam, I think, you know, when people say,
that's what I was going to say. Let me reverse it that if you don't mind. Beep, beep. I'm going to reverse back, right? No, because what happened, you see, I think in the past, the domain of religion was Christianity in Europe, and basically they were so backward and superstitious and such, burning people at the stake, and they weren't allowing it. Like Galileo burnt at this. Was he put on trial and sentenced to death for saying some scientific facts about, was it the Earth going around the sun or something along those lines? And so, go on.
It's about, I mean, Galileo challenged the idea that the Earth Galileo, Copernicus, and all these guys.
Yeah.
We had this ancient idea from the time of Aristotle, which, funnily enough, Christianity merged with it, right? So when these scientists tried to challenge those ideas from the ancient Greeks, they were actually ostracized and they're persecuted. What's very interesting, and I really want you to note this point, is that when Muslims were coming up with ideas which were unorthodox from the perspective of what was commonly held by the Greeks, because the Greeks were seen as the gods, right, in terms of knowledge. So no one could challenge the Greeks. So even in European history, until the Middle Ages, you couldn't challenge the Greeks. What's interesting about Hassan ibn Haytham and the Muslim scientists is from the very onset, they were actually challenging the Greeks. And this is extremely important to understand, because when we look at the Greek ideas being challenged, the first time you see it in textbooks is you see Galileo, Kepler, Newton. However, what's missed out is 500 years before them, the Muslims challenged the Greeks on many, many, many different things.
Okay.
Allow me to share my screen for a second.
Yep.
Okay, so this is obviously not the best. I mean, we're working on a book, Failed Hypothesis. It's been going on for a long time. That's going to have proper academic references, but still here you can get some things. So if you look at science and you go down into, what's it called, the history of science and how science developed, what you're going to find is that you first start off with obviously the Greeks, right? So the Greeks, they basically speak about testing and this type of thing, and you have this sort of proto-science going on for a while, and then straight after the Greeks, like I said, Hassan ibn Haytham, right? He comes up. Now, if you look at the year here, Hamza, it's 965, right? That's well over 1,000 years ago. Then when you go down, I want you to know, look at the difference between that. That's 500 years. That means from this time to this time, it was the Muslims who were dominating it. And what's interesting is Kepler, Galileo, and all of these people that came afterwards, their scientific advancements would not have been possible if it wasn't for the Muslims, right?
Wow.
So it's like it's like Legos. It's like a building block. It's not something which can you can't build on something without accepting what's there before. Hence, also why, as Muslims, we also accept what the Greeks did. We don't just totally discard it. Yeah,
right.
The hardness with the European mindset, I'm talking about the Orientalist mindset here, is that they totally ignored our history, and they just went from the Greeks straight to the Europeans, and there was like a blackout. Yeah, so that's been a big issue.
Yeah, because what I always say is that I feel that the atheists got like a PTSD from being dominated by religion, which was Christianity at that time.
Yeah,
they never want to go back under that iron fist again. So they've got some kind of freedom. And the problem is, you see, I've seen it many, many times when they try to debate Muslims, they keep kind of bring up arguments they use against Christianity about a worldwide flood and all of this kind of stuff. And it's like, again, going back to the last stream we did, they need to factory reset here, because you're dealing with Muslims now, you're not dealing with Christians here. You can't say all religions are the same, one religion same as another, because it isn't. And like you've just demonstrated, it was the Muslims, mashallah, who came up with the scientific method, the falsification test. And ironically, that's what the Quran kind of came with, because the Quran challenges you. The Quran says if you don't,
You've frozen for a second. We lost you there for a couple of seconds.
Yeah, I've got dodgy internet connection today.
So you know what's interesting about the scientific method, the modern scientific method being developed by the Muslims, significantly developed based upon the proto stuff of the Greeks. What's interesting about that is, if we, there's this book IERA published called The Eternal Challenge. Yeah. So it's written by Abu Zakaria, who I'm sure you know. He's got the channel Many Prophets, One Message. So in that book, what he does is he not only looks at the history of the development of the scientific method by Ibn Haytham, he also actually goes on to show how the methodology of Ibn Haytham is actually something which you can get from the Quran, which is about testing, which is about testimony, which is about falsification, which is about empiricism. So all of the key principles are actually there. Also, there's this interesting aspect which is very important to note: the idea of peer review, that you take people's works, you bring it together, and you systematically test it. Yeah. Now, this is a very sophisticated and difficult endeavor. Even today, a lot of peer-reviewed work is not actually accurate, and there's actually a crisis in terms of replication of peer-reviewed work. But in the Muslim world, there was this rigorous method of doing this peer review, which is not something the Greeks had. So whichever way you slice the onion, we're coming to the same conclusion, which is without the Islamic innovations, you wouldn't have had the Enlightenment, you wouldn't have had the Industrial Revolution, and nor the modern Western order that we have today.
Right, listen, just to stop you at that point, there's some guy in the comments, J Mike, I think his name is.
Yep.
And he's saying he can't stay around for the whole stream. He seems to have a few things to say. So shall we allow him to come on to see if he can question anything that's been said so far? So at least we can underline this part. What do you reckon?
Yeah, absolutely. We want to give priorities to non-Muslims. So he's a non-Muslim, right?
Yeah, J Mike. Yeah. I've just put the link in the chat. Right. That doesn't mean everybody jump on. Right, please. This is just for J Mike to jump on, because he's saying a few bits and pieces in the chat. He's not really hostile as such, and he hasn't got time to wait for the whole stream until we get to the Q&A. So I'll give him the opportunity to jump on now. So J Mike, if you see the link, I've just put it out there. Jump on. But this is not like carte blanche. Everybody jump on, please. Appreciate that. All right. So yeah. So alhamdulillah. So at least this is something that the Muslims watching so far can take away. So when the science card comes out, what do you say, Muslims now, mashallah? Yeah, we know about science. We invented it, the current method. Alhamdulillah. Would you be able to? Do you think that's safe to say? We could say that.
I mean, look, and even if you go back to the Wikipedia article, which I'll chuck in there, but obviously we want to use more academic articles. You see, it's not as easy to say Muslims completely invented science. I mean, that would be very hard to justify. What we would say is significantly advanced it, and the modern inductive scientific method we can link back to Ibn Haytham and these guys. Okay. Even if we get down to the nuances, all that I'm trying to say, which I think any atheist will find very difficult to actually refute, is that the Enlightenment, the Industrial Revolution, the modern Western world, all of this would not have taken place if it wasn't for the knowledge of the Muslims from the East, which transferred to the West, and the knowledge of the Muslims in the East was a direct result of the Islamic empire, right? It wasn't just incidental, right? Islam has a big emphasis on actually knowledge. There's actually an interesting book called Science of 4,000-Year History by Patricia Farah, right? So she's a historian of science from Cambridge University. So she starts off 4,000 years, so from the Greeks and then all the way to the Muslims and then the Europeans. And what's interesting is she also says this, that it's the Quran's emphasis and Islam's emphasis on knowledge which fostered the scientific Islamic advancement, right? So even non-Muslim historians, and of course Orientalists won't agree with this, but you know, the ones who don't have an agenda, who look at it objectively, they'll recognize you can't really have the modern scientific advancements that we had today unless it goes back and is based upon the works of the earlier Muslims.
Okay, that's even better to say then. Yeah, that's even better. I like that.
And the problem is, and you know, Hamza, you always get this, right? In academia, you always get this sort of dispute and things about definition. So, for example, about Hassan ibn Haytham, not everybody agrees that he's obviously the first scientist. Some say it's Aristotle, but they all agree he had a huge, significant impact in terms of the development. But then what is the definition of science? What is proto-science? All of that is there. But our main argument is unaffected by these disputes. Right? These disputes have no impact on the impact of Ibn Haytham and what he came up with.
Okay, alhamdulillah. All right, so we've done the history of kind of science. And should we touch on the philosophy of science and the naturalism and such?
Yeah. So I think this is very important. And what I first want to do is I want to say we're not alone here. We're not alone here. When we critique new atheism, right? And I think new atheism is a joke, right? I actually think it's a joke. People take it far. Anybody who claims to be a new atheist, I mean, I just can't take them seriously. So anyway, if we look at some academic authors today and philosophers and professors and whatnot, who are atheists themselves, who are militantly secular, who bash creationism, they bash religion, they still critique new atheism in a very vicious way, right? So I'm going to give an example of a philosopher of science who critiques it. And this is Massimo Piglucci. Now, Massimo Piglucci, he basically said about Dawkins, and Dawkins is obviously the forefather of new atheism, right? That he makes a foundational fallacy, which is that he confuses methodological naturalism and philosophical naturalism, right? So, nice beard. I thought I was the one with the longest beard, but now it's I've been beaten. Anyway, so yeah, he makes this foundational fallacy, and likewise, what's very interesting is actually David Sloan Wilson, who's a evolutionary psychologist. He actually critiques new atheism from another perspective. And again, he's an atheist, but he refutes it from another perspective, which is that new atheism itself is like a religion, the way it functions, the way it governs, and also that even if you accept the Darwinian story, religion is either an adaptation or it's a byproduct of something that was an adaptation. And you can't just take humanity on a journey where you take them out of a worldview in which there's meaning and drive and purpose, and you bring them to nothing. Because human beings, we live our lives according to meaning. Yeah. And even the meanings, even the meaning, the value, the morality, the ethics, all these things that we have today, when we speak about human rights, or we speak about the value of truth or rationality, or these things, all of these things fundamentally are a remnant, a residual of theism, right? You can't justify the value of truth or values or morality or any of these things under an atheistic, naturalistic worldview. So the way I see it is inescapable, the problems, the philosophical problems which actually exist with new atheism. And I think any atheist trying to defend it will be, struggling.
Well, let's see. If I'm not wrong, J Mike,
yes, sir,
is atheist Jesus or something on TikTok. If I'm not wrong,
yeah,
you are.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So,
well, I wanted to say first of all, thank you guys for letting me on. That's really nice of you guys. Second, would be you talked about how Islam was basically kind of the founders of the scientific method. I could go into why that's Francis Bacon and other concepts like that. But I want to ask you if it's the case that you have developed this kind of methodology that's rigorous and falsifiable and these kind of things. How are you using that to prove your religion true? Because it seems that if you guys invented that, why does it fail in the process of your hypothesis?
Oh, okay, Sabur will answer you, but I've seen you do this on your TikTok vids as well. Right now, we're just establishing science, what it is, and the history. We're not saying it makes Islam true. We didn't say that just because we discovered the method of it. So what we're doing right now is just challenging the concept that atheists have science on their side, and because Muslims obviously are religious, that we're against science. Because I see this continuously. Because I've said it before, you atheists, you're using arguments against Christians, against Muslims, and they just don't work. So that's what I would say at that point.
Sure, but I mean, so if someone tells you something, do you value some form of verification on it, or do you not?
What do you mean if somebody tells you something?
It just tells you something, anything. If I was to tell you I swam with sharks, I mean, would you want some verification of that, or would you just accept my word for it?
If I wanted to know if you swam with sharks, but truthfully.
Sure. What if I said I flew with sharks?
Right, I wouldn't believe you.
Yeah. Why wouldn't you believe me?
Because I don't believe you can fly.
Okay. And so you would need some form of verification for that, right? I think he froze. I think you're muted, Sabor.
Sabor, you're muted.
You froze, Hamza. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I've got a really dodgy connection today.
It's all good. I do too. But you would want verification for that, right? I mean, like that would be valuable to you, right?
I don't just believe things for the sake of it.
Sure.
No. So yeah, I reason things out, of course.
So
my first reasoning would be, if you told me you flew with sharks, I would question, well, first of all, can you fly? And can sharks fly? And obviously then if you said, yeah, I've flown with sharks, then obviously I'd question you on that, whether your ability to fly or not.
Sure. And this all stems with the fact that we can come up with ideas, right? We can basically imagine anything we want, right?
What?
Can we imagine anything we want? Is that possible?
Yeah, it doesn't make it true, does it?
Exactly. So you have what's called a problem of underdetermination. So anybody could tell me like any theory, right? They could go with multiple God hypotheses. They could go with maybe something that's not more naturalistic, or maybe it's a strong atheist that says like there is no God, it's only naturalism.
Hey, Mike, can I just stop you at this point if you don't?
Well, I want to just ask you real quick.
No, but you don't do that, do you? Okay. So the reason I brought you on is you were making a lot of comments from what we were saying and what Sabor was.
Yeah. You're freezing, but I was gonna
deal with what we've said so far.
You're freezing again, bud.
Yeah, I got a dodgy connection. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, no, I'm just asking these simple questions because we agree on those.
Mike, we're not jumping everywhere. Okay, we're dealing with what's been said so far, and then we'll progress to the next stage. So what we've said so far, you came on, you brought Francis Bacon out of the hat and whatever it may be. So deal with it.
No. So what I'm that's not my issue. It's not my contention. My contention is, if you guys are claiming that you've developed this method, why isn't it valued within your religion? Like, why isn't this being used as a method to prove your religion true?
Oh, okay. So
that's all I'm getting at.
Yeah, well. Do you believe proof has to be observable, testable evidence?
Well, no, we have a priori concepts like math and things like that. So I'm not an
empiricist. What about reasoned argument?
What about what?
Do you accept a reasoned argument as proof?
It would depend. I mean, it would have to see it in a syllogistic structure and be able to, see if just for example, I've used in the past. I mean, I don't want to go into this again. We're on a different topic here, but anyway. So, for example, if someone says, "Do you believe the doctor's a doctor?" Just for example, and I've got no proof. I've never. The doctor just come on as we said that. Assalamu alaikum, brother. Yeah. So basically, he's given me no proof. He's not shown me no certificate that he's a doctor qualified to administer medicine. But my reasoning is the fact, why would he be in that building? And he seems to know what he's talking, and all of these things. So I would reason that as evidence that he's a doctor. Now, would you accept that as evidence? Sure. It's a pretty mundane claim, so I have no problem saying based.
No, but it's reasoned evidence, though, isn't it? It's not observable.
So it'd be the purported evidence suggests that it's likely this guy's a doctor. You could be wrong, and then if you find out you're wrong,
it's reasoned evidence. I'm justified in believing it, aren't I?
Sure, you could be justified in believing it.
So I'm justified to believe,
but you still could. Yeah, you could still be wrong, right?
Of course. Of course, but I've justified the belief, isn't it, with reasoning?
It depends on the information. It might not be sufficient.
Well, no, if I say I believe he's a doctor because he wouldn't be in that surgery and he wouldn't be in that position, he wouldn't know what he's talking about and all of these kind of things, yeah. Well, that would be a reason. Would that not be a reasonable position to accept him to be a doctor?
It's very important for you to tell me what it is, the evidence that you're claiming, because you're kind of just brushing up.
I'm saying
saying like he's in a building and that, so I don't really know what the evidence is.
No, the point I'm making is this: if he claims to be a doctor, do I believe he's a doctor or not? Do I need to see his medical certificate to believe he's a doctor?
If you're gullible or you have low standards of evidence, you shouldn't just believe him on his word.
Are you in the same camp as TJ, where you don't trust doctors without them proving they're doctors?
I don't think that's T-Jump's position. It's not.
It is.
No, I don't think it's so. you could tell me that you have a dog, right? Or you could tell me that
no, stay on this particular
okay,
one.
you could tell me you're a doctor.
No, I'm not telling you a doctor. I'm saying that he's a doctor.
Okay, whatever.
Doctor.
Sure, yeah, that's what I meant. So if this guy claims he's a doctor, I have an implicit understanding of doctors. I have an empirical basis for doctors. I know that they are.
That's your reasoning,
right? So I know they're things. So there's no issue there of. So this is not analogous if we're going to.
No, it's a principle of reasoning. It's you've reasoned out to believe he's a doctor. You've not had it proven to you in the sense of empirical evidence.
Yeah, anyone can come and tell me that they're a doctor. Am I going to believe them based on purported evidence? Depends on what the purported evidence is. That's
what I'm saying to you. You're going to reason it, aren't you?
Yes, you are going to reason it.
That's
what I'm.
So according to you, accepting the principle that a reasoned argument or a reason is enough evidence to believe something to be true.
You're going to do what? I'm sorry, I don't know if I got that.
Okay, a reasoned argument is acceptable as evidence to believe that something is true.
If it's sufficient, you have to have sufficient evidence.
Who decides this sufficiency?
Well, this is why a hypothesis is necessary. This is why This is why I was getting to the underdetermination problem. We could have multiple different conclusions and we could make multiple different arguments, but you could come to a conclusion. I could come to a different conclusion that's entirely contradictory.
I know, but
so that's why sufficient evidence matters, because we could still be justified in our conclusions, right? Because we have a limited form of evidence, but that's the problem of underdetermination,
no, but the point here
which is why sufficient evidence matters.
But my question again, I'll repeat it. Do you accept a reasoned argument as evidence? If you don't, you don't.
It depends on the context of what it is, but sure, I can give it as part of the. It is part of the evidence, but it's not sufficient evidence to warrant the conclusion. But it is part of the evidence.
So, what if there's no empirical evidence for it, though?
There's no empirical evidence, then it could be true, but I have nothing to go off of, so I'm not going to accept it.
Well, then you would fall back on the reasoning, isn't it?
I would say just like in the position of religion or a God, I'm not convinced that's the case, and therefore.
No, I know you're not.
But I'm just showing that that's the position I would have. I'm not convinced he's a doctor, but he could be a doctor. I would need more evidence to prove.
Do you believe a doctor's a doctor without him proving to you he's a doctor?
No.
All right.
I mean, if I go to a doctor's, if I'm going to a doctor's office.
Yeah,
he has a PhD and he works at the building.
How do you know he's got a PhD?
That would be if he's at purported evidence. Your initial thing was that he's at the building and all these different.
No. That's the reasoning side of it. You just said you won't believe he's a doctor without proof.
Yes, that's part of the evidence. He's at the building. He's doing things. That's why it depends on what he is doing at the building.
Right. So the point here is this: how do you know he's got a PhD?
If he's working at the building, I can presume based on induction that he has the degree, right?
So you reasoned, but that's reasoned. That's not proof.
Deduction. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but that's reasoning.
Yes, it's called deductive reasoning. This is like basic philosophy. I don't see what the problem is.
Anyway, so you respond to his initial thing about what his claim is this: if we believe the scientific method.
Before that, Hamza. I was taking a few notes because he said a few things. Firstly, thank you, J. Mike, for joining us. I want to chronologically go through the things that you said. So before we get to underdetermination and what Hamza was pointing out to you, that you're actually using reason rather than using empiricism. That is empirical data. You can't reason out of that. It's not a priori. It's a posteriori. Like you can't deny that. But testimony that you actually get, that being a source of knowledge. Do you accept that? Yes, that's empirical. That's part of the empirical basis. So testimony being a root of knowledge that undermines actually scientism. You recognize that, right? No, scientism would be that only science can answer things. And I've already said conceptual knowledge a priori. I've already said that. Did you write that in the chronological order? Because you will see that I've said that. No, I don't think you understood what I said there. The idea that scientism, which is that science is the only root of knowledge, which is what I said, is challenged by the idea that you just subscribe to, which is testimony. No. Wait, subscribe to testimony. That part I'm not understanding what you're saying. Okay, let's go through each. Because that's not scientism would be that knowledge, it can only come through virtue of science, through the methodology of science. That's not my position. My position is that you can't have a priori knowledge. I've said that like 4 times, so I'm not understanding. Okay, so let's go through each point at a time because I think it's very important. So firstly, you said, this is one of the first things you said, instead of a science being developed by Ibn Haytham, it's actually Francis Bacon. Now, Francis Bacon actually.
I did say Francis Bacon.
What did you say, Roger Bacon?
No, I said Francis Bacon. I'm a computational biology major. I know who Francis Bacon is.
Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying.
Nothing. Just continue. Nothing. Go on.
In the beginning, you dismissed Ibn Haytham, and you said the scientific method was developed by Francis Bacon.
I said you could point to guys like Francis Bacon and other guys, but let's just for the sake of argument say that yours is true, because that doesn't matter to me. Even if you guys proved it to me today that Islam came up with the scientific method, cool, it doesn't mean anything.
No,
the same way it wouldn't mean anything to you if Christianity,
No, J-Mike,
it doesn't.
I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. The first thing I want to highlight is that there's a 700-year difference between these two. So Ibn Haytham, his influence led to the Enlightenment thing.
I know, but you're talking about stuff that like. No offense, guys, I don't care. But this has nothing to do with religion or anything. I don't care about that. I'll just concede. I'll grant it for you that Islam.
J-Mike, if you don't care about it, why did you just blurt it out in the beginning? It had nothing to do. If you don't really care about it, and you don't want me to refute you right now and show that you're 700 years late,
I'll just concede it. That's what I'm telling you. So I'll just grant it for you.
You got to speak. I'm speaking now.
I'm granting it for you.
So if you I'm going to roast you before I grant this to you. Yeah.
No, I'm granting it to you just for the argument.
You can't just turn up to a live stream and I've picked out some points here, and then you're like, oh no, ignore that point. Let's go to another point. You're
I can do that.
Late. You're 700 years late. Ibn Haytham was 700 years earlier. Now, the other thing that you said was about value, right? So, do you value truth as an atheist?
So why are we going to valuing truth?
No, because right in the see, I know you don't want to go down.
I value I do. I value models, right? I don't make proclamations of truth. I make models that represent reality. That's how science works.
You mentioned value, not me. You're the first guy to mention it when you came on the stream. Straight after Francis Bacon and Ibn Haytham, you spoke about valuing truth.
What? No. So valuing truth.
Do you value truth? Let's get to it. Do you value?
Look, listen, I'm going to explain it to you real quick. Science doesn't make proclamations of truth. I'm not saying I have proclamations of truth. I have things that represent models of reality, right? So that's anything in science. It's evolution. It's part of the reason why you guys don't understand how science works, it seems, because these are models. That's why. And you talked about falsification earlier.
I'm asking you a direct question. Do you care about truth?
Yes, of course I care about truth. That's why I do shows and things that I do. But I'm not saying that I can get to truth. I'm saying that I'm trying to get models to get to as close to certainty as I possibly can.
That's true. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Now, valuing truth, can you justify that, please?
Can I justify what? Truth?
No. Can you justify, as an atheist, as a materialist, as a philosophical naturalist, somebody who
Hold on. I'm not a philosophical naturalist. Why are you strawmanning me? I'm a methodological naturalist.
Are you an atheist?
I'm a methodological naturalist. I'm not a philosophical metaphysical naturalist. That's just a straw man. You're just wrong. So that's like me, Sabor. That's like me saying, so since you're a Christian, like you're just being wrong.
Are you an atheist?
But are you an atheist?
Atheist does not entail. If you guys think atheism entails philosophical naturalism, you need to go back to philosophy class. I'm just letting you know.
Hang on a second. So do you believe in?
This is embarrassing.
It's embarrassing for you right now.
No, it's really embarrassing for you. You literally just said you're an atheist, therefore you're a philosophical naturalist. I can point you to more methodological naturalists that are atheists than philosophical naturalists.
Are philosophical naturalists. Most atheists are philosophical naturalists.
That's a ad populum fallacy. I don't care about what most atheists are. That's not me.
Let's ask you, do you believe in that there is something beyond nature?
I have no access to that if that's the case. I'm not denying it.
Okay. So
see how you're strawmanning me now?
I'm not strawmanning you. I'm trying to understand what your position is. Because right in the beginning, what I'm really trying to get to is when you came in, you made a few statements and you wanted to run to the next. Now, just before you joined on, I said something very important. I hope you are listening. As an atheist, you cannot justify valuing truth, because under an atheistic worldview, truth and the value of truth and morality and ethics and all of these things are meaningless and baseless. So when
No.
you turn up, well, let me complete. When you turn up and you say that you care about truth, what I'm making a strong claim here, and I want you to try and shoot it down, you cannot justify that under your worldview.
I'm a moral realist. You're straw manning me again. So you're telling me something is.
Did I mention moral realism? Did I mention anti-realism? I'm saying something different.
You're saying it's meaningless when I'm a moral realist. What do you mean?
Can I just say something, guys? Just very, very briefly. Hi, guys. It's very clear that what seems to be happening to me. I'm just coming. Apologies if I'm misunderstanding anybody. That it's clear that we haven't established what everyone else believes about their own positions. So this is why some things are coming up as people, you feel you're being strawmanned or not. Now, actually, what's happening is in a haphazard way, we're trying to understand where each other stand.
So if you want to ask me, you can ask me, hey, Mike, are you a methodological naturalist? And I'll say yes. Right.
So just give me a moment. So I think what's really important is if someone asks you a question that they're applying generally, don't take it as a personal thing, because obviously you have to get to know each other before you know what the positions are. Okay. So, but it's really important to actually hear each other out, because we're trying to come to an understanding. One of the things that I came and I just heard a bit before when I was in the background. You mentioned about if you value the scientific method, why don't you use it in your religion or you don't value it within your religion? And I think this is where you use the term value. Now, suppose trying to establish something. So I think don't take everything as pejorative or strawmanning you. You can clarify when he's finished that, actually I'm not a methodological naturalist. I'm not a philosophical naturalist. Just take it as sort of a good intent.
No, I get that, but the main problem here is that like he's saying I use the word value, but it was in regards to an internal critique of your religion. So to then take it out of it and go, hey, you are clearing.
Let me make some claims here, and you tell me what you disagree with. Right? I'm not making a claim about you. I'm making a claim about atheists. Okay?
I know, and that's my problem. I don't care about other atheists. They mean literally, we're not in a club together. I don't care about other atheists. Let's talk about either my position or talk about the other. That's
absolutely fine, but the universe doesn't revolve around you. This is about atheists.
But I'm not speaking for other atheists. I'm speaking for myself.
If you noticed, this show we were critiquing atheism in general, and we speak about new atheism. Now, if you have some amazingly nuanced position which doesn't fit any pigeonhole, no problem. We can deal with that later on. What I'm about to say, I just want you to give your thoughts on it. Okay?
Sure.
So I'm about to say something. I just want you to give some thoughts on it. From an atheistic perspective, morality does not exist. Value does not exist. Meaning does not exist. All of these things are baseless. I'm making a general statement.
No, not at all. So meaning and value comes to me because of the finite situation, right? So I have no real value beyond, I guess, just the utilization of my car if it lasts forever. To say that because it will end up in a landfill at some point, that it is now meaningless means that's such a nonsensical argument. The fact that my car will end up in a landfill someday gives value, because I have to actually have purpose for it to know that, hey, it's not going to last forever. I have to value it. I have to take care of it. I have to make sure I maintain it. That's how you get the value. So the perspective that your book never ends and just goes for eternity, that's meaningless from my perspective. That doesn't have any meaning. Right. It's like the Tom and Jerry.
What you've done here is you've confused intrinsic value and instrumental value. I have no problem with you having instrumental value, right?
Yeah.
Intrinsically, the universe has no meaning, has no value, has no morality from an atheistic perspective. Don't try and confuse instrumental.
Sure, if it has intrinsic value and meaning, then what is the intrinsic or meaning or value of that meaning? Do you not see the infinite regression that you put yourself in?
Well, what you've done now is you've distracted the question to something else.
No, I'm not. I'm asking.
No, wait. What you tried to do is you tried to say,
I'm not trying to do anything.
All right, can I just stop it, Support, just at this point, if you don't mind?
One second. So you said instrumental, right? So you admit that you have instrumental value or meaning or whatever it is. Intrinsically, the claim that I made, you haven't shot it down, that atheism cannot justify the universe or anything within the universe having intrinsic value.
Sure, there's people that probably maybe if you, I mean, naturalistic pantheism, I guess, is more of a theistic thing. But if you had some version of that where you think like nature is all that, then yeah, you could have some meaning. I don't hold that position. If you're asking me, this is why I don't want to talk about other atheists, because I don't think there is intrinsic purpose in life. That's as easy as, yeah, but that's not a problem for me, because look, hold on, Sabor. I know, but Sabor, that's not like, I get it, but it feels like you're just trying to do a gotcha, which I have no problem saying that. The intrinsic meaning means nothing for the value that I have with my family. And stop interrupting me, please.
J Mike, it's not me. It's you trying to hide this idea, which I just exposed you for, which is that you cannot have value as an atheist. And thank you for using that.
So I get that you think it's a gotcha, right? And that's fine. I'll give you that. If you think that's what that is, you can have that. I don't care.
No, you don't give it to me. I took it from you.
So that's fine. If you want to play the gotcha game, and I get that's what your thing is. You just want to play the gotcha atheist thing, and you're not actually interested in actually going through the discussion.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. I just need to interrupt all of you. Right.
Sure.
We're doing this stream systematically, yeah, J Mike. And so we started with the science and its history, yeah, and the way the part that Islam played in its formation, and the idea that science is not opposed to Islam. Islam is not opposed to science. Yeah. It's intrinsically part of it, right? Now, the reason I brought you on, because you were commenting. Now, all I want to establish right now is anything Sabor said with regards to that thing incorrect. You came up with Francis.
What thing?
You want to make that point as if.
What thing? You got to be more specific. What thing?
So did you not see his introduction and his explanation about science?
No, I came in and I asked for a link. So I don't know. Maybe
you were commenting before the link.
Yeah, maybe I did. I didn't see the full thing. I didn't come in at 4 whenever you started.
So basically,
I wasn't waiting for the stream to start.
Because what it is, you see, I want to move on to the next part of what the stream's about, because the idea was we were going to explain the science and the history behind it. Then we're going to move on to Darwinian evolution and what it is, so we don't straw man it. And then we're going to move on to, as a Muslim now, how should we look at Darwinian evolution as a worldview, and how we should reconcile things.
Sure. Well,
and then we're going to invite people on. The only reason I invited you on now, because apparently in the comments you're saying I'm not around for long. Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm going to jump you off now.
Well, let me ask you guys a question real fast, because
I want to stay on point.
Well, yes, but if you're going to go into that, and because you're going to get atheists to come on, and that's fine. I'm actually a computational biology major, so given the hypothesis of natural selection, how do you explain vestigial structures in an animal such as Osteonis mexicanus that has remnants of eyes, or say the pelvic bone in a snake? If it's not common ancestry, what is your hypothesis?
All right, so like I said to you.
Because that's what I'm interested in as a computational biologist. That's why I want
to that now.
No, it's a good question.
It's a good question.
No, it's an amazing question, because this is the underdetermination. This is the problem of underdetermination. Hold on, but guys, I know, but I barely got to say anything. So if you can't come up with a hypothesis, then you can't then go into Darwinian evolution and say, well, this is wrong and that's wrong. What's your hypothesis, and how can we falsify it?
One second, yeah. So you've asked your question. You've made clear you're a computational biologist about 5 times. So we got that. Don't worry about that. So what you're basically asking is, what's the alternative?
I'm asking you what your hypothesis is. Because clearly you don't think evolution is true. So then, what is your hypothesis for vestigial structures? How do you account for?
Mike, you've got to let Sabor speak now, man.
Look,
you made your big state. You made a big claim about that.
I think it's funny how he can go on forever, but I can't.
Okay, Mike, how about this? You ask your question a bit more clearly again, and then I'll answer the question.
Sure.
And I won't interrupt you. I'll give you the next 10 minutes.
Sure. Do you know what a vestigial structure is, or homologous structures are? Are you familiar with them?
That's a question.
Yeah, but I'm asking him. Are you familiar? So that way, I'm not talking past him. Are you familiar with homologous or vestigial structures?
Of course. I mean,
just ask a question.
That was a question.
That's it then.
No, it's a clarifying question before I ask him a question, because I'm not going to talk about vestigial structures if he doesn't know what it is.
Mike, don't worry. Sabor knows his stuff.
Okay, cool. So we know vestigial structures.
Mike, I want you to understand something, yeah? Don't assume like I don't know what I'm talking about. Like, this is stuff that kids know, vestigial structures. Why would you think I don't know that?
I didn't learn about that until I was getting my degree. So maybe you're just smarter
Well,
than
that's
me.
just a poor education. I mean, vestigial structures is something kids know. It's obvious.
I'd be willing to bet 90% of the people in the chat probably don't know, and that's not to their fault because it's not something that they get into. But
We're going to learn.
regardless, the question is, what is your hypothesis for accounting for vestigial structures if it's not a common ancestry?
So firstly, we're not putting forward a hypothesis to actually explain vestigial organs. Vestigial organs can fit within a Darwinian framework, but it can also fit within a Lamarckian framework. And the existence of vestigial organs is not evidence of natural selection being the main driving force of evolution.
I said common ancestry.
One sec, please. Yeah,
I know, but I just want to make sure you got it right. It's common ancestry. I didn't say natural selection.
You did say natural selection.
I said common. No, I did not. I said common ancestry. I haven't even said the word natural selection.
You said it the first time you asked a question about vestigial organs. This time you skipped it.
Okay. No, I didn't. But go on.
Wait. So you're basically saying how is it possible to have vestigial organs and common ancestry is false? Now, when it comes to vestigial organs does not mean universal common ancestry is true. All it simply means is there may be organs that were being used, and when they were not being used over a period of time, or they no longer conferred an adaptive advantage, that they got discarded. So you have fish who, for example, you have this fish who live in darkness, and over time they actually lost the ability to see because they didn't need to. There was no adaptive advantage to actually having eyes, and the energy cost of maintaining the eyes was not really worth it. So you have these vestigial organs in nature. Now, previously on my channel, Darwinian Delusions, I've spoken about vestigial organs and why vestigial organs is not evidence for Darwinism. Vestigial organs can fit into multiple other frameworks, and additionally, it doesn't mean universal common ancestry is true. It simply means that you have organs which over time you no longer use, and they still remain within the body. So I don't see how the evidence of vestigial organs proves common ancestry or Darwinian evolution, because if that was the case, then vestigial organs have been known way before Darwin. We're talking about hundreds of years before Darwin.
Sure. And so that's what matters about the collective case.
One second, I'll let you complete your point, right? So on your point, they keep banging on about that you're computational biologist or whatever, right? I just want you to understand something. Fair enough, you've studied, you're a computational biologist, but there's something I want you to understand. You can't just use the authority that you have in the field and make it look like, right, we know what we're doing, we've got this sorted out. In 2016, in London at the Royal Society, there was a meeting of biologists, and these are eminent biologists from across the world. And it was about whether Darwin was actually right in his hypothesis. So you had those people who were promoting this idea that we can't stay with the modern synthesis, we need something new, and other people who were saying, no, we can actually keep it. So you have biologists discussing these core aspects of Darwinism, some saying we should discard it, some saying we can get rid of it. Now, you can try and come in and you can try and hoodwink people with, oh, I'm doing a PhD and I've got this and that going on.
I didn't say I was getting a PhD.
Okay, whatever, computational biologist, whatever you're doing, right? But when we look at the biological community from a macro perspective, we see disputes, we see clear areas of disagreement, and we see people trying to push forward alternatives. So you can't just keep repeating, I'm a computational biologist, and therefore we're not going to challenge. Basically, one second, we're not going to challenge what you're basically saying, because whatever you're saying, if you're going to say, this is my view, I can bring out someone else's view and say, this person's more qualified than you, and this is their view.
Well, I mean, this is just how the basis of biology works. And then when you take the collective of punctuated equilibria or phyletic gradualism and all these different concepts that you take, every time we add these together, the theories that other people present start to dwindle down very quickly because they can't account for all these things. And so this goes back to the point that Hamza was making, right? Would I believe the doctor based off of him being in the doctors? Well, this is like saying, would I believe evolution off of vestigial structures? Or would I believe in the common ancestry? Well, I could, right? But it could still be underdetermined, which is the whole point of what I was trying to bring up, right? And then now when we add these things like I said earlier, punctuated equilibria or phyletic gradualism, morphology, all these types of things, if you can still support your hypothesis, please send it my way. I would love to see the work on that, because if you could flip biology up on its head, that would be awesome. I would basically be wasting my life.
Mike, can I just ask you quickly? Can I just ask this question quickly, Sabor? Sorry.
I couldn't hear you, Hamza. I'm sorry.
Can I just ask this question quickly? So, sorry. It's on the same topic.
Sure.
So, can I ask you then why you believe this vestigial structure demonstrates universal common ancestry?
I don't alone. It's all of this, the evidence, sufficient evidence that points to common ancestry.
What about it convinces you it demonstrates universal ancestry?
Sure. What purpose would Osteonus mexicanus have with remnants of eyes if it's a
no? We're saying about accepting it exists.
Yeah. So the hypothesis there would be that there's potentially a common ancestor. It no longer needs the same thing in embryo. Yeah, but the same thing
here is universal. I'm
sorry.
You will talk about a universal common ancestor, isn't it?
I never said universal. You guys keep adding words that I never said. I just said
okay.
common ancestor.
Wait, one second. J. Mike, you've done this a few times now. I just want to clarify something.
If I said universal that time, I apologize. But when you said natural selection and all those other things, I never said that, because you also strawmanned me and said I was a philosophical naturalist, which I'm not. So you've done that multiple times.
He didn't call you a philosophical naturalist. He just spoke about atheists.
I did. I said most.
I was about to just drop.
No, most atheists.
I was literally just about to say this is the most disingenuous thing I've been a part of.
Look, J. Mike, I want you to do something right now. Define for me Darwinian evolution and whether you support it or not.
Define we don't really typically use that term like when we're talking about Darwinian evolution. It's like kind of a something that religious people hold on to. But if you want me to.
Okay, so let's clarify that first.
Sure.
I'm making the claim Darwinian evolution.
Why are we? Can I real quick though? Why are we moving on? Because it seems so like unorganized. Because when you're saying these, because Hamza asked me a question, right? And so I'm hoping to answer it. And then we moved on to another question.
Because what he did is he pointed out that you were saying common ancestry. We were trying to clarify is universal common ancestry. What I want to do is I want to go back to the definitions. From the definitions, I want to build up. So the first thing that you said right now is Darwinism is not an academic term. It's something religious people use.
No, I didn't say it wasn't an academic term. I just call it natural selection. You want to talk about natural selection? Talk about evolution? We could talk about it by.
It doesn't matter what you think.
By the theory of natural.
It doesn't matter what you think. I'm asking you here right now. Didn't you just say Darwinism is something that religious people use?
Huh? Yes, generally more so than biologists.
Okay, so now I'm going to ask you another question.
Saying that Darwinism isn't used by biology. It's not a term not used. I'm just saying you guys call it Darwin. You know, it's just call it evolution by natural selection. That's just all you got to call it.
Is Darwinism an academic term?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So let's just throw that little cat out of the bag. Yeah, that whole idea that.
Yes, but what is the theory? What's the theory?
By religious people. Okay, well, one second. So I'm happy we sorted that mess out. So Darwinism is an academic term. I'm glad we don't have to go down that route. Okay, now define for me Darwinism.
I would define natural. We're going over evolution by the theory of natural selection. I don't care how we're defining Darwinism. Why do I have to define? Why do I, as a biology major, have to give you definitions? I'm not understanding.
You said Darwinian evolution is something religious people use. It doesn't really exist.
Yes, but you also diverged after you had asked me a question when I wanted to get into embryology, right, and talk about the vestigial structures there, and then you just moved on to let's define Darwinism.
Because you're using terms and you're not defining terms, and we're across.
I asked you. I literally go, "What is vestigial structure?" Right, and then he goes, I know what it is. You don't have to define this. Now you guys are reverting back to defining words. Like which one is it?
No. He explained what vestigial structure was. He explained it doesn't demonstrate a universal common ancestry.
What we're going to do, we're going to deal with all your questions. But what I noticed is you are using words in a very slippery way. So I'm trying to get all the definitions, and then we're going to deal with vestigial organs, common ancestry, all of that. So now I'm asking you, you have admitted Darwinism is not just something religious people use. It's an academic term. Please define it for me.
Yeah, and I did 3 times. It's natural selection. It's the theory of evolution by natural selection. That's all it is. I've said that 3 times now.
And what does it say about natural selection? What is natural selection?
A driven force. What do you want?
Okay.
What do you want from me?
can't keep saying I'm
I'm not here to give you a biology.
No.
I'm here to talk about religion and your hypotheses against
We're not here to talk about Islam. We're here to talk about Darwinian evolution. The stream is called Deciphering Darwinian Delusion. If you don't believe in Darwinism, you're on the wrong stream.
So wait, hold on 1 second. Can you please define it?
Define what?
Because all you're saying is natural selection, but what natural selection, the idea that the fittest survive, this was known before Darwin, right? So what I want you to do is I want you to define what is natural selection from a Darwinian perspective.
Okay, yes, differences in phenotype over survival and reproduction. Can we move on? It's change inheritable traits or characteristics in a population over generations. What do you want? This is so pointless. This is a waste of time.
It's not pointless. It's not pointless.
It is.
I can see you getting a bit uncomfortable. Just
no. So what I'm getting mad at is that Hamza asked me a question and I can't get back to that question. That's why I'm mad.
Don't worry.
We'll come to it. We'll come to it. Don't worry. We're building up to it.
Yeah, but remember how I said I was limited on time? I would like to answer the question and be coherent in some ways and not just like jump around. It just makes no sense.
Don't worry about Hamza. Just speak to me for now. Okay. So natural selection is the main driving force of evolutionary change. You agree with that? Okay,
yes, it acts upon phenotypes. Yes.
Okay. Now, natural selection, when it wants to make these biological changes, it explains the origin of body plans, and it works on random mutations. You agree with this, all of this so far?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is that a view which is being challenged by evolutionary biologists in the world today?
Anyone's going to challenge any view. It's how you falsify things.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you aware of
what people? That's what some people I know are trying to do. Is see if them falsify certain theories. Right.
Can you give me the different ways that biologists are challenging this model of evolution?
Who is?
Biologists, because you claim to be a biologist, right?
Yeah. Some are like 2% of people.
Look.
Or 2% of the field or something like that. Yeah.
Look, J. Mike. Firstly, where on earth did you get this 2% from?
I mean, it's just a hyperbolic statement, but it's very low.
It's not.
It's very low. Yeah, it's very low.
What makes you okay? Firstly, if you're going to make statements, you have to be precise because I'm going to pick you up on that, right? Okay, so I'm going to let that one off. Like you've got no basis for saying 2%. Anyway, can you tell me the different ways they're challenging it, please? Because you claim to be a computational biologist, so I want to make sure that you understand what you're doing.
Why do I have to explain to you how people are changing something? I don't accept or change or trying to falsify something. If
you're the one that came onto this live stream and about 10 times said, I'm a computational biologist. So I want to ask you, what are the different ways evolutionary biologists are challenging Darwinian evolution? Can you please list them?
I mean, no, because I'm not challenging Darwin evolution, so I'm not falsifying evolution in any sense. And you've called me a biologist like 4 times, and I've specifically said I'm a computational biology major, right? So I'm still in my studies. I'm not a biologist.
Fine,
right?
you're a major.
So stop straw manning me again. And
fine.
Just like how you called me a philosophical naturalist, yeah, I'm not that. So let's be consistent.
Well, what I want to find out from you is you came on this stream and you basically repeated that you're doing a biology major, which I'd like to.
Do you know what computational biology is?
Look, all I want to do from you is this. I want you to tell me what are the different ways evolutionary biologists are challenging Darwinian evolution.
None of that matters to me. I don't. Hold on.
Just let Imran clarify a second, so we'll continue. Don't worry. Just because Imran does his little calm clarification. I like that. It brings everyone out of the bushes.
So J-Mike, what we're trying to do actually is just have a conversation, and it seems to be that there's defensiveness going on. Now I'm no pejorativeness here. I'm being straightforward with you. We really want to understand, and sometimes it might be that we're asking a question that you feel is patronizing. It's not intended. Just help the conversation flow by, if it's a simple question, it's not sort of suggesting that you don't know what you're talking about.
But here's the problem. I came on the stream and I asked you guys how you're using this method in order to prove your claims to be true, and you weaseled out of that and started asking me about biology, right?
No.
Because I even brought up how are you using vestigial structures to come up with your hypothesis, right? And for some reason, you want to ask me how other people are falsifying biology. That's the most evasive
Mike,
thing
you
you
come
could
on
do.
with a giant straw man.
What straw man? Tell
We've
me.
not said this proves Islam is true.
Huh?
What we're talking about now. We haven't said this proves Islam true.
No, I asked you if you think that this methodology is successful, why isn't it being applied to your religion? That's what I asked you.
Which is a good question.
And everybody has avoided it the whole entire time for an hour.
Mike, we wasn't even talking about this. We were talking about the history of science. And you came on, threw Francis Bacon out, and they said, I could go into it, but I'm going to ask this. Well, no, because your Francis Bacon claim will address what we've been speaking about.
Yes, and then did I not go?
No, but
I'll grant it for you so that we can
get
into
how. Grant it,
because you don't want to show how your religion is true through the methodology that you're purporting is valuable. And that's disingenuous.
Sorry, just give me 1 second. So Mike, I just want to very briefly, because you're right, that was a question you asked.
Yes, and by the way, there's 3 of you and 1 of me. So you think it's unfair for me to talk up, but I got 3 of you to try to overtalk me. So just keep that in mind as well, right? So
they're not overtalking you. I'm overtalking you.
So Mike, I've tried to not talk, actually, if I'm very honest with you, because you were having a conversation, and actually we were trying to let you have a conversation with Sabor, but it was getting a very almost like defensive. And they're just trying to bring some calm and actually some discussion so we can really move forward and learn from each other, because that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is how I just interact. So it's
no worries. Okay, so let's interact in a way that we'll benefit from each other. So the question assumes that we're going to use the method which is scientific, which we're talking about in terms of the development of science. The question assumes that can be used to verify something that is metaphysical. Now, no one has claimed that. No one's made this claim. So I don't believe that I can prove God using science. It's the wrong tool. It's like me using a hairdryer underwater. It doesn't make sense to do that.
So then why are we purporting that this is a valuable method if we're not using it? What is the method that you're using? Because that's what's important.
No, but that's a different question.
Absolutely. So that's the point, really. So what we were trying to do before we got onto actually the main part of the stream was to lay out the foundations of the history of science in a more general way, in not ignoring, because what in the West, when I was being taught in schools and universities, we jumped from the Greeks to the Renaissance. Everything else is called the Dark Ages, and we don't really learn about the contributions that other non-European civilizations have made to the scientific knowledge. And knowledge does not belong to any specific group of people. We all are standing on the shoulders of giants, and we're just trying to actually just mention, yes, these things have been used and developed also by Muslims as well. And actually, we believe the motivation behind this was specifically because of the things within the Quran that sort of urge us to look at nature and think about nature, etc. So we were just getting to that point. Now, no one has claimed, and I don't believe any of you can ask them to verify it, that we use the scientific method as our way to learn what truth is, because this is the claim about religion and God, is we believe in truth. And science, like I agree with you completely, doesn't do that. It just makes models of how the world works and getting closer and closer every time. So I think we sort of crossed wires there from the beginning. And really what we're trying to now do is understand each other. So have your conversation with Sabor. Try and sort of be generous to each other in terms of, even if you think a question is patronizing, don't take it in that way. That's not intended.
Sure.
So we can move forward.
And also, don't be afraid. Mike, don't be afraid to say I don't know.
I know, and I have. I've told you that.
No, you don't. You try to justify you don't know. If you don't know something, it's not a problem.
No. So,
Imran, I just wanted to add to your point.
I'm wondering when I can.
I want to speak to J Mike 1-to-1. But what's very important for me is if he's going to speak about biological evolution, I want to get the definitions right, because without getting the definitions right, we're going to be talking past each other.
Then how come you didn't want me to get the vestigial structures definition right with you? But then now you
come to that.
It's just so like inconsistent.
No, don't worry, J Mike, we're going to get to that.
Okay.
We're going to get to that. Okay.
So I'm
1 second.
Yes, I know. We could. So like I said at the beginning, I'm limited on time. We could get into all the to biology and all that kind of stuff. But I came here specifically to ask you if you value that method, and now you're saying that you're not using it. What method are you using to get to your God?
That's another question.
You said yes. Wait, 1 second, Hamza. We might keep making these assertions which we've never said. Who said we're not using it?
He just said, did you, Imran, did you not just say that you didn't use it?
No.
Did you not, Imran? Come on. Come on,
use...
back me up, dude. This is like the 10th time people keep
saying
saying
we don't use science to prove the metaphysical.
Yeah, that's so. Let me just clarify. So the
is that
scientific
not the
method.
metaphysical?
So that's the scientific method is a valuable tool to learn about nature. We agree 100%. I'm a methodological naturalist. I don't believe that that's the only way to know about the truth. Now, the methodological naturalism means I apply science and the scientific model in my day-to-day life all the time. That's not how I arrive at the belief in God. And this is the distinction that we were making. So it's a valuable method to use, and it definitely should be used, and we should learn it, and we appreciate it, and we value it. But in terms of being someone who believes in the creator, that's not the tool that we use. So I think there might be conflation or misunderstanding.
No, I know. I completely understand that. You've laid that out. Now I'm asking, what is that tool? Because if that is a valuable tool to get you the metaphysical, then screw what we're using for the science, because that is clearly a way more demonstrable way of getting to truth if it's getting you outside of this, right? So I would really like to know.
Science isn't getting you all truth.
Hey, Mike, that's the first.
I'm not. Yes, science isn't getting us all truth. I've agreed to that. I've said a priori knowledge is possible. Conceptual knowledge is possible. But that's what math, logic.
Mike. To calm things down. Have the one-on-one with support. Because the reason why we went from the vestigial thing back to where we are now is because terms were being used that kind of didn't really apply. So what support wants to do now is let's go back to the basics. Because listen, everyone's here to learn. People in the comments are here to learn. People who watch the videos are here to learn. I'm here to learn. Okay. So basically, we want to understand the terms being used and whether you understand the terms being used. Because if you're using a term that's not being used correctly, then everything coming after is going to be messed up, right?
Yeah, agreed.
So, and if you don't know something, you don't need to say I don't know, but why do I need to know it? Just say I don't know, and then the question is, do I need to know it?
Okay, so look, I've been.
So let's start again, if you don't mind.
I've been itching away at this for a while, so let me just. And this
too many voices.
It's going to be linked to the vestigial organ thing as well. So when I initially asked J Mike, because J Mike was asking me questions like, "Do you know what vestigial organs are?" Or basic things. And when I asked him, okay, who challenges it and how do they challenge it? He didn't know. So I'm just going to go over some ways that it's challenged. So rather than simply adapting to the environment passively, which is what classical Darwinism actually teaches, now some theorists are really pushing the idea of niche construction. Actually, we adapt the environment to our needs, right? So we expand out the conditions of existence. Apart from that, we have alternatives. So we have evolution by natural genetic engineering put forward by people like James Shapiro, neo-mutationism put forward by Masatoshi Nai. We have also a neo-Lamarckian evolution being put forward by Ivo Jablanka and all the rest. So the reason why I'm highlighting all of these is because under all of these, vestigial organs can fit, right? They can actually fit. So bringing up vestigial organs as if on its own it was going to be some sort of decisive argument.
No, I specifically clarified that though.
Complete. Vestigial organs do not in any way, shape, or form go on to prove the two twin theses of Darwinism, which is universal common ancestry and natural selection being the main driving force of evolution. None of these can actually be substantiated using vestigial organs.
Yeah, I agree. Is what I'm telling you. I agree because that's what I had said at the beginning.
This is the last thing I'm going to say, because if that was the case, most biologists would be redundant and your argument would stand.
Yes, and what I told you was that I used the vestigial structures as one thing, right? I tried to get into homology and I tried to get into embryology, right? The tails within, embryonic development within humans or mammals. I tried to get into that, but what I started with was one thing, which was vestigial structures, right? And I agreed. I said there's still a problem of underdetermination because you could come up with multiple conclusions. So we're both on the same page there. So there's nothing to argue there. The thing is when you this is why if you rewind the tape, when I said, when you start looking into phyletic gradualism, you start looking into punctuated equilibria, you start looking into, you're saying something about adaptation, but the problem with what you're saying there is like, I would want to see what your adaptive traits are doing in that, because in the developmental pattern of an organism, it enhances the probability of it surviving and reproducing, right? And so that's part of the process. So I don't see with what you're saying it has anything to do with what's not already included within evolution in that sense. But then the cumulative case, I don't see how you are getting,
again, you're completely mixing up terms here. Like you're thinking about evolution and Darwinism, and you keep mixing them up. When you mention evolution, are you referring simply to, I don't know, change in gene frequencies in a population, or are you referring to natural selection being the main driving?
I've said natural selection each time.
If you said it, then you're referring to Darwinism. Can you use the term Darwinism, please, to be precise?
Sure. I just, like I said, if you rewind it, I said I just call natural selection. This is. I mean, if you want me to call it Darwinism, that's fine. I just don't know why you want me to say your specific word.
Because that's the academic term.
Sure.
Which you tried to deny. You tried to say it's a religious term, but that's the actual academic term.
Well, so it does come off religious when you want me to kind of say it like in some dogmatic sense, right? So
no, Mike, that's not fair. Mike, that's not fair. You said the only people who mainly use Darwinian evolution are religious people. Your words.
Yeah, and right, and
isn't Darwinism Darwinian evolution?
And I agreed it is an academic term. I'm not denying that. I never denied that. So I'm just saying. It's just adorable to me. Is all I'm trying to say. It's adorable.
Right, but so I understand, because I'm learning. Is Darwinism Darwinian evolution?
Darwinism is the process of natural selection.
But it's not Darwinian
evolution. It's the theory of a natural selection.
But isn't that Darwinian evolution?
It is.
Yes, it's this Darwinism. Why are we wasting time on this?
No, because here's the thing, Mike. We're not wasting time, because what you tried to do, you tried to fob it off on religious people as if it doesn't mean anything.
We are way past that right now. Like that was so long.
No, but I like to underline things because
yes, I know, but you wanted a one-on-one with me and Sabor. Now you're back in the conversation. You guys can't stay consistent.
No. The point here is this.
I'm really going to embarrassing.
Yeah. And so the point here is this: you said something, and now you've taken it back, and we're going to highlight that. It's not a gotcha moment.
Yeah, Hamza, did you not ask me point blank, or I'm sorry, Sabor? One of you asked me point blank, is it an academic term? And I said yes, right? Sabor, wasn't that you? Yeah, I have no problem with that. But it is funny how it. What I tried to say, Hamza, I'm just trying to say it's adorable how you guys use.
Let's move on.
That's all I'm trying to say. It's adorable.
All right. Hamza, let's now we've dealt with that. Now we've dealt with
let's move on, because I don't have as much time. So
I just how much time do you have, Mike?
I can give you like 30 more minutes, maybe.
30 minutes. Yeah. All right. I don't know if we'll give you 30 minutes, but let's see.
That's fine.
Now ask another question that you want to ask, whatever you want to ask.
Yeah. So how are you guys coming to truth? If you're so focused on how I come to truth in my methodology, which I don't claim Cartesian certainty. If evolution got flipped upside down, it's cool. Then whatever the truth is what I care about. It seems that you guys are very hard pressed on your beliefs, right? Like you want them to be true, or they think they're true, or you genuinely think they're true. However it is your degrees of certainty are, I don't know, and I don't want to strawman that. But how are you coming to the truth of that? Did you just simply read it, or like I don't want to strawman you? So how did you come to the truth of this belief?
So firstly, I would say epistemically, the belief that we begin off with is that certainty is possible, right? You can come to certainty. Now, from my understanding, again, I don't want to make a straw man, but from what you just said, you don't believe you can come to that type of certainty.
You talking about like Cartesian certainty?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we can. I'm under the impression that's likely not possible for me to, given the current state of technology, things like that. So.
Okay, so if that's the case, why are you on this live stream?
What does that mean?
Like, if you're not certain about anything.
No, you have degrees of certainty, right? I'm never going to right. So we could say this is Descartes' demon. We could say I'm in a brain in a vat. We could say I'm in a matrix. We could do all that kind of stuff, right? But, and I'm okay with accepting that's a possibility. Like I'm not, but I'm as certain as I possibly can be that that's not the case. The same way I'm about as certain that I'm having a conversation with you.
So that belief in probabilistic certainty, are you certain that that's the right worldview?
No, I'm not certain that's the right. If I was certain, then I would. Well, that would undermine me saying I don't have Cartesian certainty.
Right.
Yeah.
So from your perspective, all of the sort of contentions that you have or the arguments that you try and make fundamentally could be absolutely baseless.
Sure, they totally could be, but I have actual processes of being able to verify these things and live as if they are not the case. But if you could show me a way that they're not, that's fine.
Well,
but the arbitrary of like, you could be, so like what we've done now of me asking you how you determine things, you just tried to flip it on me, and that's fine. I'll answer these things. But if you...
No, because what I'm trying to get to is I want to find out from you, fundamentally, do you believe in coherentism or do you believe in foundationalism? Bringing your epistemology down, what is your basis?
Yeah, probably some form of foundationalism, cogito ergo sum, or something like that. You know, probably. But
I don't mean to be rude here, but that contradicts what you said earlier.
Huh?
If you're a foundationalist,
no, I said probably some form of foundationalism. I didn't say I'm a foundationalist. I said probably some form of foundationalism, like cogito, like Rene Descartes, cogito ergo sum, right? So like I can base off my experience. That's basically where I'm at. If you're going to go down to the foundation, like where I get law of identity, non-contradiction, excluded middle, things like that, right? I'm coming from cogito ergo sum, or I think therefore I am, or dubito ergo cogito ergo sum. I doubt therefore I think therefore I am.
Okay, so you're essentially coming from a worldview of skepticism.
I would say fallibilism and skepticism potentially, but yeah, maybe, sure.
Fallibilism is a type of skepticism.
Yeah, so but more specifically, I can have knowledge and be wrong. It's perfectly fine. It's called being intellectually honest.
No, you've just labeled it intellectually honest, and that's just one worldview, by the way.
Well, if I decided it was automatically true, how would I ever know? How would I ever know it's not true? Right? If I just decided it's absolutely true, how could I ever allow myself for falsification if it's not true?
J. Mike, we're talking about some very basics of philosophy here.
No, I know.
Your epistemology is what we would call belief first epistemology, right? And do you know what belief first epistemology is?
I've never heard that phrase, no.
Okay.
But I can assume what it means.
The thing is, Mike, look, you know, you come onto this live stream and then you like there's some very basic things here.
Well, let's not get into the meta. Let's focus about the argument.
No. I want to, because it's kind of like...
No, I don't though. Let's focus about the argument. The meta has nothing to do with this.
You're trying to talk about very complicated things, and I'm asking you simple questions like belief first epistemology or knowledge first epistemology or these types of things, and you just don't know what these are. But yet at the same time, you're trying to come forward as an intellectual and with, okay, I believe in fallibilism, but you don't know.
Because I haven't heard the term belief first, that makes me now incoherent with philosophy. I don't understand your argument. That's just a really bad argument.
You don't understand your actual position, and you try to say that your position is just being intellectually honest, which is nonsense. Are you saying
Subar, steelman my position?
Are you saying belief first epistemologists are the only intellectually honest ones, and knowledge?
Why don't you, since you know, Subar, steelman my position? I'll tell you if you're right.
I don't need to, because you just showed that you don't even have a position.
No, you can steelman. If my position, I don't have a position, then steelman it as I don't have a position. But steelman my position.
Look, J. Mike.
Listen, man. This is going on now. Listen.
You don't want to steelman my position?
No. What I want to say, Mike, is this. I'm going to mute you a second now because you interrupt a lot. Right. So basically, what it is, right? This stream is about the history of science and its formation and Darwinian evolution and such. Now you're asking us why we believe Islam is true. Now I'm going to go into Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, how this stream is not about presenting Islam as the truth. Okay, it's not about that. So for me to demonstrate to you, because we've said science isn't going to do that job, we say we use other methods, and obviously we're going to look at the Quran, but we're not going to start going into that now here. This stream is not for that purpose. This stream is specifically...
Well, that's the reason I got on the stream, was to ask you guys why you believe.
Just 1 second, Mike. I told you to interrupt. So what it is, we're going through systematically. So you helped us, you brought us into the Darwinian evolution flex of the stream. But now you're trying to get us to go into why we believe the Quran is the word of Allah, why we believe Muhammad, peace and blessing upon him, is a messenger of God. And it's a completely different stream. And we're not here to do that in this stream. Okay? There's a specific nature to this stream. So you haven't brought any arguments against the initial presentation with regards to the history of science and the foundation that Islam played in it. Yeah, Dr. Imran told you we don't use science. It was a straw man you brought. Why aren't we using science to prove God? Because you can't use science to prove God. That's why we don't use it. Doesn't mean we don't use science. So that's been
It's not.
That's
It's not a straw man to ask you. It's a straw man to tell you that's the position. I asked you. Imran clarified very, very nice. Which, by the way, I appreciate. You have been, and I agree. Like I'm interrupting, but that's because I'm getting two people that are interrupting me at every chance they get. The reason why I brought up the vestigial structures and things like that was because the reason why I brought those things up was because you're using a methodology, right? And you're saying that we came up with this methodology and that it's valuable to us. And so my question to you was simply, how do you use that in regards to your religion? Now you answered, and you answered honestly. You said we don't use that. That's fine. I can accept that. That's fine.
That's what I'm saying to you. But your question coming on.
But when the only reason I got into biology was to just to see if you had
look. Just 1 second, please, Mike. So you came on and you said, if you value science so much, why don't you use it in your religion? Yeah, that's assuming we've used science. We said we use science. That's a straw man. Okay, we don't. If you ask us, do you use this methodology to approve your religions? True. Yeah, we answer no. Then that's that. But you've assumed that we do. No, that's been clarified. So your original.
No, I just said nope. I said I agree. You told me, and I said that's fine.
Right, but then you went on to say, what do you use then? And then that's going into Islam, Quran, Muhammad, and do you accept that we're not doing that on the stream?
Sure, that's fine. But the reason why I brought that, so I don't know your guys' stream. I don't watch your guys' stream.
But it's called Deciphering Darwinian Delusion.
I didn't, dude. I didn't even look at the title. Someone asked me. So someone asked me to come in, and I was like, yeah, sure, I'll come in. And so I got on the stream. I said, link me.
Listen,
right? So I wanted to ask you guys questions, and you guys went through the rounds, and that's fine. But the reason why I brought up the vestigial structures and things like that was to see if you guys, if you are going to have an alternative hypothesis, if you're going to talk about Darwin, like we could talk about evolution all day, that's fine. But if you don't agree with it, I'm curious where your hypotheses lead to.
Mike, you've just admitted now you don't even know what the stream's about, isn't it?
What?
You just admitted you don't know what this stream is about.
No, I said I didn't read the title of the stream. I didn't know you.
So do you know what the stream is about?
So when I do streams and stuff like that, we just talk about a topic, right? I didn't know you had a specific topic. That's fine, right?
All right, because we put a title on the stream called.
I'm in StreamYard. I don't see your title, dude. I'm in StreamYard. I'm not on YouTube. I was on YouTube on my phone.
Oh, okay. The title of the stream is Deciphering Darwinian Delusion. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do is to demonstrate what Darwinian evolution is. And then we look at how we reconcile that as Muslims. Yeah? That's the stream. Sure. Now, you took it to that point for us, which is appreciated. But like I say to you, your next question, after you realize your original question was moot because the reality is we don't use that, because you can't use that method. Yeah?
It wasn't moot. I asked you what the method was, and you guys don't want to tell me because you don't want to defend your faith.
No, Mike. What you did, Mike, you came on saying, if you value science so much, why don't you use it to prove God? That's effectively what you said.
Yes, and then I hopefully I'm pronouncing it right, but I really don't want to be offensive.
Imran clarified our position.
Imran said that, and I go, oh, that's fair. That's fair. So what is the method that you use to get to God? That was my next question.
Right, but that's another method, isn't it? That's going to go into the Quran and the history of Islam and Muhammad, peace and blessing upon him, and all of these things. So those
are the things I want to know.
Well, the stream's not for that.
You're like brushing off. That's fine. So when is that stream? Because that's the stream that I would love to talk about.
Listen to me. Message me on Hamza's Den, yeah, and I'll tell you when it's on.
That's fair. It's weird how you guys want to say it's I straw man and all this, but from the bat I was called a philosophical naturalist and
from the bat you brought in Francis Bacon red herring. From the bat you brought in Francis Bacon red herring.
Listen,
from the bat.
I brought in Francis Bacon.
Look, I'm happy to admit that atheists can be methodological naturalists and don't have to accept philosophical naturalism. I was making a generalization that atheists are philosophical naturalists. That's still true. That is still true, and I don't think you can deny that any.
I mean, that's like saying all atheists are Gnostic atheists. That's just not true. Some are agnostic atheists.
Atheists are philosophical naturalists. This is just a fact.
I'm sorry. What? Most? Okay. Did you pull them?
Okay. Wait. Under the premise of the very beginning of the show, when we spoke about new atheism and the narrative that they have is very well documented, and if you go by that, then we can understand that they are actually philosophical naturalists.
No, you have it backwards. So like a lot of people think more so atheism was the position God does not exist. The new atheist movement is a distinction in agnostic atheism. So you're just wrong. It's a distinction in methodological naturalism. So you're just wrong. It's absolutely, that's just wrong.
Wait, I have like no idea what you're talking about here. I'm making a different point. You've just completely...
You're generalizing the new atheist movement as being philosophical naturalist. That is not the case.
Okay, what is their main argument? What is the main argument that they use against God? Science.
No. The main argument is that I'm not saying X is false. I'm saying I'm not convinced of X, right? That's pretty much sums up the new atheist movement.
What is the main crux of the argument in the God delusion?
I don't care what Dawkins says. I don't even like Dawkins' writing, so I don't care.
That's fine. We're talking about new atheism, right? And he's the representative, not you.
He's not the He's not my boss. What are you talking about? He's not the representative for atheists.
Talk about new atheism. If you don't want to talk about new atheism,
this is the problem. We're not in a club together.
Let me tell you what the position is. The position is that the success of science has rendered the God hypothesis null. That's their position. It's the central argument in Dawkins' book. And
what is in Dawkins' book? Is there not 7 different layers of like atheism in that, right? So like, even if we were to use what you're saying against you, I don't think you've read the God delusion.
We're talking about the methodology. What is their main argument? And the argument is to use science against God. That is the main basis of the book.
Yeah, I don't care about what the book says. I don't care. Captain Kirk said stuff too. I don't care what Captain Kirk said.
Hey, Mike.
Mike,
if we're going to talk about atheism, I'm going to talk about new atheism. I'm going to talk about God delusion. I'm going to talk about Richard Dawkins.
Why don't you just ask me what I believe?
I'm going to talk about these things. Now, if you have some weird niche type of atheism, that's fine. But that doesn't really apply to the vast majority of people out there.
No, so atheism is, there's a proposition, right? God exists, God doesn't exist, right? Atheism is just not accepting that proposition to be true or outright denying that proposition to be true. That's all atheism is.
Oversimplistic.
Nothing else.
That's oversimplistic. I mean,
no, that's what it is. You guys presented theists presented the problem, and because they've had an inability to prove their claim, we now have to label ourselves because you guys can't prove your claim.
You haven't.
Is there a term for non-golfers? Is there a term for non-dentists? No, we don't use that terminology. It's just because you guys haven't substantiated a claim that I have to now label myself.
Your worldview, what you're saying right now, the Neville Chamberlain view of agnosticism, whatever it is, this is not what he argues for. What he's basically arguing for is that science has rendered God null. Okay? Now, what you're trying to do is you're trying to say, oh, an atheist, they just have this very soft position. They're not theists. They're not atheists. They don't say there's no God. They don't say there is a God. They don't take a position. No, that's not actually the premise of the God delusion. The God delusion challenges agnosticism.
The God delusion isn't the Bible for the atheist, Sabor. What are you talking about? This is like this is the worst argument I have ever heard in 14 years of being an atheist. The worst argument.
When we're academically challenging atheism, I'm going to pick up academic books by the new atheist. I don't care about a random computational biologist who has appeared on a live stream. I'm going to look at what the academics are saying.
Sure, and that is the definition of a straw man. That's the definition of a straw man.
Mike, can I just say something very, very briefly, Mike? Look, Mike, I'm sure you're a great guy, and you're, it's probably great to have a conversation with you one-to-one, face-to-face. But actually, sometimes on the internet, things can get a bit sort of misconstrued. Before you go, I just want to ask you one question, if that's okay. It's a very straightforward question. Can anything within science be anything, either the method or anything, conclusions that people have come to using any method, observing anything, coming with any theory, disprove the existence of?
Can it disprove it? I have no idea. It possibly can. Possibly it could not. But I don't have the knowledge of that. I'm a foul.
Absolutely not. Anybody who knows anything.
He asked me the question, Sabor.
We are both of us.
It's okay. So I appreciate your honesty that you're not sure about this.
So just so you guys know that most positions for atheism, it's not like we all have the same position. Like you guys have a claim Allah is God, right? I am not convinced that's the case. But it might entail for some people that they
that.
think that God doesn't exist, right?
Yeah,
I am a Gnostic atheist in some regards. So to Islam and Christianity and certain religions, yes, those gods are logically incoherent, and I don't believe in them because of such, right? But other than that, it's like science is not part of that. It's not part of being able to just.
That's really the point we were trying to make, Mike, in the stream, is that the science and the question of God are not actually intrinsic; they're not linked. Now, thank you for making that. You made it right at the end there. Now, we're going to answer your question, but this is a series of streams, and we're going to come to this evidence for the Muslim position for the evidence of the Creator. Hamza's going to message you to know when we're going to do that, and please come on then, and we'll have that conversation.
Yeah, message me on Hamza.
Before he goes, I just want to make a small point here. Yeah.
Sure.
Now, when J. Mike was asked, "Is there something in science that can disprove the existence of God?" You said maybe, right?
I said I don't know. Maybe it could. Maybe there couldn't. Is what I said specifically.
Okay, that's fine. And I'm saying that answer that you just gave right now, that shows you don't know anything about the philosophy of science or about science itself, because it's not possible for anything in science conceptually.
How did you demonstrate that?
I will demonstrate it now. It's not possible.
Sweet.
Yeah, just you had your time.
I just said sweet is all I said.
Okay, so it's not possible for science to disprove the existence of God. Conceptually, philosophically, it's impossible. Why? Because science is based upon the assumption of methodological naturalism, and that assumption can never be proven, can never prove philosophical naturalism. And methodological naturalism, and confusing it with philosophical naturalism, is the very basis, is the very main critique against new atheists by philosophers, because that's what they do. They confuse methodological naturalism with philosophical naturalism. So there's absolutely nothing in science that can disprove the existence of God. And if someone says, I don't know, one second, if someone says, I don't know if that's the case, then that clearly shows they have no idea about the philosophy.
No, because it depends on your criterion for what a God is. It also depends on your falsification criterion, which all you've done by saying this, Deborah, is you've just taken your God claim that could be falsified in some way and said, nah, it can't be falsified. It's a panacea. It's a remedy for all things. So it gets to exclude any type of rigorous testing that anything else would have to go through. For you just to deny that it could be outright is just... You have to demonstrate your God exists.
Mike,
right?
I want to ask you one last question. Can you weigh anything with a tape measure? Ever?
What? Yeah, you would have to.
Anything with a tape measure?
Yeah, so if we had the object, it's not analogous because we actually know those two things exist. But how are we?
So can you weigh anything with a tape measure
of something that possibly exists?
Okay,
maybe.
Can you weigh anything with a tape measure?
That's not an analogous question. It's entirely disanalogous.
No, can you weigh? It's a question. Can you weigh anything with a tape measure?
It's not this. It wouldn't be the right tool, right?
No, right. So science is not the right tool. So science is not the right tool to prove God either. We've already established that.
Yes, but you haven't demonstrated that there's a God for that to be even the case, right? So we don't even have any. Like, if you don't have any, if the methodology, methodology is not within science, then show what that methodology is. You just, so that we can
I'll be honest with you, man. You were being I can't believe you just said that.
Okay, wait, Hamza.
That you can't show the methodology that gets you to that to get you to that being.
1 second. Methodological naturalism.
We're not talking about science. We're talking about the method that you claim there's another method outside of science, right?
Right.
Yes. Right. So if that's the case, and you demonstrate that God exists outside of that in some way, whatever that method is, so this is the problem. Like, I'm using a tool to develop things, and you come along and you're like, well, there's actually another tool you could use. No, listen. 1 second.
Here's what happened, Mike.
1 second,
please.
Here's what last thing I will say. One last thing I promise I will say. You basically are coming up to people who are using science. We are using a tool. We're hammering a house, and you come along and you go, hey, there's another tool that you could use. And when I ask you what the tool is, not only can you not show me what the tool is, you can't even tell me what it looks like. You can't even take me to Home Depot and show me what aisle.
So what we can do? No. That's
take him to Home Depot.
We just said it. We just said we're going to demonstrate it.
So J. Mike, here's the thing. What we are talking about is that science can't be used against the existence of God, which is fine. You can see that. Now, when you say what other things exist other than science, well, firstly, we have reason, and science is a subset of reason. We have testimony, which science you need to actually do science in the first place. We have logic and mathematics, which you need to presuppose. You need to presuppose that before you do science. We have to have metaphysics. We have to have the assumption that there's a uniformity of nature, and that has to exist. And ultimately, we also have to believe in the moral worth of the good, in the moral worth of knowledge, in the moral worth of truth, in order to do science. So science, for it to function, it has to depend on many different routes of knowledge. Now, when it comes to existence of God, we use multiple ways to try and come to the existence of God, not just science. And everything that you've said so far.
What is that way? What is that way? That's what I've been
asking. How can I say? 1 second, Sabor.
Didn't you just hear me?
Mike, listen.
We use reason. We use testimony.
That's empirical.
Mike, listen.
It's empirical.
Mike,
let me just say something a second.
Wait, one second. Mike, don't you just think for a second, if I'm going to say it's empiricism, yeah, you're going to have to justify that. Now, is causality is that something we know empirically or something we know a priori?
What a priori?
Do you believe in a priori? Do you believe in
for the 7th time on this stream? I have said yes.
So if you said yes, then that means that's not empirical.
Yes, but that empirical. Do you think hold on. What do you think? Hold on. Oh no. What do you think a priori is, Sabor? What do you think a priori? No, listen. What do you think a priori is?
1 second, Mike. 1 second, Mike. Just listen, Mike, please. Right. A week on Monday.
You don't understand what a priori is,
Mike. Just a second.
Yeah. So I'm doing a PhD in philosophy.
Sabor, just 1 second. Just 1 second, Sabor.
Thank you, our computational biology major.
Sabor, 1 second. Okay, listen, Mike. A week on Monday, I'm doing a stream here, mashallah, with Mohammed Hijab, alhamdulillah, and Dr. Imran, and possibly Sabor if he's available. Yeah. And that stream is about the existence of a creator, about the kalam, the contingency, eternal universe, multiverse, all of this kind of stuff. We're dealing with evolution in this stream, but that side of things, why we believe in a creator, how we believe in a creator, what methods we use to believe in a creator will be done on that stream. See, this we don't just come here and randomly talk.
That's fine, but
right, so all I'm going to say, Mike,
just use empirical data and then try to claim.
Mike, you can watch that stream, you can come on that stream, and you can bring these points, and you'll see in that stream how we come to the conclusion.
Yeah,
and then you can challenge that.
That's fine, and I'll challenge Sabor's understanding of a priori knowledge.
Done, but I'm not going to do it now. So I'm going to say goodbye. Thanks for joining us, Mike. Message me on Hamza's Den, and inshallah, I'll let you know. I think it's a week Monday, inshallah, 7 p.m.
Hopefully, you guys can show me the tool.
This will be more in line with what we're doing here. Also, watch the rest of the stream. You might get some of your answers as well. All right. Thanks for joining us, Mike. Much appreciated.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Dude.
All the best. SubhanAllah. So I think that was very interesting. But I was quite surprised actually by a lot of that. I think the only thing I did say one point that Brother Sabor made. I just want to highlight that point, and it's really important. So one of the basic principles in science, and Brother Sabor, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that there are no non-natural explanations. So there are, and I'll repeat that again, there are no non-natural explanations. So anything that you see, anything you observe, any theory you propose, any idea you come up with, any law you're going to write, there are no non-natural explanations. You have to find a natural explanation for it. Wow. This precludes, what this does with science then, is it makes it a specific, useful tool to look at nature and to work out how you think nature is working, with the assumption that there is nothing non-natural within that. This is methodological naturalism. So there seemed to be a confusion with that in this conversation. And I just wanted to highlight that point that Brother Sabor made. Very, very important point. And it's a great question that Mike was asking about how do we come to our worldview, but he was trying to assume that it was related to science, and it's not. This is actually will come out clearer. And definitely we invite him back to the stream that's going to be happening with Brother Sabor and Brother Mohammed Hijab, because then we will be giving him how we arrive at this conclusion that the creator exists and our methodology related to that.
Yeah. But it was the way he came in, right? Honestly, because we were speaking about the history of science and how the Muslims had a part to play and such. And he came on, he tried to derail that with a Francis Bacon quote, which quickly got...
By the way, he was 700 years later. And then he's trying to get away from it. He's like, no, that was old. And I'm kind of thinking, you got the date wrong by 700 years. You're trying to say Francis Bacon, when Ibn Haytham was in the 10th century, Francis Bacon was in the 17th century. He didn't want to have it. And then he said something about value. I was trying to break it down chronologically. But I think the most important thing for me was because he kept using evolution in a very vague way, he kept conflating the argument of vestigial organs. As soon as I clarified, what does vestigial organs mean? What does evolution mean? What does Darwinism mean? And this is one thing which I want everybody watching to realize. Why is it that such a heated debate takes place whenever there's a discussion about the difference between evolution and Darwinism? Because as soon as you make that distinction, all of their smoke and mirrors get smashed, right? That's why it's extremely important to get the definitions right. And the same thing that Aaron Ra tried to do, the same thing that other atheists try and do, that's a religious term. As soon as they accept it's an academic term, it's game over. Because then they have to be precise and they can't be vague. And that means they can't slip in a argument without actually justifying it. And this is why I think it's extremely important to get the definitions right before we get into what each point is there to consider.
All right. So what should we do now? Should we invite another atheist on, or do you want to start explaining what Darwinian evolution is?
Well, actually, do you know what? I want to break down a few things, yeah?
Yeah, cool.
I want to break down, look, somebody can come, like when he actually joined, I actually thought, could be an intelligent guy. He got some basics of philosophy wrong. Like he's trying to describe a position, and then he said, that's fallibilism. I said, that's skepticism. He said, it's fallibilism. But that's the type of skepticism. I mean, it's almost like somebody saying, oh, I'm an Islamic scholar. And you ask them, oh, are you Hanafi or are you Hanbali? And they're like, what's that? I mean, this is basic stuff. And then I asked him, like, so what you believe in, like you're not certain about anything or this? I mean, this basic stuff that he had no idea about. And repeatedly what he tried to do was he tried to hoodwink us by saying, oh, I'm doing a major in computational biology. And I'm kind of thinking in my head, like, that's minor. That's nothing. I mean, what is that? I mean, you have so many subfields of biology and you have so many PhDs and you have all this discussion going on about the validity of Darwinism. And here you have a guy who's saying, oh, I've got a major. And then he's starting to make statements which he can't justify. And he gets this idea that vestigial organs can somehow prove common ancestry, or it can prove natural selection, whatever. And I pointed out, hang on, vestigial organs was known before Darwin, right? But it's extremely important that when you get people like this, we have to get the definitions right to actually expose what's going on. And some people, even some Muslims, they sometimes are like, oh, no, you have to, just have a nice dialogue and you don't really smash people down. But when someone talks nonsense like that, you literally have to pin them down and show them, look, you don't know what you're talking about. And it shows people that, look, things like Darwinism is an academic term. Vestigial organs was known before Darwin. Natural selection, he couldn't even define. And that's what was making my mind explode. Like, you're here, you're saying you have a computational, you're doing a major in computational biology. I'm simply asking you, define natural selection, because there's many different definitions. Some definitions are known before Darwin, which are superfluous to this discussion. He couldn't actually define it. And it just makes me think, actually, we need to find people who actually know what they're talking about when it comes to this topic, if we're going to invite them.
Not being funny, right? It came on the stream not knowing what we were talking about, not knowing the topic of the stream, like it's just some random get-together. We had a program. We explained it when we first started, didn't we? We said we was going to history of science, then we was going to go through Darwinian evolution, and then as Muslims, how we should reconcile this thing. Let me ask a question, though, because something came up while I was doing it. Is there a difference between universal common ancestry and just common ancestry?
Of course.
What's the difference?
Okay, so here's the thing. When it comes to common ancestry, all human beings have a common ancestor, or all species, like a particular species of dog has a common ancestor with something else. Universal common ancestry is you had one cell some 4 billion years ago, and from that one cell, you get a blade of grass, you get bacteria, you get mosquitoes, you get human beings, you get everything. Now, what he was trying to say was vestigial organs, it fits in line with common ancestry, right? When I heard that, I was like, How the heck does that make any sense? I mean, we knew about vestigial organs before the origin of species. So how does that prove universal common ancestry? He said it proves common ancestry. Then you picked it up before I noticed it. You said universal. He said, oh, I never said universal. Well, if you never said universal, what's your point?
Yeah, what's the point? That's what I was thinking. What's the point you're making? Because he did make out that he was a biologist, so he knows what he's talking about. He said about 3 times. Then he said, oh, he's a major, so he's still learning.
I don't mean to be rude. This guy knows Jack. I'm sorry, he knows Jack. He couldn't define basic terms.
Can you believe this comment that's on the screen now?
What? What?
Because no one calls it Darwinism except religionists. And this guy's serious. This guy's still maintaining Darwinism is a religious term.
But you know what? I realized
subhanallah.
It's extremely important for Muslims to understand the philosophy of science, because the point he was actually making, if you really think about it, anybody that knows the philosophy of science, they wouldn't even they wouldn't even address it. Like that's how ridiculous it actually was. And for us, it's important that even before we tackle atheism, we understand what is these philosophical positions. Now, one thing I want you guys to recognize, when I said to him, this is the new atheist position, this is what they believe, he kept saying, I'm not here to talk about them. I'm not here to talk about them. Well, it's kind of like this. If we're going to tackle atheism, we can't go to this guy, J Mike. We can't go to T-Jump. We have to go to, okay, so what's the biggest atheist movement in the world? New atheism. Who's the representative? Dawkins. Who's the other figures? Dennett, Harris, Krauss, and these guys. What do their philosophical works say? What do their scientific work say? Okay, let's challenge it. What he kept saying was, that's not my position. That's not my position. Well, if that's not your position, get lost. We're here to talk about new atheism. We're not here to talk about J Mike.
Yeah. It reminded me of? It reminded me of like when I had that debate with Carlton MacDonald and
oh yeah.
And he was like, was it a 6-day Adventist or something like that? But even one of them as well. Even they called him a heretic, and it was like, what? So I'm there trying to challenge concepts he didn't accept as true anyway. So for example, I say to many Christians, I'm not making it a Christian stream, but just for example, I say, look, as a Christian, you have to believe that Jesus is a co-equal part of a Trinity, yet distinct, and that without that, and that he died for your sins. That's it, done. And they say, oh no, I believe he's the Son of God, but I don't believe he's God. When you can't believe that, you can't make up the term. Christianity actually means that you believe Jesus was co-equal, yet distinct part of a Trinity. That's it. If you don't believe that, you ain't a Christian. Yeah. But the irony is this: the Christians call the Catholics say they're not Christians, and the Catholics call the Protestants say they're not Christians. So it's like you said, you need to go after the whole body. So what are we here to deal with? Are we randoms, or are we here to deal with, like you said, new atheism? And the crux of it all is Darwinian evolution.
And not only this, I think it's very important that we reciprocate as well. Now, when J Mike came on, and as you saw Hamza, he came on and he threw out these things, and then he moved on to another point. And then we were like not having it. We wanted him to say, well, you first came on and you challenged Ibn Haytham, and you challenged, you said, why do Muslims not value science? And then you move on to something else. And this is also, by the way, a very powerful psychological ploy. When you want to make a point that you don't want to challenge, you make a point, you make another one, you make another one. These are points you don't want to challenge. Then you go off into another discussion about a point. Yeah. And people are going to forget these points not being challenged. And it's extremely important. That's why I was taking notes. Because what happens otherwise is, unless you address those points, those still stick in people's minds. Yeah. So we always have to chronologically. And I think for the future, as soon as someone makes a point, you just stop them there before they make another one.
Yeah. Well, have you seen my debates in Speaker's Corner? Because that's my MO. Yeah. I don't let them build on some kind of false position.
Yeah.
It's hard in this setting, but usually when I'm speaking to somebody and they say something, oh, why'd you believe that? Who told you that? You understand? And I make them justify everything they're saying, because if you allow something to slip, they can build what they like on top.
Yeah.
And that's what, alhamdulillah, so that's my MO. So obviously here on the streams on Hamza's Den, that's what's going to happen. It's not going to be if that were nice with Imran and Abbas. This is going to be rough and ready, man. This is, we're trying to create that vibe.
This what's his name? J Mike. This is a very interesting, specimen for the Dunning-Kruger effect. So someone doing a major in computational biology, right? I mean, he turns up on a live stream where we're talking about very complicated ideas. And he says, by the way, do you know what a vestigial organ is? And I'm here literally looking at him like, why are you asking this question? Like, how does this make any sense?
But you can imagine him bamboozling Muslims or Christians who don't know what it is. Do you get me? And he throw out those fancy terms and this and that. And I've listen, I'm not joking, right? I was watching, he's on TikTok. Yeah. His name is Jesus Atheist on TikTok. And I'm following him on TikTok now because I've been watching some of his videos. I'm thinking, my God, it's such bad logic. Really, really is. And then when I seen him come on, I looked at his image and I thought, is that him? And then I realized, yeah, that's why I asked him when he came on, are you Jesus Atheist? And he said, yeah. So I've seen he already got bad arguments, you know, and like I say, you know, he came with a red herring, quickly try and distance himself from it. Then it brought out a straw man. And it's like, anyhow, should we bring another atheist on?
Absolutely. Can I ask a question to Sabur actually before we carry on? Because it's you made a really important
link out, but yeah.
So that you said that it's really important for Muslims to understand the basics of the philosophy of science.
Yeah.
Now, I would actually widen that. I think it's important for everyone to understand the basics of the philosophy of science, because everyone is taught science at school, you know, college, wherever they go, to a certain extent. And what I want you to explain, Brother Sabur, and because people often, when they hear the word philosophy, they just think, oh, this is just fancy words, doesn't really mean anything. Why even bother with it? So what I'd like to do is give the relationship between the practice of science and the philosophy of science. Okay. Why would it be important for people to understand the philosophy of science? And if they don't understand it, what mistakes can they make with science when they're doing it?
Yeah. And that's a very, very good question, Imran. So what I would say is, and you get this a lot, and again, I'm going to say it's new atheists who push this narrative. Forget about the philosophy of science. It's all about science. What's important to understand is that philosophy is, if you like, the mother of science. So from natural philosophy, you branch off and you get the sort of science, the various different sciences we have today, chemistry, biology, physics, and all the rest. At the time of even Darwin, which is the Victorian period, Darwin was actually called a natural philosopher. Right? It's a very interesting term because that's what it essentially was. So philosophy has language, has ethics, has morals, obviously has empiricism. So science branches off, which is why, interestingly, philosophically trained scientists would say there's no such thing as philosophy-free science. Yeah. And you get people like Lawrence Krauss and these types of people saying, forget the philosophy, just focus on the science. But it's not possible. It's not possible to look at the world of science without looking at philosophy, right? And if we understand the philosophy of science, then we would understand actually science has presuppositions and science actually has limits. There's assumptions that you actually have and there's limitations. Now, what are the presuppositions? The presuppositions are, well, of course, you have to have metaphysical beliefs, such as the idea that nature is uniform, ultimately, which is why we look for patterns. You also have to have this idea of spatial and temporal consistency, that, okay, if I drop an object here, then it's going to fall. If I drop an object in another part of the universe that I haven't been, it's also going to fall. Likewise, you have to presume mathematics, that, you know, mathematics and logic and these things, they actually function and they're developed. And you have to assume that testimony is valid. And then when you go into science, then obviously when you're studying, say, neuroscience, or you're studying certain types of things, all of those have independent philosophical underpinnings. Now, what's interesting about this guy, I want to bring it back to this guy because literally it was like Dunning-Kruger on steroids. Like, he was making claims about the theory itself, evolution, without considering which are the assumptions, which are the philosophy, and which is actually the scientific part of it. And he presented it all as one thing. So sometimes what also happens is the philosophical assumptions are put forward as if those philosophical assumptions are the science. Yeah. And that's very dangerous because the problem we have is science has a big sort of weight in society. Yeah. So when you say something scientific, it has a lot more weight. If you say something's a philosophical assumption, people are like, meh, right? I'm not sure if I'm going to take that. This is why language is important. So when he comes along and he says, okay, this is the case, if I point out actually that's an assumption, automatically you take the wind out of the sail. So we have to adjudicate between what is each particular thing that's being put forward. And we will not do this, like you rightly said, until we understand the history of science and the philosophy of science, which is why I truly believe new atheists actively discourage people to study philosophy of science. When we were in the IRA team went to the Ireland Atheist Conference in 2011, Richard Dawkins was actually asked by a female attendee at the conference. He was asked, should we study the philosophy of science? And he said, no, just do the science. And he has a dislike for philosophy, and he makes it clear. So does Lawrence Krauss, so do others, because they know this will absolutely shatter the certainty that they try and portray.
Right. We've got Tom Jump again. No. Right. I'm going to let you on, Tom. I hope you know what we're talking about and discussing today.
If you don't mind, could I go pray Isha, come back?
Yeah.
Give me just 5 minutes, because this is going to go on for a while, isn't it?
Yeah, let him come on, and we'll hear his position on what he wants to challenge or what he's heard so far, and once he thinks he's wrong. Because I'll be honest with you, we're not doing all this kind of philosophy flex right now. We're just looking at what's in front of us and what science is, and we haven't even got to what Darwinian evolution is.
I'd like to be there when T Jump comes. So can you guys speak amongst yourself for a few minutes, and then I'll pray and come back, and then we'll get.
I'll explain the Dunning-Kruger effect, because it's really important to understand.
Yeah, there you go.
Because you referred to it a couple of times.
Go on, then. Go pray your issue then, because
I don't want to pray it late. So
sure, alhamdulillah. So the Dunning-Kruger effect is really interesting. So this is a comparison of your confidence in a topic over your experience over time. So initially, when we start learning about something, we don't have any experience with it whatsoever, and then we gain experience over time, and eventually, if you stay in that particular field, you become an expert. And what the Dunning-Kruger effect is a graph. You can just Google it, and you'll see the graph online. It shows you how your confidence would vary over time. And what's stunning about it is that when you've got literally no experience or very little learning in a particular field. So say if you start doing something, so you're in your first few weeks of learning to drive or whatever that might be, or about a topic, your confidence is almost 100%. You're 100% confident about this. So the graph goes up, and then as you start to go more into the field and you get to a little bit of depth, your confidence comes down. Everything is less black and white. There are more gray areas, and actually your confidence will, the more you learn and more experience you gain, your confidence will drop down, because you realize you start to become more aware of your unknown. So you develop more knowledge of your unknown unknowns. So the things that you know that actually I don't know yet. And over time, as you gain more and more experience, you come towards becoming an expert. Your confidence will improve, but it will never get to 100%. It will be approximately 70, 80%. And that's really, it's a sign of humility. So knowledge should bring humility, and it does do that. So the more you learn and study, the more you realize, actually, you know what? I don't know anything in the big scheme of things. And it's only with a really little bit of time, and that's decades of study maybe, that you start to gain enough knowledge to know, actually, you know what? I know a reasonable amount, but there are still things that I don't know in this particular field. And that's what the Dunning-Kruger effect graph shows. And I suggest everyone look it up. What is it? What's the point of looking it up? It gives you a little bit of a way to sort of check yourself, to understand, actually, I'm just sitting out in this field, and actually I don't know that much about it, even though I feel confident in what I do know. So you're learning the very basics, and the more you learn, your confidence will drop, but actually over time you'll improve. So it's really interesting, because actually we should be humble in our approach to knowledge and our claims that we make. So Brother Sabur mentioned that, and I think it's worth looking it up, inshallah.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. Okay, right, we've got Monkfish going to come on before you, Tom, yeah, because Sabur's waiting for you. So I'm going to bring Monkfish on. He says he's an atheist. He's one of Sabur's biggest fans. Right, just so you know, I put the link out, but it's not for Muslims right now. Right now, we're just dealing with atheists. At the end of the stream, I'd say the last 20, 30 minutes maybe, we're going to do a Q&A and let Muslims come on, and they can ask their questions to Sabur or Dr. nothing to really ask me with these guys here. Any dilemmas I've had in Dawah and how to respond to certain things and such, inshallah, you'll have that opportunity. But right now, I'm not going to bring Muslims on right now. Now the time for atheists to basically, and I'll repeat myself, challenge what we've said so far, if you can. Yeah. Don't take us here, there, and everywhere. Try and stay focused to what we're doing. Yeah. All right. Let's see what Monkfish has got to say. Welcome aboard.
Hi. So I've got quite a lot of questions for Sabor, but since he's not here, I might as well ask you, Hamza, something.
Well, I wouldn't ask me, but go on. It's just the way I ask. Have you been watching the stream, all of it?
Yeah.
All right. So you know the topic, yeah?
Yeah.
Go on, man.
You think Sabor did quite well in his debate with Rob at Speaker's Corner?
Go on.
And I'd like to ask you if you can remember any specific example of anything that he said was good.
Okay, all I can remember from that particular engagement is the fact that prior to Sabor coming, Rob was kind of behaving like he was some kind of expert in these fields, bullying lay Muslims in a way in the park. And by the time Sabor finished with him, Rob was reduced to a guy who's read a few books but not quite finished them. That's what I took from it.
Okay, but that's not specific though, so you just don't recall any specific point.
What gotcha moments you mean?
Yeah, anything.
Have you watched the video back?
Yeah.
You don't believe there was any moments where Rob was found
No,
out?
I actually think Sabor is a really good example of the Dunning-Kruger effect, actually.
Okay. So anyway, so with regards to today's stream, what's your point?
Well, I mean, it's for Sabor, isn't it, really? So.
Well, Dr. Imran is here. Don't worry about that. What's your point?
But he hasn't said much, so there's not much to say.
Okay, what would you say with regards to science and the history of science and the Muslims having the part to play in it?
Oh, the history I don't care about. The first interesting thing that Sabor said was about the idea that science is linked with atheism, and I'd say that it definitely is.
No, but I said that. I basically said that in my experience, atheists think science belongs to them, yeah?
Oh, no, it belongs to everyone, but...
No, I'm talking about when I speak to atheists,
yeah.
And this is experience, yeah, so anecdotal, they say to me, you have faith, we have science.
Well, I mean, there is something to that as well, isn't there?
Well, no, I don't believe there is. And we demonstrated how, if that was the case, why would the foundations of what the science is today was founded by Muslims? If that was the case, Islam was some kind of opposition to science.
But you do reject common ancestry, and that's on the basis of faith.
No, we haven't even got into that. We haven't got into
this
that.
example.
No, what we're saying is this. Are you aware that the foundations of the sciences method you use today is from Islam?
I think all civilizations contributed to the totality of human knowledge. So,
we're talking specifics. No, we're talking specifics.
Well, I'm not interested enough in the subject to.
But there's a problem, you see, because as soon as you say you're not interested in the subject, you're not interested in the history. But if I'm telling you the history of the scientific method today is derived from Muslims.
Well, that's according to Sabor. I mean, I'm sure they had their role.
No, but you don't care about it. That's the point. I'm trying to say
I'm willing to grant you however much.
But it don't work that way, because if that is the case, then you can't say Islam as opposed to science, can you?
Well, I can say you are. I can say Sabor is. You both reject common ancestry.
You can't say Islam is, can you?
Well, if you define Islam in the way that you two do, then it contradicts evolution.
If the origin of the science that we have used today, the methodology, the deductive method we use today, its foundations are in Ibn Sina and the Muslim scientists back in the day, you can't then turn around and say Muslims are against science, can you?
I could say you are, Hamza.
No, but you can't say Islamists, can you? Muslims are.
Well, it depends how you interpret Islam. I think, in my interpretation of Islam, is that it contradicts what we know about science.
But yet, the foundation of the science that you're utilizing was founded by Muslims. You don't care about that.
No, I don't really care about it. It's
Right.
not.
So
Yeah.
Could you, sorry, Monkfish, could you, you said that science is linked with atheism.
Yeah.
Could you sort of flesh out the link?
Well, okay. I mean, Sabor described it earlier. But the thing is, he described it as a view of, say, Richard Dawkins, as if it stands or falls with him. But it's actually a really widely held view that science has rendered the God hypothesis redundant.
So what I'm asking you to do, I understand that, and you're right. The question I'm asking you is, and I agree that it's a widely held view,
especially in philosophy of biology, which is apparently his field.
Sure, I understand. The question I'm asking is, I want you to flesh out that link. Explain to me why that is correct.
Because parsimony is a theoretical virtue, and if we don't need,
I misheard you.
Simplicity is a virtue of a worldview, and if we don't need God to explain things, then we don't evoke him. And science has shown a trend, of displacing religious explanations with scientific ones.
Okay, so I think you've so I understand your point. So you're saying that if you have a simple explanation for how things work, you don't need God then to come into this scenario. I understand that point that you're making, if I've not misunderstood you. The question that I'm asking is, because this is almost like a circle thing, and I explain what I'm trying to say by this. So I gave the example earlier on that one of the basic principles in science is that there are no non-natural explanations. So every explanation that's sought after for anything that's observed is a natural one. And in fact, I would go further and to say that actually science cannot posit a metaphysical or a supernatural explanation. Now,
the issue of did you have something else? Did you finish?
So I just want to conclude. For me, what that would mean then is that science, it can't even address the question of supernatural or the metaphysical, and therefore then to say that science somehow is disproving the metaphysical or the supernatural would be illogical.
Well,
so
what
do you think of?
Okay, so the issue of methodological naturalism is actually much more controversial than you might have heard. I mean, I can see an argument for it, but I think it's actually not committed to it. But that's not the main point. The main point I would say is that when I just explained to you why science lends support to atheism just then, or naturalism, I wouldn't claim that's a scientific argument. I'm saying I'm appealing to science. But if you don't want to call this science, if you want to call it philosophy or something else, then that's fine. I mean, philosophers, you'd agree, can appeal to theological explanations.
So just to come back to you, Mum. So the thing that I'm seeing is you're changing the label, but I'm not talking about the label. You can call it glue.
Well, but that's my point, though. I don't care what you call it.
I'm not referring to the label.
No, but you're talking specifically about science.
No, so, I'm not. I'm talking about the methodology being applied to gain knowledge. Yeah. So the methodology that's being applied has a principle within it. The principle within this thing that you want to call anything you like, doesn't matter what you call it, is that there are no, for any observations or evidence or what put forward, there are no non-natural explanations. Now, if this is the remit, and also then the limit, because this is a delimiter, it will prevent you from then seeking supernatural or non-natural explanations for anything that you observe or see. Does that clear? So what that does is it limits where you can go with this method of learning about the nature. So if that is the case, then how can you use that necessarily limited method, because it's within the principle that there are no natural explanations, to then talk about something that is non-natural or supernatural? That's the thing that I don't see, that I wanted you to flesh out.
I'm saying the effect of science has been to render religion less plausible and naturalism more plausible. I'm not insisting that in that process of evaluating evidence, you're doing science. Like you said, it doesn't matter what we call that process.
Yeah, well, you made the claim that Sabor, Imran, and me are being unscientific. Is that right?
Well, I say you reject, well-found, what are considered basically as certain as we can get things from science. So,
like what?
Like common descent, as you know.
What do you mean by common descent?
Right now, I mean that humans have ancestors that are in common with any other species.
Okay, so you mean universal common ancestry?
No, I mean literally any other species. So
yeah, that's universal common ancestry.
No, it isn't. I said any single, literally any other given species. So not universal. No.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, humans and chimps, for example.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, so that's not universal, is it?
The classical Darwinian picture is universal common ancestry, right?
You asked me what I'm talking about. I'm talking about ancestry of humans with any other species. shared with any other species.
Right.
So that's just one species.
You said that we reject well-established science. Right?
Yeah, that's one example.
So have you heard me say before that we accept Darwinian evolution as a working theory, but not true, literally?
Yep.
Okay, and do you understand that that is the position of scientific instrumentalism, which is a valid position in philosophy?
Instrumentalism is a valid position, but I don't think we understand it.
Sorry?
It's a valid position, but I don't think we're entitled to it because I don't think we understand it.
You don't think I understand it?
Yeah.
Okay, so tell me why I don't understand it.
Well, can I get back to what you were saying earlier?
No.
This was the point of the stream.
No,
You just made a claim, man.
I made a claim earlier as well.
I want you to back it up, please.
Okay. What are you? Are you an instrumentalist?
Yes.
So you're not a constructive empiricist anymore.
Well, before I get into that, what I want you to do is to first tell me why I don't understand it.
Well, that's what I'm doing. I don't think you know what the difference between those two positions are. To start
what is the difference?
Well, so what doesn't know, does he? He claims to subscribe to both of them.
Firstly, and I don't mean to brag here, I've actually written a paper on instrumentalism.
You can't write.
For which I got a distinction for, which is going to be published soon, inshallah. So before you start speaking about that, I don't understand instrumentalism.
Yeah.
What I want you to recognize is this: you're not in any position to actually speak about instrumentalism from any authority, and if you are, then I'd like to hear that, please.
What does that mean?
Because what I mean is, if you're going to say this is the view that I hold of instrumentalism, or I'm actually wrong, then you're going to have to back this up with some sort of evidence that you're some sort of credible authority on it. Because I truly believe that you're trying to get away from the claim that you just made, right? Now, me as a Muslim, not only do I subscribe to instrumentalism, I tell other people to subscribe to instrumentalism. And what I do, and I did this with the Aaron Ra debate as well, is I said, is unseen entities and processes are something that we withhold judgment about, that those are the actual state of affairs. Now, realism is obviously the opposing view. Now, I don't subscribe to realism. I accept realism as a valid view, but this is my view of instrumentalism.
Okay, well, you've just made a mistake because you said it pertains to the unseen, but it's actually about the unobservable.
Yeah, the unobservable.
In principle, right? Not just the unobserved. So you did get that wrong, didn't you?
I should have said unobservable rather than unseen.
You should have said unobservable in principle.
It makes no difference in
it does. It does. You should have said unobservable in principle.
Okay, so right? hang on 1 second. Unobservable, meaning we can't observe it. If we are agnostic about it, or whether I call it unseen, the actual technical way that I used it in the Aaron Ra debate was actually unobservables. Here I said unseen. I should have been more precise.
No. I'm not objecting to the unseen. That's just that means the same thing. The problem is it's unseeable in principle. That's what you should be saying.
What did I say?
You said unseen, as in we have not actually observed it.
Right.
So the realism debate pertains to the unseeable in principle, not the unseen. The distinction is between unseeable, the unobservable, and the observable. It's not a distinction. It's not the observed and the unobserved. So
I don't get what you're trying to clutch at here.
Right. So then you're absolutely clueless. This is really fundamental.
Wait 1 second.
He's gone. He's He's insulted you too many times for that.
No. We should add him back.
No, come on, man.
No, but
he's being rude though, man. If he's rude, he's gonna go.
He can be rude all he wants, right? He can be rude all he wants.
This is actually an approach.
What I want to do with Mr. Monkfish here is he's trying to make the claim that we reject science. Now, I said
so you're changing the claim you want me to address. Which claim do you want me to address? You changed it. I'm saying you're clueless on every subject, so you can just pick one.
Monkfish, don't worry, right? I'm here with you. I'm gonna fry you tonight. Don't worry. Yeah, I've got time for you. We're going to deal with you.
You've already gone. You've already lost. You can't come back from this. This is ridiculous.
I can't come back. Just relax.
This is fundamental. You don't understand. I've already proven you don't understand.
We have time. Just relax. Okay. So tell me this. do you accept instrumentalism is a position which I as a Muslim can hold, and I can hold that position in a valid way, and that means that I don't have to accept scientific claims to be literally true?
It's technically possible. Yeah, it's technically possible for you to do that.
Thank you.
Was that it? Are you happy with that? That's
Yes,
an
because
achievement.
that's my narrative.
No, because you don't.
That's the very narrative which I put out in every talk, which I put out in every discussion. And since you want to claim that I'm absolutely clueless about that,
No, yeah, I maintain that's true.
And you actually admitted that the main claim, which I make throughout my talks about scientific instrumentalism, you said this is valid, then
no, it's not. Your position is not valid. You don't have a legitimate position.
Monkfish, are you saying, just so I understand,
you just said
Sabor, just so I understand, are you saying, Monkfish, that Sabor is completely clueless when it comes to instrumentalism?
Basically, every topic that he talks about is
no. Let's go one by one.
That includes instrumentalism, yeah.
Right, and he's wrote a paper on it and such, yeah.
Yeah.
Have you read his paper?
No, I'd like to.
So which part of it has he got wrong?
Well, okay, he thinks the debate between realists and anti-realists pertains to a distinction between what has been observed and what hasn't, but that's not true. It's a distinction.
No,
you said that about 2 minutes ago.
Wait. What I said is this is what the position is. I didn't say this is what the discussion's about.
Well, it isn't the position. That's the point. It's the distinction is between the unobservable in principle and the observable in principle. Okay, so you've been corrected. Okay.
I look. You can try.
You're really confused. That's because you don't know. You don't have a clue. That's why you're confused.
Look, you can simply say, look, I don't have a clue. I don't know what I'm talking about.
This is really fundamental.
I'm absolutely fine with that, Monkfish. I'm absolutely fine with that. I'm comfortable with that. What I'm not comfortable with is you making the two claims that one, I don't have a valid position, and a second ago
you don't have a valid position. You
said I don't have a valid position.
And I maintain that.
And a second ago you said actually you can.
No. It's technically possible that you could obtain a valid position, but right now you don't have one.
But a second ago,
could I just ask a question, guys?
Wait. Just before that, I just want to ask Monkfish here, yeah? My position, okay, if you don't use my name or whatever, if a person was to subscribe to the view of instrumentalism as you mention it, exactly how you mention it, and you think that's the only way to actually describe it, and that's definitely not true in philosophy because you have discussion on every single minutia point, and there's always a contrary opinion to
what's not true. Don't say something I said isn't true if you can't back it up. If I said something that's not true, let
me just relax.
I know, but you have suggested that I might say something not true, and I don't want to let you get...
Monkfish, relax, just relax. Okay. So just want to ask, because Monkfish seems to be very upset at me. I don't know why, but I just want to ask a question. Okay, forget me. Say Dr. Imran up here. If Dr. Imran subscribes to instrumentalism as a view, and he says, okay, so I'm going to subscribe to this view, and therefore science is not something which gives you truth with a capital T, and he simply accepts Darwinian evolution to be a valid working theory, but he doesn't believe it to be literally true. What's wrong with Dr. Imran's position?
Not clear that nothing wrong with that, but it's not clear it would help you. It's not clear it would help you.
Thank you. Okay.
So
wait. Okay. Wait 1 second. You had your point. Now I'm going to fry you. Yeah.
Sure.
So you said I don't have a clue on what I'm actually talking about. Okay. So I just want to start off on something. When we had this live stream, I made it perfectly clear what is Darwinian evolution. Right?
No, you didn't. You can't.
Carry on, Sabor. He's muted.
Okay. I made it perfectly clear what is my definition of Darwinian evolution that I'm using. Do you have any problem with that? Am I clueless about that, or did I get that right?
You gave two different definitions, so it's not that clear, really.
What two definitions did I give?
Well, you said, on the one hand, it's the twin thesis of common ancestry and natural selection being the main driving force, and on the other hand it's just natural selection being the main driving force, which I would say that's more accurate. But you can argue about the terminology. That's not really a matter of fact. That's just semantics, isn't it?
So let me repeat, did I get the definition right?
Well, once you did, I would say, but then on the other hand you didn't. You gave two different definitions.
Okay, The definition I actually gave was natural selection and universal common ancestry. And that is the definition which is used by academics.
I would say that's mostly not correct.
So you're saying natural selection being the main driving force of evolution is not what Darwinian evolution talks about, and it doesn't accept universal common ancestry? These are, by the way, and I'm just going to give you a reference here, because since I'm clueless, let's go to people who actually know what they're talking about. So say Jerry Fodor. Would you say Jerry Fodor is clueless, or would you say he knows what he's talking about?
I'm not sure that he actually defined Darwinism in that sense. He might have,
actually, he did.
Yeah, he might have said Darwin. Obviously, listen. Obviously, Darwin's theory pertains to those two things, but that's not what Darwinism is.
Monkfish, he defined Darwinism as the twin ideas of universal common ancestry and natural selection being the main driving force. That's Jerry Fodor.
Well, I'll check that then. I'll check that.
What do you mean you're going to check that? That is his definition.
Listen, Darwin's theory is obviously about those two things, but I wouldn't say that's what Darwinism is. But like I said, you can debate the terms.
So what do you believe Darwinism is?
Okay, I would say Darwinism.
Hamza, let's deal with each thing. Okay, so we agree with that definition. Okay, we agree with that.
No. No, we haven't. My definition is that natural selection is the main driving force, not.
Okay. So you don't want to include universal common ancestry. Okay, fine.
No.
Fine. You don't want to include.
But why if we change subjects?
Oh, okay, wait. No, we haven't changed subject because you said I'm clueless. So I want to check every single thing. I'm going to go from definitions to my claims.
But why don't we just go to the thing that we're already talking about?
No, we're doing everything. We're going to do everything. We've got a long night ahead of us. Don't worry. So, you're okay with at least one of my definitions, or one of your definitions?
The definitions, you can have it, whatever you want. Just define it and stick to it.
No, just monkfish. It's extremely important. Definitions are agreed upon beforehand, and every single Darwinist that I debate, this is where they always try and slip, right? So we're going to stick with natural selection being the main driving force of evolution. Okay,
good,
fine,
yeah.
You're happy with that? Okay.
Yeah.
Now, here's my claim. That idea that natural selection is the main driving force of evolution is being challenged by other evolutionary biologists. Agree or disagree?
I don't know anybody who wouldn't agree with that.
So you would say that mainstream biologists such as Eva Jablanka, James Shapiro, Masatoshi Nai, they disagree with it, they challenge it. In fact, some are even quite polemical and they ridicule it, and they consider natural selection to be a conservative force rather than a creative force. So you're absolutely fine with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so that means I wasn't talking total nonsense because you agreed with at least
let's...
Okay, so let's move on to another point.
No.
I want to go through a checklist because you said I'm talking nonsense.
Okay.
You agreed on the definition.
Okay, I'll give you an example of an error on that subject then.
Wait, 1 second. Now let's move on to the next thing.
No, why? Look, you don't know anything about.
I'm chronologically going. I don't want you to
chronological. You're just picking your own subject. I haven't mentioned any of this.
We started with definition because you said I'm clueless, so I'm gonna just check with you that I'm clueless or not, right? So
what's instrumentalism?
Sorry?
What's instrumentalism?
We go with that.
Yeah, but you were wrong, weren't you? You didn't know anything about it. You got the distinction wrong. You didn't understand it.
Well, that's according to you. Yeah? That's just like you don't even know what you're talking about. I mean, even when it comes to instrumentalism or the view that I was using in the debate against Aaron Ra, the selectionism, these things are so niche and there's hardly any works on them. I've written a paper and you're like, oh you got this wrong. You don't know what you're talking about here. So now what you're doing is you're trying to say I'm absolutely clueless about everything. I'm going to check every single thing and see what I'm clueless about. So we did the definition we did that. No.
Pick one subject and stick to it.
Monkfish, I'm not going to let you get away that easy. Okay, so we did the definition and we did the claim that I made.
Okay, now, so what was the
1 second.
What is your conclusion on the definition? What happened there then? What was your assessment?
My basic thing, which I've been saying for dog's years, is there's a difference between evolution and Darwinism, and this is the definition of Darwinism.
Yeah, but you were using Darwinism to refer to the twin thesis, but now you've agreed to just use the
because you don't seem to know what's going on in academia, so I just want to carry on.
Listen, both of those terms.
I was using Jerry Fodor's definition. Whose definition are you using?
Dawkins.
Okay, where does Dawkins say that? Because
this is pretty common. If it turns out there's like hundreds of thousands saying
my
this, then...
definition is more comprehensive, yeah. But we'll stick with your definition.
Okay, well, Ernst Mayr insists
Can
that
you
you
answer that
can't.
question though? Sorry, Monkfish. Where does Dawkins say it?
Do you want me to find it? I can do that, but it's obviously going to slow us down. I can do that if you want.
Such a new point that he's hung up on. You pick
this subject.
My definition is universal common ancestry and natural selection being the main driving force. His definition is just natural selection being the main driving force.
Yes, but I never challenged you on that. I don't care about that.
We'll stick with your definition for the sake of argument. Anyway,
okay,
so now the next point which I'm going to make. Now, the way Darwinian evolution has been propagated to the public has been false. That's my third claim.
And this is using the new definition of Darwinian evolution.
No, this is yours.
Yeah, so, well, I would say every subject has been simplified to the public.
All right.
I know you could do this easily standing on your head, but it's a waste of time.
Monkfish. Okay, let me give you some examples. Okay, so let's go with just so stories. These things that we see in documentaries, right? How did this particular trait evolve? How did this become fixed in the population? And you have this, this reverse engineered sort of answer that many evolutionary psychologists give about preference of the color blue, the color red, and these types of things, and all these other sort of stories that they come up with. Do you at least acknowledge people like Stephen Jay Gould, Richard Lewontin, and others have severely criticized the way the public has been educated about this particular theory?
Yeah, but the new atheists themselves criticize that. Jerry Coyne doesn't like it.
Okay. So that doesn't go here or there. What I said is correct.
So what, do you seriously think I'm saying literally 100% of your routine is false?
No, but what I'm doing is I'm going through everything
Let's go through the things that you mentioned on this stream then.
Look.
Sabul, why don't we do it this way? Right. Let him tell you what you're wrong about. That's the easiest way to do it.
Actually, Hamza, he thinks I'm wrong about everything.
No, but let me be specific though. Forget it's everything and everything you say and all this business. Let him tell you now what you're wrong about.
Can I ask a question before you ask that?
Yep.
Monkfish, I just want to know something because you come on and I think there seemed to be some sort of issue with Sabur specifically. So the question that came to my mind almost immediately was, why is it that you need Sabur to be wrong?
To be wrong, I just happen to know that he is.
Yeah, but it's because so far the discussion that I've seen, Sabur sort of seems to me, and I'm not sort of a philosopher by training or anything like that, but he seems to be sort of discussing with you and getting through to the basics and explaining things relatively well, and you're agreeing on many things.
He's changing subject to the most trivial things that there isn't much to disagree about, rather than things that we were actually talking about.
For you, why is it important that Sabur is wrong? What's the reason?
I mean, I've already asked you why you think it's important to me. I just think he is fundamentally wrong about all of them, like really important issues, not this trivial stuff.
Okay, so I think that leads to Hamza's question, and then can you lay out what you think he's wrong about, and then let's see what the response would be.
So the way to do it, Monkfish, is this. Let me just explain to you. So basically say Sabur said this, and he's wrong because this.
Okay.
Yeah?
Well, I mean, I've already given one example about the anti-realism, realism debate in philosophy. He thinks it's about he thinks the realists and anti-realists are debating a distinction between observed and unobserved, but it's actually unobservable. So that's
right. And he corrected that was just semantic.
Yeah, but that's really, if he doesn't understand that, then his whole argument.
But he doesn't understand that because he's already demonstrated in a debate with Aaron Wright. He doesn't.
No, he was wrong. No, he doesn't. He doesn't understand.
What I'm going to say to this Monkfish is something very, very simple. You have absolutely no credibility in that statement because this is something which I wrote a paper on this. This was checked. I got a distinction for it. So when you come up with nonsense like that, I'm not going to take it seriously. So let's move on.
So you're denying that then, are you?
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely.
So you the okay,
absolutely.
That's
absolutely fine. You're absolutely clutching at straws here.
Could you give another example?
Yeah, give us another one.
Okay,
And
yeah.
by the way, can I just make a small point, which I just really irritates me with what Monkfish has said. He said, he's speaking about trivial things. My main narrative, which is instrumentalism, which Imran can hold on to, which I gave an example of, that's not a trivial point.
No, that's what I want to
point.
talk about instrumentalism, and you want to go off into definition
No,
of Darwinism. I'm talking about instrumentalism. I agree that's not trivial.
Anybody who watches my talks, watches my debates, knows that is my main narrative.
Yeah,
and
so let's talk about that then.
And you acknowledge that Imran can hold that view.
Imran can, but he's not as stupid as you. So I could give him some.
Oh, you know what? I'm done. You're done. I'm throwing him back.
Hamza, we need to keep him because he's
I can't. He's called you stupid, man. It's just nonsense, right?
But
I'll give you one last chance, Monkfish.
He's getting desperate. All
Right.
it is initially.
Tell him something else he's wrong about. Because we're challenging what you've said now. So tell him something else he's wrong about. And
Okay,
again,
so,
I'll give you the Monkfish. Just 1 second. I told you the format. Say he said this, and he's wrong because of this. Go on.
Okay, so earlier today he drew a distinction between Richard Dawkins, the new atheist narrative on the effect of science on religion and atheism, and he distinguished that from academics such as Massimo Pigliucci. But actually, Massimo Pigliucci agrees that the success of science renders God redundant, and so does Michael Reeves as well, which are the two people he appeals to that he thinks agrees with him.
Okay, can you repeat that again? What did I say, and why am I wrong? Because you didn't actually do that.
You claim that Dawkins is completely wrong, completely clueless and wrong to claim that natural selection allows for intellectually fulfilled atheism. But that's actually a perfectly standard view in academia, including your field, which...
Okay, so let me repeat the claim that I said, and I want you to just bear with me whether I actually said it. What I said earlier on in the stream, and Hamza was here from the beginning, was that Massimo Pigliucci criticizes new atheists like Richard Dawkins for conflating methodological naturalism and philosophical naturalism. That's the very claim that I made.
So are you now agreeing that...
No. I'm checking with you.
No. That's the claim.
That's the claim I made.
Yes, but you were also drawing a distinction between the academic understanding and the new atheist understanding.
Yeah.
And you consistently doing that, or like forever.
I did.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but there isn't actually much of a
Why
distinction.
am I wrong? Why am I wrong about Massimo's pointing out that people like Dawkins are using a fallacious argument?
Well, you're lying by omission by not pointing out that Massimo actually agrees with the fundamental issue that science does support atheism.
That doesn't make that doesn't make any sense. How am I wrong in my initial claim? Before we move on to anything else, how am I wrong when I said Massimo Pigliucci says about people like Richard Dawkins that they are using a fallacious argument by conflating methodological and philosophical naturalism? Am I lying?
Massimo does accuse Dawkins of it's actually the fallacy is a slippery slope fallacy.
Thank you. Right. So how am I
wrong?
When
Sabor said
Massimo,
that, Monkfish. So the claim that Sabor made you agree with now, yeah?
No. The claim is that Dawkins is completely stands a huge gap apart from the academic understanding on the topic of science and atheism, but he doesn't.
Okay, he does because he gets the foundational claim wrong. The foundational claim that Massimo is challenging, which you admitted to, which I'm glad you did, is that Massimo says Dawkins confuses methodological naturalism with philosophical naturalism. So how can you say he's not in line, he is in line with academics, when Massimo's saying this is a foundational fallacy?
Massimo, for some reason, thinks that Dawkins is saying you have to be an atheist if you believe in science and evolution. But that's why Massimo is accusing him of a slippery slope fallacy. But as far as I know, Dawkins doesn't say that.
So you're arguing against Massimo now, yeah?
Wait, hang on. Before he argues with Massimo, I want to know, why am I a liar? Why am I a liar for pointing that out?
The lie by omission, or perhaps in previous times explicitly stated actually, is that whilst Dawkins says that atheism is supported by science and evolution, this is not something that you find in academia, in philosophy of biology. And you've appealed to Massimo.
I made a separate claim about Elliot Sober.
No, you said
right.
You said Michael Roos.
What I want you to do is, firstly, let's deal with the Massimo thing, then we'll move on to the Elliot Sober thing, because you're confusing the two.
I haven't mentioned Elliot Sober. It's
Michael. No, I mentioned Elliot Sober myself. I did.
You don't understand him either, by the way. But
sorry.
You shouldn't reference Sober, because that's just way too complicated for you. But that's another issue.
Look, I'm really sorry, Monkfish. You're not going to get off that easy, and that's why I don't want Hamza to kick you out, because you're throwing out insults hoping we're going to throw you out, but we got you right now. You're actually stuck in a very bad place. I first want to, before I move on to the other claim, why am I a liar? Imran was here, Hamza was here. I made a claim. Massimo Piglucci says Dawkins makes a foundational fallacy by equivocating philosophical and methodological naturalism. Am I a liar, or have I spoken the truth there?
Well, that's close. It's close, but okay. That's not the only. It's not the only thing.
We're making a bit of progress. So from being a liar,
it's not the only claim, is it? You've also claimed.
Okay, we'll move on to my next claim. We'll move on to my next.
No, but that's the claim I'm talking about. That's the claim I'm talking about. I haven't challenged you on the specific claims that you keep bringing up.
Okay, so are you gonna?
That was your. Sorry, Sabor. That was his claim. He brought that claim forward.
No, I didn't challenge him on whether he accused him of conflating message. No, I didn't.
You said that
you did.
I lied. That's what you said.
I said you lied by omission, by not pointing out.
How did I lie by omission? How?
Massimo Piglucci agrees with Dawkins that science is one of the strongest arguments for naturalism.
Here's what I said. I said Piglucci says Dawkins confuses these two things, and that's a fallacy. How have I lied?
When you draw a distinction between Piglucci and Dawkins on the issue of whether science supports atheism, that is a lie.
Okay, what's the ramifications of what was said then about Dawkins?
He's upset that Dawkins is being criticized.
No, but what's the ramifications of it then? Why did he say it? What was he indicating?
What was who? Massimo Piglucci.
Yeah. What was he demonstrating with that statement?
He thinks that Dawkins thinks that science necessarily leads you to atheism. So he thinks there's a slippery slope fallacy.
Right. And all Sabor's done is quote what this Massimo said. Yeah.
He's implying that because Massimo disagrees with Dawkins on some issue.
Right.
Then he disagrees on a fundamental issue.
It's not some issue. He gets science wrong. That's what Piglucci is saying. He's saying he gets science.
No. That actually isn't actually what he's saying. He's saying he's not clear enough to distinguish between the two.
Can I just bring something to mind?
One second.
Just let him do his thing.
This is a foundational thing, Monkfish. You can't try and protect Dawkins by saying, "Oh, it's a small little detail." It's the very crux of the scientific thing, the scientific methodology. Methodological naturalism doesn't entail philosophical naturalism.
Science is one of the strongest arguments for philosophical naturalism.
So, remember the video we played in the last session of Dawkins, where he makes that statement that you can be an atheist. You don't necessarily have to be an atheist if you believe in evolution.
Yeah,
Darwinian evolution.
Yeah,
even Dawkins agrees with
exactly. So I think that's why
you don't need to be.
No, Dawkins there was actually.
So I want you to play that to him, actually, if you can.
Yeah, Dawkins there actually was shooting himself in the foot, because that's the very opposite of what he says in his book. And in fact, in the same speech, he uses people's ignorance to bring them towards atheism, which is why if you want to call me a liar by simply using some vague thing that I didn't, then who's Dawkins? Dawkins is an outright liar. Outright. I mean, with me, you're trying to say I didn't do this or that, or you didn't even prove anything. But here he's absolutely lying to the masses. Are you willing to admit that Dawkins is wrong in anything?
Because that's also an admission that he's making.
Nothing stands or falls with Dawkins because all of the people you appeal to agree with him on the fundamental issues. The science does support atheism.
They don't.
Well, not all of them, but Massimo Pigliucci does, Michael Roos does. A huge majority of them do.
Okay, look, Monkfish.
Your audience don't know that, by the way.
Monkfish. Michael Roos says this about Dawkins' book, The God Delusion. This book makes me embarrassed to be an atheist. And he says about Dawkins would not pass a foundational course in philosophy of science or religion, something like this, right? So Michael Roos, you can't say he agrees with Dawkins. This is ridiculous.
He does.
In what?
He agrees that Darwin made it possible to be an intellectually fulfilled atheist.
So does that mean that he agrees with the conclusion of the God delusion? No, he doesn't.
Well, I don't no, but did I say?
So what you're trying to do is you're trying to make. Okay, so here's where Dawkins and Roos agree. I don't have a problem with that, but here's what I have a problem with. You're saying
so.
Roos.
Where do they agree? Can we establish that?
Roos and Dawkins are on the same page. When Michael Roos criticizes Dawkins by saying this book makes me embarrassed to be an atheist, do you acknowledge that Roos said that? Do you acknowledge that?
Yeah, he did. But they agree on they agree on the important issues. Finally, they agree on the important issues.
You know what you're doing, Monkfish? Every single time I'm trying to get you to admit something.
You think that's not a concession? How's that a concession?
You jump.
Michael Roos supported Dawkins.
What I want you to okay. Do you know Monkfish? Because we're speaking about Dawkins, I can see this is really irking him. Yeah. Do you admit that E.O. Wilson called Dawkins a science journalist, not even a scientist? You admit that?
Why are you using the word admit? I mean, that's just a straightforward fact.
Thank you. Okay, that's a straightforward fact. Okay, E.O. Wilson, he is the founder of sociobiology, a subfield of biology.
Okay.
And for a person who makes a subfield of biology to call Dawkins a science journalist, right? That kind of shows that he's been elevated a little bit beyond his capacity.
Dawkins has critics and he has defenders. So I mean, and so does Roos and his critics.
You remind me of those cults that people come out of, and they always speak good about the leader. Like I'm pointing out to you basic things.
No, but that's a straightforward fact as well.
Fallacy to do with methodological and philosophical naturalism.
The
fact that Michael Roos criticizes him, the fact that he misleads his audience, and so many obvious things that's wrong with the God delusion. And what you're trying to do is, well, everybody has a critic, and everybody has. I mean, come on, man. Like seriously, you sound like somebody that's actually in a cult, and you can't criticize Richard Dawkins.
Dawkins expressed the view that Darwin allowed us to be intellectually fulfilled atheists in The Blind Watchmaker. Okay, not the God Delusion. Michael Roos absolutely loves The Blind Watchmaker.
Fine.
So they agree. Fine. They agree on that main issue.
So what you're saying is okay. They agree on this point. Fine. They agree.
But that's the point. That's the point you're talking about. That's what your whole channel's about.
No. What you're doing is this. You're saying here's where they agree. I'm like, okay, fine.
But that's the main issue, though. They agree on the main issue.
I'm telling you that they disagree on this massive thing, which is
what massive thing?
The God Delusion, the book which started off the new atheist movement.
Yeah, he thinks Dawkins hasn't given enough time to sophisticated theological answers, and he's got some complaints.
That's a very charitable.
That's a straightforward fact as well.
That's a very charitable way of putting it, but the way Michael Roos put it is, this book makes me embarrassed.
Yes, but that's why he's embarrassed about it. That's the
I
specific
think you've made your point. I'm going to move on, man. The crowd are getting bored. I'm going to get rid of them.
They're getting bored, but anyway, it was nice.
Thanks, Monkfish. Laters.
Thank you.
Wish you all the best, Monkfish.
You know, the thing is, Hamza, look, you know when
wait, Tom. Hold your see your powder dry.
Yeah, you know, people like Monkfish, when they start throwing out insults, don't throw them out. That's when he's stuck. So when you threw him out, he's basically trying to get out of that situation. And a few times he tried to do this. And what's very important for us to do is, I'm not interested. And like the other guy, what's his name? J Mike, whatever, or Monkfish tried to come up with some nuances. I'm not interested in, nor is any of us interested in just generally talking about what a particular atheist believes or doesn't believe. What we're doing is we're critiquing this new atheist movement, right? And if we're going to talk about their views, then we're going to go to their books. And one thing that they absolutely hate and cannot stand is the sort of things which I just pointed out, which is, how is it that if you guys really do represent science and you think you're at the forefront of in the new enlightenment or whatever you call it, how is it that major figures criticize you guys so severely? And that's why he was not happy to admit the Massimo criticism, and he was not happy to admit the Rus criticism.
No, but what I thought though is, if he's saying you were wrong about this, that, the other, and it's a very simple format. What you said, how you're wrong about it. So he says you were wrong about this, Massimo, Flex, and Dawkins, but then he admitted, yeah, he did say that, and then he tried to challenge what Massimo said. All you're doing, don't shoot the messenger, mate. I'm just quoting what your mate Massimo said. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah.
Your beef is with Massimo and what he thinks. Wait, I'm just telling you what he said. How am I a liar if Massimo got it wrong? If he got it wrong. Anyway, Tom, just so you know the format, because it went everywhere last time, and leave the vegetarian eagles. Yeah. Basically, just if you've heard anything today that you disagree with, just tell us what you've heard, why you disagree with it. Yeah, so we can just keep it. We were talking about the history of science. If you accept that Islam isn't opposed to science, we can move on to the Darwinian evolution flex, if you like. Go on, Sam. The floor's yours.
Yeah, sure. So there's two things I was really interested in. One is when Imran mentioned that methodological naturalism can't make supernatural claims, and that's not actually true. It totally can. There's no problem with that at all. Methodological naturalism says that no supernatural claims are justified yet, but that doesn't exclude them as a possibility at all. In fact, there's a huge base of published papers in academia on parapsychology for supernatural things. So methodological naturalism does not in any way exclude the supernatural.
Well, there's a whole bunch of definitions of methodological naturalism. There isn't just one definition, but the predominating way that it's operating is in that way, that there is really nothing supernatural. So if, for example, I try and come up with the idea that, we're studying something in neuroscience, and I have a hypothesis, and my hypothesis is there's actually a soul from the Islamic or Christian perspective, that would be thrown out completely from a practical point of view. If I was to make the claim that actually there is a God, and God is actually interfering in the universe, and things are being run by God directly. If I was to make any of these metaphysical claims practically, and I was somewhere, I would be absolutely shot down. So what we need to do is we need to understand, look, I as a Muslim, I have no problem with working within the parameters of methodological naturalism. My biggest problem is when people use the fact that we have methodological naturalism to try and come up with a conclusion that therefore philosophical naturalism is true. Because I think that's a fallacy, as Massimo points out. And since, last time as well, you introduced yourself as a new Muslim, new atheist, just to make sure that we're all on the same page, we are going to be talking about new atheism today. Yeah, we're not going to be talking about like what any particular person believes or all the rest.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
All right, so yeah, that's just simply false.
Imran, how would you respond? Sorry, Tom. How would you respond to Tom's claim to you, Imran, that you're wrong?
So that for me, this is quite interesting actually, because often people cite things like prayer experiments, and similarly with the paranormal experiments. Now, the problem actually for me is, and again, non-philosophical background, but what you need to posit is actually some method of causation or some effect that's happening. So something is going on that's linked to an effect that you're seeing, an observation, and you have to evidence that. And there is no causation that you can point to. So something that you can look at and examine and say, this is how this is happening in those experiments. So maybe people are writing about this stuff, but it's not how science as we understand it is done in generally speaking in everything else. So it's like taking a sort of an esoteric thing that some people are doing and saying, look, we're doing this. Some people are looking at ghosts, for example. That means science can look at the supernatural. It doesn't unless it can propose a method or some way of a causation happening that this is what's going on. So science. So what does science do? It looks at observations and it gives you an explanation of how this is happening. And the theories that are positive are always based on natural explanations. So there is no, as far as I mean, I've heard of some of these, and I think that they're mostly ridiculed in the scientific world and not taken seriously at all. So you can use that as an example, but I don't think it's valid. Tom.
All right, Tom. Next point.
No, I'm still on that one. So what you guys said is just patently false. Like all of those have methodological papers where they give an actual do this method to get this result kind of a system for parapsychology and for souls and for brains. You can find these examples in academic journals all the time. No one in methodological naturalism at all excludes the supernatural. It's just not a thing. Methodological naturalism is only using things that have already been verified as a basis for reasonable conclusions. But if you want to put in something new, that's perfectly fine. You just need an experimental result to justify it. So methodological naturalism does not in any way exclude the supernatural at all. Like all of these things are perfectly reasonable to put forth as hypotheses if you can justify it with a testable result. And so the soul, no problem. Parapsychology, no problem. Rupert Sheldrake is one proponent who puts it forth quite rigorously in many academic journals. Like methodological naturalism doesn't in any way exclude the supernatural. It's just not a part of it at all.
Okay, so let me propose a theory. So I'm going to propose a theory for you.
Sorry,
go on.
Can I just one second? So the thing is, T-Jump, we can't use people like Rupert Sheldrake because they're just like absolutely ridiculed. People don't take them seriously. Now, when it comes to this particular thing, which I was saying earlier, and you're trying to say methodological naturalism allows supernatural explanations. So I just want to read out something from Piglucci here. This is Science and Society, Science and Fundamentalism, published in 2005. And he's talking here about Dawkins, but it goes over some very important points. The fallacy, and he's talking about here the God delusion, the fallacy lies in the fact that most people, including alas prominent science popularizers such as Richard Dawkins, do not make the subtle but crucial distinction between methodological and philosophical naturalism. Naturalism, broadly speaking, is the idea that there is only nature and that the supernatural realm and phenomena do not exist. As a philosophical position, it has a long history of elaboration and debate. Philosophical naturalism then is the strong metaphysical position that there is, as a matter of fact, no such thing as a supernatural nor a higher being, which obviously characterizes any individual who considers themselves to be an atheist. Methodological naturalism, however, is a metaphysically more modest claim. It takes the position that while there may be a supernatural realm or being, it does not enter and does not need to be invoked in any discussions of scientific findings. So your main sort of narrative that you're trying to come off with today is just absolutely false. Methodological naturalism is a distinct thing that we have in science, and philosophical naturalism is not entailed by methodological naturalism, and methodological naturalism limits the hypotheses that you can actually make. And the very fact that you brought out Rupert Sheldrake, right? Rupert Sheldrake, he was absolutely attacked by these new atheists. His TED talk was banned, right? PZ Myers and all these atheists came. The very fact that you had to use a person who's been absolutely shunned and ridiculed and banned to try and make this point shows you're just clutching at straws here. This is a really fringe thing. So
no, not true.
If methodological naturalism is the way that you just defined it, oh yeah, everything goes, yep, you can add everything in there. Why call it methodological naturalism? Why not call it just free for all? You know, it's absolutely fine. There's a reason why it's called methodological naturalism, as in we're going to go for natural effects and natural causes. And I hope this quotation from Piglucci makes it clearer.
Actually, no, it completely agrees with me. I don't think you understood it. So the reason that methodological naturalism only allows for naturalistic explanations is because only naturalistic explanations have ever been verified. So the reason we're excluding the
Wait, wait, wait,
supernatural,
wait. Only naturalistic explanations have ever been verified.
yeah,
So when you make a claim like that, you're basically saying that supernatural explanations have never been verified, or that science allows supernatural explanations to be verified.
yes, it does. It's quite simple. That's like why I mentioned all of the academic papers. And Rupert Sheldrake, people's personal opinion of him doesn't matter. He has published academic papers. If you have published academic papers, that means they are taking it seriously. They're not retracted.
So can I just want to come very so Rupert Sheldrake was he was an author. He wasn't a scientist, and he did some research into parapsychology, and it's called pseudoscience. This is actually what it's referred to, generally rejected by the scientific community. Now, let me give you a theory. I was about to propose a theory for you. Yeah. So, if you take any phenomena, let's just take gravity for example. Yeah. And if you said, okay, the way that gravity works is when you drop, say, you drop a ball and it hits the ground, there are these unseen gremlins that are grabbing onto this ball and it's yanking it down into the ground. Okay. What's my evidence for this, proposing this theory is, well, actually, if you take as many observations as you like and take this ball anywhere you like and you drop the ball and it's happening, and this is the theory that I'm proposing for it, how are you going to verify that or falsify that? How are you going to do that?
You would make novel testable predictions. So you'd say, if the gremlins are there, then you could pray to the gremlins and have it go left, or pray to the gremlins and have it go right.
You're taking the theory somewhere where it isn't. The theory is that the reason the ball is falling is that gremlins are holding on to some substance within the ball and they're bringing it down to the ground. Any gravitational phenomena that you come across, so orbiting planets, etc., light bending around other objects, this is these gremlins that are grabbing hold of these particles and they're bending them around, and this is what's causing this to happen. Now, I want you to tell me if you can verify that, B, if you can falsify that, and see if that's an acceptable theory to propose for a paper, and if not, why not?
For a theory to be acceptable, it needs to make testable predictions. So if your theory makes testable predictions,
all the predictions you can make with gravity, all the predictions you can make with gravity,
it has to be a novel prediction. It has to be a new prediction that we don't know yet. If you're just making the same predictions, that's called post hoc theorization. That's not evidence for anything. So you can't post hoc theorize anything in science. You need to make novel predictions. Predict something new we don't know yet. Like Einstein predicted a new curvature of light around the sun. You have to predict something new.
So no, hang a sec. So you're taking, there's a conflation here. So what's happening is something already known about how gravity is sort of operating, and proposing a different theory for how that is operating is not it's not post hoc ad hoc analysis. Now, what you're saying is that if you're taking, the only way you can make a new theory is to look at something that hasn't been already described before. And that doesn't make sense. What you can do is you can take something that's known as an observation, and you can bring a theory explaining how this would be working. So now I've proposed one to you. Now,
sorry to interrupt. That is literally the definition of post hoc theorization. That cannot be used to justify a new theory. You can use that to make a hypothesis, but in order to make the hypothesis reasonable, you need to then make novel testable predictions based off that hypothesis and then confirm them.
So I just want to understand you. So if you do an experiment, let me just take something even more simple. All metals expand when heated. Let's take that as a hypothesis, yeah. And if I give an alternative explanation for that, until that alternative explanation makes an additional prediction, it's not acceptable. Is that what you're saying?
Right. You can't post hoc theorize. That's why none of the theories in quantum mechanics are accepted yet, because all they're doing is.
So I don't want you to change the topic to another thing. I want to specifically because you're moving on.
I'm specifically giving you an example in science that demonstrates this is the case. So everything in quantum mechanics, we do not have a solution for what the correct interpretation of quantum mechanics is. It's because every one of the theories is just looking at the past evidence and explaining it, but none have made new novel predictions. So the reason they are not accepted is because none have made the new predictions. Every one of them can explain the past data, but none of them provide new data, so none of them are accepted. You need the new data for it to be accepted.
So if you make a theory and it explains everything that's happened, but not following the generally understood mechanisms that are taken, it's not valid at all until you predict something new. Is that what you're saying?
Right. That's called post hoc rationalization.
Okay, so this doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever, and I'll tell you why it doesn't make any sense to me. Because if you take something like gravity, and you can take the same observations and you can have another explanation for it, which can also be correct. So, for example, with Newton, the idea that gravity was a pulling force, and with Einstein, the idea that gravity was a pushing force, i.e., it warped the matter around it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the observations in terms of what was being used essentially is the same.
Yep.
Was it accepted until was it accepted, or was it only accepted after other evidence came to verify it? So when Einstein gave his theory, obviously the new observations weren't present. Is that right?
Correct, which is why it was not accepted until after the observations were confirmed.
So when Einstein gave his theory of relativity, it was not accepted. Is that what you're saying to me?
Correct. It was rejected, and it was hard for him to get it published. 6 months after it was published, he still got no recognition. It was only after his experiment with the sun was verified by other scientists that he got recognition. So yes, it wasn't until after his hypothesis was verified that he got recognition.
So he had published this already. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. But you're saying it wasn't accepted despite it being published.
Correct.
Okay, so now I'm going to take you back to your point with with Sheldrake. So the fact that he's published something doesn't mean that it's accepted, right?
Correct. The consensus is that parapsychology isn't accepted.
So the point that now understanding your point now. So the point that you initially were making with Sheldrake was, well, he's published it, therefore it's accepted. Is actually not correct.
No, I'm saying that methodological naturalism does not reject the supernatural. So they didn't toss out the paper. Like you specifically said that if you put in like a soul hypothesis in the paper, that would be tossed out. That's just false. Like academic journals are happy to accept supernatural explanations in papers and publish those papers all the time. There's no exclusion of the supernatural in methodological naturalism, except in the fact that you need to justify.
Again, look, T-Jump, you keep saying that. Look, I've got this quotation of Piglucci. You said I didn't understand it.
Correct.
Methodological naturalism is a metaphysically more modest claim. It takes the position that while there may be a supernatural realm or being. Now listen to this part.
I heard you the first time. You still don't understand it.
You really didn't understand it.
No.
It does not, look, Imran, tell me if I'm reading this wrong. It does not enter and need to be invoked in any discussions of scientific findings.
I mean, it's straightforward. How do you understand that? Tom, how do you understand that?
I've already explained this before. So again, it's because none of them have been verified. Like if you see a hoof print in the snow.
Not that part.
Let me clarify here. Let me because I've.
No, Tom, listen to what I'm saying to you, because you're not answering my question. I'll ask you again. What does it mean where it says it does not enter and need not be invoked in any discussion of scientific findings? What does that mean? That's
literally what I'm answering. So if you see a hoof print in the snow, you do not invoke a unicorn. You invoke a horse, because horses you already have evidence for. So methodological naturalism is saying we can only invoke the horses, not the unicorn, to explain the hoof print. Now, if you have some additional evidence that can show that the unicorn exists, then that would be reasonable to invoke. But until you do that, you can't invoke unicorns.
Your definition of methodological naturalism contradicts the Piglucci one I just put up.
No, I've literally spoken to him about this. It does not.
No, it does, because what we have in front of us right now is this. It does not enter and need to be invoked in any discussions of scientific findings. Now, you did this. What you're doing now is you're adding something else supplementary, which is the reason why naturalistic explanations are favored is because they're verified when supernatural ones are not. That claim that you're making is a separate claim, and it does not go against what's being said here. It really doesn't. Yeah.
It doesn't go against it because it's the same thing. So why it does not enter and it does not need to be invoked is because it's not verified.
Look, God's existence is something which science can't verify. Yes or no?
False. We can verify it if you make the right claims.
Okay. So you're saying God, the transcendent creator, is a scientific hypothesis?
Yeah, lots of gods are testable.
Again, you're not really getting my point here. What you're basically doing is this. You're saying
I can prove it.
Look, this is just a joke, to be very fair with you.
So do you want me to prove it?
God.
What are you going to, sorry, I'm interested. What are you going to prove?
One second, Hamza.
God is testable. I can prove that a transcendent God is testable.
Hamza, let's deal with one thing at a time. Yeah.
Go on.
God by definition, the belief in God that we have is a being that is unseen. So we believe we can arrive at God's existence using reason, using fitrah, our natural inclination, but not observation. Science deals with observation. So how can you use something which its main operation is using observation to observe the unobservable? It doesn't make any sense, Tom. And this definition of methodological naturalism, which we have here, this definition, it rules out this idea that you can just willy-nilly in science add in hypotheses which are supernatural. You simply cannot do that.
No. So you can use indirect observation, which is something commonly used in science. So what you do is you say, if a transcendent God exists, and I can pray to this God to give me a golden brick, and a golden brick appears in front of me every time I pray, that would be verification of your God. You don't need to directly observe the God.
Wait. Tom, that would not be verification of the concept of God that I just said. That would be verification of a cartoon, right? A God that no one believes in. That's what that would be a verification of. You made
Sabor, it doesn't matter what the God does.
No, you know what you've done, Tom, right? We're talking about our concept of God, transcendent God. You've come up with a straw man, which is a God that when you click your fingers, you get a Ferrari. Oh, I didn't get a Ferrari. Therefore, this concept of God doesn't exist.
The gold brick doesn't matter. The gold brick is just an example.
It does matter, because what you've done is we're talking about the existence of a transcendent creator. You've made a straw man, and you've used that to try and disprove our point. And it doesn't make any sense.
No, Sabor, it doesn't matter. It's just a random example I thought of in my head. The point is that you can make testable predictions based off of a transcendent being.
But you're not using a random example here. You're using a random example to make a general point. That's what you're doing. And that random example, if it's a straw man, we're going to point you out as a straw man.
No. The example was, can you make a testable prediction of a transcendent being? So I just imagined a transcendent being, which is my God, not yours.
Yeah, but Tom, the point here is that your imagination of the transcendent being.
No. This is my transcendent being. This is only mine, not yours. So I'm saying.
So let me ask you a question, Tom. A magician comes up to you, right?
Sure.
And he says, "I'm going to pray to my God that a rabbit comes out of this hat." Yeah. And then a rabbit comes out of the hat. Do you now believe God exists?
If it's novel, testable, falsifiable, verifiable, yes.
Right. So what's your first result? What's your first thought when you see the rabbit come out of the hat?
Well, since we already see rabbits, there's nothing novel about it. It has to be a novel prediction. So.
Oh, it's come out of a hat from nowhere.
Right. So if it was a novel prediction, that would be good evidence.
So if a magician pulls a rabbit out of a hat, you now believe that this God exists?
No, because we've already seen rabbits in a hat. That's not novel. It has to be novel.
You've already seen gold bricks. What's that got to do with anything?
I've never seen a gold brick materialize in front of me. That would be really cool.
You haven't seen a rabbit come out of a hat?
Yes, I've seen lots of rabbits come out of
Right, and why is that not God?
Because it's not novel. It's not a novel testable prediction.
What's the first time the rabbit came out of the hat?
Which is something common. So if you say, like, I saw the sunrise tomorrow, that wouldn't be evidence of God either. We've all seen the sunrise.
No, but you asked for someone to pull something from nowhere. For me, you get rinsed by Dynamo and David Blaine and all that. They'll show you miracles, mate.
Can you share my screen, please?
Yeah, 1 second.
No, all those things they've done are things we've already seen. So none of that is novel. You need is a novel testable prediction. So if you can...
this is something interesting which I thought I'd bring up, which is what Richard Lewontin says about this, right? It's not the methods and institutions of science somehow compel us to accept a material explanation for the phenomenal world, but on the contrary, that we are forced by our a priori adherence to material causes to create an apparatus of investigation and a set of concepts that produce material explanations, no matter how counterintuitive, no matter how mystifying to the uninitiated. Moreover, that materialism is absolute, for we cannot allow a divine foot in the door. If that's not explicitly clear, I don't know what is. And
that's philosophical naturalism, so that's not what we're talking about. I don't know what
he's talking about in science. It's not the methods and institutions of science somehow compel us to accept a material explanation of the phenomenal world. He's talking in the context of
materialism is absolute. That's literally the definition of philosophical naturalism.
Yes, and he here is talking about explanations being used within science. So within science, they cannot allow a divine foot in the door.
Right, because he's a philosophical naturalist. So I don't know why you brought that up.
Wait. Tom, do you now finally realize? Do you finally realize?
No, remember, Sabor, there's a difference between...
You realize you've shot yourself in the foot right now?
No, you have.
You don't realize you shot yourself in the foot right now.
Sabor, remember,
You said divine, you said supernatural explanation could be used. Methodological naturalism doesn't discount them. You can discount them. Here we have a direct scientist saying the opposite, and you're like, oh no, that's not what he means. Like, we could do that all day. We could just keep. I can.
No.
That this is what a scientist says. You could say, well, that's not what he really meant. What he really meant was this.
No, Sabor, there's a difference between methodological naturalism and philosophical naturalism. As you've pointed out, he is a philosophical naturalist. He is not talking about methodological naturalism. He is a philosophical naturalist. Those are two different things.
Do I have to read it out to you again? He's talking about within the institutions of science, you cannot have non-material explanations.
Sabor, the quote literally said, materialism is absolute. That is literally the definition of philosophical naturalism. That is not methodological naturalism. Like, what are you talking about?
Look, okay, do you know what? I'm going to read it out again because you simply don't understand. Like, and
materialism is absolute. Is literally
similar last time when you refused to admit that Dawkins was wrong about something. Yeah,
he wasn't.
You're just doing the same thing again.
I was right again.
You were not right. You were very
much.
While
you're looking for that, Sabor, I just want to, unless you find it very quickly. So interestingly, when you gave your gold brick experiment, one of the things you said was, "This is my conception of God," and I think this is the problem that happens. Actually, you tend to make these sort of straw men gods, and then you propose that as a God that will give you a gold bar as soon as you sort of request one, as something that actually would be something that any theist would accept as any model for a god.
Well, no, I would never do that.
There's no one here who accepts that that a god would exist who would give you a gold bar just when you requested one.
Right.
So
I never said that.
The experiment itself is flawed because it's not looking for the right thing. Does that make any sense to you?
No, none at all. Because again, the question was, can we make a testable prediction for a transcendent being? I gave an example of, here is a transcendent being, like if it would give us gold bricks. That is one we can test for. So yeah, it is possible.
Tom, but so here, this is what I'm saying to you. So you've missed the point. So what you're doing is you're imagining a transcendent being who would give you a gold bar, and say, if there was a transcendent being who, whenever I asked for a gold bar, would give me a gold bar. If that being existed, then the way I would test that is by asking for a gold bar, and every time I got a gold bar, that transcendent being would exist. Yeah. No one believes amongst us that there is a transcendent being who, whenever you ask for a gold bar, would give you a gold bar.
Okay. I never said you did.
How is that evidence for finding the existence of God, for example?
So remember, your question was, is it possible? Is it logically possible, like in any possible world, doesn't matter if we believe it or not, is it logically possible to do a test that could verify a transcendent being? And I'm like, yes, it is. If there was a transcendent being like this, doesn't matter if anybody believes in it, then we could test for this kind of transcendent being.
Yeah, so this is exactly the point that I was making. So you've made up a transcendent being that no one accepts.
Right.
Yeah. So Imran, yes. Like, your point is quite clear. Like, it's just a straw man, right? But anyway, about this, like this particular quotation, which all Tom could read is materialism is absolute. Like, he was absolutely blind to everything else. From the very beginning, we can see this quotation is about science, our willingness to accept scientific claims that are against common sense. And this is about science and the supernatural. In this context, we're being told divine explanations are not allowed a foot in the door within science. This is what Richard Lewontin's talking about. So it's very important that when methodological naturalism is being put forward, that we understand, do you know what? We can accept it as a working assumption, but this doesn't lead to philosophical naturalism. Now, Tom is again and again and again, despite all of the evidences we're giving, he's still like, no. Within science, you can have divine explanations. You can have supernatural explanations. They perfectly fit, right? But this is the exact opposite of what Richard Lewontin's saying and other scientists are saying. So I don't see how, Tom, your position has any weight.
Because philosophical naturalism is also a scientific position. That's philosophical naturalism. Like, if you are a philosophical naturalist, then you believe that you can't ever put divine explanations ever in anything because materialism is absolute. That's literally talking about philosophical naturalism. Like,
this is talking about methodological naturalism.
Where does it say that? Where does it say methodological anywhere in that?
Look, it doesn't need to say methodological. What is it saying? It's talking about science, and it's talking about within science, there's a commitment to materialism. And that materialism is that they're forced by the a priori adherence. What does a priori mean? A priori means before observation, before observation, Tom. So I want you to just at least understand, right? Before we get down to whether you're going to admit that Richard Dawkins is wrong about methodological naturalism and philosophical naturalism, at least understand that methodological naturalism rules out supernatural explanations.
No, that's philosophical naturalism. I'm literally just reading this off of the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy.
You simply don't understand what's going on.
No, I do. I'm literally reading this off of the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Philosophical naturalism.
I'm reading out something to you that's crystal clear.
Where does that say methodological naturalism? It doesn't anywhere.
Talking about scientific claims.
So is philosophical naturalism. It's also talking about scientific claims. So that does not help your case at all.
Look, what it is divine explanations are not accepted by Richard Lewontin. Do you at least admit that?
Yes, he's a philosophical naturalist.
And he's a methodological naturalist.
Where does it say that?
He's talking about scientific claims, and within the scientific claims, they don't accept divine claims.
If you just Google his name, you can find an explanation of his actual position. He is a philosophical naturalist. So he's also going to be.
I already know he's a philosophical naturalist. What I'm saying to you is he's talking about the way that science actually works, and science doesn't accept supernatural explanations.
Which is philosophical naturalism. So he's not talking about methodological naturalism. He's talking about philosophical naturalism, which also happens to talk about science.
Look, Tom, let's deal with one thing at a time. Is he talking about science in this passage?
Yes.
Yes. And he's talking about within the way his understanding of science, you do not accept supernatural explanations.
Which is called philosophical naturalism, yes.
But he's doing that within the realm of science. And he believes that is a commitment to materialism science has.
Which is called philosophical naturalism, yes.
Well, it's not. Philosophical naturalism can exist even if the scientific method did not. Do you agree with that?
Sure.
Yes. So here he's talking about within the field of science, you have to be committed to only material causes. Yes or no?
No, he's talking about from philosophical naturalism. Like this is literally his position. This is not, there's no ambiguity there. Find where he says methodological anywhere in
it, because he's talking about science here. That's why.
Science does not mean methodological. You talk about science and ontology.
You can't be so dumb to actually think it has to say methodological. He's talking about scientific claims, and within scientific claims, they do not accept non-supernatural. They don't accept supernatural claims. They don't.
You think talking about methodological naturalism, it has to say methodological.
When I previously used the quotation from Piglucci, which did say methodological naturalism, you still didn't accept it. It's the same as last time when you refused to accept when Dawkins was actually wrong. I just think you're absolutely blinded by new atheism, and you cannot see the wood from the trees, and you can't admit that there's simply a incoherency in what you're saying.
Yeah, that's because it's patently false. I have dozens of quotes of methodological naturalists saying, yes, you can accept supernatural causes, as in all of the papers I listed that are actually supernatural published.
Rupert Sheldrake, that was the name you kept pointing out.
No,
I mean,
he's
not a
methodological naturalist.
The very fact, yes, of course I know that. The very fact you had to use Rupert Sheldrake shows how desperate you are to prove a fringe opinion as being the main opinion.
No, I don't have to use him. There are thousands of papers.
Rupert Sheldrake first.
No, there are thousands of papers, and that doesn't help your case at all. That's just an ad hominem. He has academic published papers in journals by methodological naturalists.
Why did you use somebody who absolutely is not accepted by new atheists?
Because he's a very famous name that anybody can search and find papers for.
No, because he is somebody that is not accepted, meaning his claims are seen as unscientific and pseudoscientific.
Yes, so is all parapsychology, but they can publish papers in academic journals that are methodological naturalist journals. The methodological naturalists do not reject the supernatural just out of hand, a priori. They do not do that, which is we can prove that because they accept papers in journals.
What does methodological naturalism mean?
It means the application of just methodological sciences that are verifiable to the natural world.
To the natural world. Okay. And what type of explanations do they actually use?
Natural ones.
Thank God.
Because there's no evidence of the supernatural.
That is literally the only thing I was trying to get you to admit. They use natural explanations.
Correct. That's what they do. Because there is no evidence of the supernatural, and that's it. If
Okay.
there
But you're
was,
just
you'd
showing
use
your
it.
papers and they don't look
Like
for
literally
know what?
ask anyone
You know
who
what?
is a logical
Do you
naturalist
admit,
if
do
there is
you
evidence
admit
of supernatural.
wait,
They
hang
will.
on, hang on. Do you admit philosophical naturalism is a faith?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Job
I'm happy to say that. I'm not a
Job done.
philosophical naturalist.
done.
It's definitely possible for there to be supernatural.
I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that because you admitted something which new atheists are not really comfortable with.
Sure.
All right, can we move on, or can we just bring someone else on?
Okay, yeah, you guys mentioned like the very beginning, Hamza, you were talking about how science and Islam aren't in conflict, and you brought up the fact that many things in science originate in Islam, and I totally agree. Lots of things in science originate in Islam. That's where algebra and arithmetic came from.
Can I just repeat what I said? Because you just misquote me from the off.
Sure.
Okay. I said, from my many discussions on Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, comment section, all these kind of things, Speaker's Corner, whatever it may be, the atheist has this idea that it's science versus Islam. That and what we've demonstrated at the start of this stream was the fact that the foundations of the science used today emanated from Islam, from Muslims, Ibn Sina and such. Yeah. So the idea that Islam can be against science when it kind of originated the modern science we have today, you accept that particular point, yeah?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like Islam has made massive contributions to science, like algebra and arithmetic are.
Oh, we're talking about the fact, yeah,
Math. Math is
the
part of
method we're
science.
talking about.
Actually, the scientific method itself.
The actual method itself.
Right. Math is kind of important in that. So Islam invented math, which is it's huge.
No,
for science.
Muslims did not. Muslims got it from the ancient Hindus, the Brahmins, and these types.
Well,
so
algebra and arithmetic. So
yeah.
those,
the thing is, we're not making the claim that from like the Greeks weren't important. The Greeks were super important.
right. I'm agreeing with you. I agree that Islam was a huge in science.
Let's go to the fun part. Where do we disagree?
Right. So the disagreement is the genetic fallacy. The fact that Islam made contributions in making science doesn't mean that there isn't conflict between science and Islam. So the conflict is the fact that because of the way science is now, it does conflict with Islam. There are contradictions in the way, because of how we require evidence in science, that Islam cannot support evidence in that way. Therefore, there is a contradiction between science and Islam.
Okay,
science,
so first, I would say the genetic fallacy. I would say that's we're not making the claim just because Muslims were pivotal in science. Therefore, science doesn't contradict with Islam in terms of its claims. What we were saying was it doesn't contradict in terms of the flourishment of science and the flourishment which was enhanced by the Islamic values, such as the value of truth and knowledge and these types of things, and saving a life is like saving all of mankind. So the values of Islam. So we're talking about Islam doesn't hinder science from that perspective. We weren't saying because Muslims were pivotal in science, therefore nothing in science can ever contradict Islam. That's a complete straw man. We never said that.
Wait, I thought Hamza said the whole thing that atheists were saying was that there's a conflict between Islam and science.
Yeah, and
I said the atheists say they have science, we have faith.
Right.
Yeah. Atheists also have faith, though, and Tom admitted that.
I don't have any faith in my position at all. But so if
you do.
Hamza. So when the atheists are saying
faith in the uniformity of nature.
I don't have faith in that at all. That's demonstrable induction. I have induction for that. But
wait. For induction to work, for science to function, metaphysically, you have to have a belief in the uniformity of nature.
No, you don't.
So you don't believe in the uniformity of nature?
No, there are actually many laws of nature that have changed over time. You don't.
No. Tom, laws of nature, or what we perceive to be laws, them changing, ontologically, the existence of a uniformity of nature. You don't think you have faith in that?
Right. If it changes, it's not uniform.
No, we're not talking about our understanding of our theories, which change all the time.
Oh yeah, you're right. So, like for example, gravity. Right, I understand what you're saying. So gravity itself used to be repulsive at the early stages of the universe.
Again, we're not talking about our view. We're not
right.
talking about
I understand.
We're talking about ontologically, metaphysically, that there is a uniform. You're saying you don't believe that?
Correct. Gravity literally changed. It was not the same all the time throughout all the time.
Tom, I don't think you understand me. We're talking
let Imran clarify. Let Imran clarify, because
the physical force of gravity.
So Tom, just want to make that point, Tom. So the point that this is similar to the point that I was making earlier. So now you're saying that did the reality of gravity change, or did the idea about gravity
At the beginning of the universe, gravity was repulsive. It pushed things away, and now it's attractive, so it pulls things together. So gravity literally, physically, ontologically changed from the early universe to today. The laws of nature have changed over time, ontologically.
So I just want to understand this. So in your is everything in your stream of consciousness uniform?
No, I don't know what you mean.
So let's take a part of the universe that you're not in at the moment. Is it the same? Is it let's say the other side of the planet, for example? Is it under the same physical laws that the part of the planet that you're on in your stream of consciousness?
Yes, but some parts no.
Is it the same?
That's kind of the point of relativity, is that they're relative. The laws of physics are relative to your perspective in that case. So no.
So, and that's just you're making a little sort of just a squeak at saying no, but actually what you mean is that there's nothing substantially different between somebody, let's say Tom X on the other side of the planet having their experience of the universe, and you on your side of the experience of this planet having your experience. Is there any change in the physical laws for them? So let's say the relativity in terms of where you are compared to the other side of the thing out of it. Is the universe different over there in terms of its laws than it is here?
No, it would be different past in the time frame, not in the current time frame.
So so that's the point of it being uniform. So can we spread that out across the universe?
No, we can't, because there are certain cases where the laws of physics can and do change.
So if you're traveling through the universe, are the laws of physics changing for you as you're traveling?
Yes, depending on your location. Yes. So the laws of physics.
Give me an example.
Like if we could travel faster than the speed of light and go back in time, we could go to the point in time where gravity was repulsive, like at the Big Bang. Like that's the one I know of. But there are other cases where.
So I want you to talk about now. If you're traveling through the universe, will you travel through a region of the universe where the laws of physics are different from where you were, say, before?
Sure, if I went through a black hole.
Yeah, so this is proving the point. Because what you're doing is you're looking for the most esoteric out there theory to put forward as a possible explanation for an out. What reality is that universe is uniform. You're trying to look for those exceptions. Like if I went back to when the Big Bang, when the inflation initially happened, the circumstances might have been different. Or if I went through a black hole, maybe something would be different within the black hole. Now, you're being asked a very straightforward question, which you're sort of trying to slip through, is the universe uniform? Now, that's an assumption within science. If it wasn't, then what's the point of your experiment? Because what could be true for you in this part of the universe would be false for you in another part of the universe.
Yeah, it's generally the same in many cases. It doesn't need to be perfectly the same. So
so we agree then. That's the point that was being made.
No, because uniformitarianism is the assumption that it's always been the same and can't change. Like no
one's making that. No one's making that statement.
Okay, so then then we wouldn't disagree. It can change. So I don't assume it's uniform at all.
To make it easier, Tom, do you believe science has presuppositions?
It depends on your worldview.
So.
Tom, am I here?
Wait, hang on.
Yes.
So for science to actually function, you need maths, you need logic, you need testimony. Yeah, do you admit that?
Math and logic, yes, those aren't presuppositions.
No, as in you need science can't prove logic, can't prove mathematics, it can't prove the testimony being a root of knowledge. So science needs these other things for it to function. Do you admit that?
Yes, those aren't presuppositions though.
No, but you need them to do science.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And do you also believe that for us to be able to do science, we have to have a mind which can actually arrive at truth?
No, not necessarily.
You don't believe that?
Well, no, because fallibilism, you don't actually need truth in that case. But I don't see your point. So yes, we do need math and logic for sure. We need a mind that functions to some degree.
For us, and I mentioned this earlier on, we value truth. We not only can we arrive at truth, we also value truth.
Sure.
And all of these things, in essence, you can't justify using science. You can't use science to justify maths, logic, or the value of truth, or testimony of these things, right? These are all things which come together, and then you use that to build a scientific case.
Sure, but those aren't presuppositions. Like, I don't presuppose
Well,
math and
I think
logic.
you need presuppositions from the perspective that prerequisites. I think that would be a better.
Well, sure,
term.
there's lots of prerequisites to science.
Yeah,
Science isn't
So,
self-contained.
what I'm really trying to get at is to challenge the idea of scientism, that science being the only root of knowledge.
Right. I'm not a science. I don't adhere to scientism. I think
Well,
it's
that's
false.
great. That's great. That's good.
Okay.
I was just seeing if you believe in scientism, because
Oh yeah, no, definitely. You can have knowledge.
is something which is quite prevalent. I'm actually happy. I'm actually happy you're an atheist who doesn't believe in scientism.
Yeah, essentially no scientists or philosophers accept scientism anymore. We accept that there are kinds of knowledge, like conceptual knowledge, things that are true that we can know just by thinking about it.
We still have, we still have popular cultural scientism, right? So
yeah, sure. I don't really follow the popular culture stuff, so I don't really know much about that.
Yeah, but it is something we should challenge, because
all right, finally we've agreed on something. Tom, I'm going to chunk you off now. Going to let this other I am a new atheist on now.
But just do I have your permission to copy again?
What's that?
Do I have your permission to copy this onto my channel again?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Oh, thanks. All right, thanks, guys. Talk to you later.
Thanks, dude.
How much longer, Hamza? We've been on here for a while.
Let's just see this I am a new atheist, see what he's all about, and then give some Muslims some questions. Because I'll be honest with you, right? I wanted the stream to be something to learn, right? I wanted to come off the stream and know about Darwinian evolution, know its basis, know its foundations, know what their claims are, know what data they're using, learn about the genetic coding and all of this kind of stuff. And then as a Muslim house, we're going to have to do another stream on that. We made a mistake letting on J Mike early. That was the problem. It took us off track.
Can I just make I just want to really just, because I think one of the things that I've found, particularly in the first discussion and actually in all the discussions, is there's an avoidance of just being straightforward with what you're saying. It's almost like a defensiveness. And I don't know why that's the case. Really, it's really straightforward questions. Do you believe that the universe is uniform? I mean, the answer to that is it has to be, right? I mean, if you're going to be doing the science and you're going to have laws that would apply in this universe, then those laws would have to apply uniformly.
Yeah.
The idea that I'm going to find that little thing like the black hole. If I went in a black hole, maybe the laws would be different. It's the exception that proves the rule, and it's these sorts of slipperiness in sort of having a conversation that doesn't really get you anywhere. And I'm surprised that this is where the conversations are going.
Yeah, Imran, within your field of work, you have to get measurements right. And as you know, as a doctor, you get measurements wrong in your medical exam and you're done. You're finished, right? So imagine I'm doing the medical exam with you and I'm kind of like, well, in quantum mechanics, sometimes a particle can exist and not exist at the same time. Sometimes it can act differently if it's observed, and all this type of stuff. And then it's like, well, is this really? I start challenging the most basics of the most basic knowledge that we have, based upon some Copernican interpretation of quantum mechanics or many worlds or whatever it is. You can always do that, but it's just absolutely pointless. I mean, you literally you get nowhere. And the very fact that when Tom came on board and he tried to say, no, methodological naturalism allows supernaturalism, and then he used Rupert Sheldrake, is, for anyone who knows, he's absolutely ripped apart. No one takes him seriously, yeah? So for him to try and use that, I mean, from the very, it is a flat-footed assumption. You just walk into a discussion that someone's going to buy that. Like, we're not going to buy that. Like, how will you take, and if it's the case that Rupert Sheldrake's right, why is it that PZ Myers and others got involved to get his TED Talk banned? Because they said it's pseudoscience, not based on his results, based upon his methodology that there's something beyond the natural, right? So one thing I do like about Tom is he admitted that philosophical naturalism is a faith, even though he tried to say he doesn't have faith. But
yeah, we take something from it. It's cool. Right, let's see what this geezer's all about. All right, I'm a new atheist. The floor is yours. Hello. Okay. 5, 4, 3.
Are the laws of physics not the same in this area?
2, 1. All right. All right, we're going to let some Muslims come on now, and they can ask some. They've not really learned anything as such. They can take away, but let's see if they can ask some questions. Yeah, so we're going to let some Muslims onto the stream now. You've got 2-3 minutes to make your question or point. Yeah.
I think there was lots to learn from the stream, actually.
No,
And
I know.
think
But
the thing to learn actually was that this just really the methodology of the argumentation of the atheists bringing, because really it's not straightforward. I mean, even not even agreeing that nationalism basic assumption within the scientific method. I mean, that blows my mind. I mean, like, really, come on.
What he was saying was not entirely wrong. It was a gross misuse of a nuance. Yeah. So, for example, the way science works is all over the world. Methodological naturalism is just the standard approach. However, there are some scientists who did this ridiculous thing where they got some patients who were ill, then they took a group who prayed for them, another group who they were not prayed for, and then they said, well, prayer doesn't work. Stupid things like that, which technically they're accepting some sort of supernaturalism, but it's not. It's just a joke. It's just, that's not our conception. And like I said to Tom, I said, well, how can science, which is based on observation, prove the unobservable, God? And he was like, indirect. And it's just using these. And look, for me, I mean, the very fact that last time when he came on board, he refused to accept Dawkins did anything wrong. And then today it was the same thing with supernatural, same thing with laws of nature, or same thing with science needs other things. This is kind of like, it's a pointless discussion with him.
This is look, I thought the last talk with Tom was pretty pointless. I thought I'd give him another chance, and it just went to the same way. We could have easily ended up on morality and ethics and all that business. So
vegetarian eagles.
no, I thought I'd give him a chance, but I think it's pointless, to be honest with you. I think it's a waste of time, personally. Anyhow, Assalamu alaikum, Ahmed. What's the point? What's your question?
Assalamu alaikum, guys. How you doing? You all right?
Alhamdulillah.
Assalamu alaikum, Sabu. Mashallah, it was a good discussion. I think the first guy that came on, what's his name? Mike. Is it Mike? J Mike. Yeah, sorry, J Mike. Genuinely, as a neutral, you're just watching, not being involved in the discussion. I really found him really arrogant, and I don't mean that in a attacking way. But what happened was when Sabor and you guys were kind of deconstructing what he was saying, I kind of saw that he kind of like humbled himself a little bit, and I think it's important that if you're gonna come on a stream, don't come on a stream here and not actually know what it's about. I think that's the one fundamental mistake he made. And the other thing that the mistake that he made here was that you guys kept telling him that, look, we'll show you why evidences are in another stream. He just didn't have the patience. And I found that extremely frustrating, because you're throwing ad hominems and you're saying that you've got, you're studying this and that. It's just like, look, just come on neutral, just look at what the guy's actually talking about and actually respond to that. But he just kind of wanted to jump in straight in. But the only guy that I found here that had any sort of credibility was Tom. Every time when Tom comes on, I do feel as though that he makes some interesting, conversations and theories. I think the only thing is that for a layman like myself, I think it goes a bit over our head, all these terminologies and stuff like that. So I agree with Hamza that I think at some point it'll be good to kind of like deconstruct and actually explain these terms and really go to the basics. But I think with Tom here and Sabor, I think it's just agree to disagree. That's the best way to put it. He's got some interesting, theories and propositions, but like last time we talked about attaining objective morality from laws of nature. I found that really problematic. And I remember Hamza, you gave an example of the lion doing something that kind of the lion's following the laws of nature, but then Tom is saying, oh, but that's wrong. But the lion's following there's a hierarchy of order of things. So but yeah, the other thing is I couldn't. I think maybe when you guys bring some atheists on, and I'm just giving you constructive feedback. It'd be really good to just kind of lay out the terms and conditions of that person talking. I know it's difficult because sometimes that person may not abide by those rules, but because at some point people were talking over each other and I could not make out what you guys were saying at one point. Completely
So
lost
the video will be up on the channel anyway, and it'll be cut into bits.
Yeah.
So you'll see the intro, you'll see each guest that came on and their points. All right, bro. Jazakallah khair for your feedback.
No worries.
Assalamu alaikum. Okay.
Sorry
about that. Well, what it was, I was making space, yeah, and I thought by kicking out that, them text things you had going on, I didn't realize it would kick you as well. So sorry about that. Forgive me.
Yeah. I was actually thinking about this. There's an, when I was saying about the religious identity of new atheism, which people like, who did I mention? David Sloan Wilson was speaking about. So he mentions, he's an atheist, but he speaks about new atheism as a religion. He calls it a stealth religion. He says it's a religion which pretends not to be a religion. And when I'm speaking to people like Tom and Monkfish and Jay, whatever his name was, J Mike, there's this consistent thing that you see that we're giving a broad perspective. So we're saying God is not undermined by science, or we're saying this, or we've got these broad narratives. They'll come along and they'll just go off into one little nuance and they'll just hold on and try and prove a point. So for example, Tom came, he didn't show atheism is correct. He didn't show belief in God doesn't make sense. He didn't show science undermines the existence of God. All he was trying to show is your definition is not exactly the right one. The same thing with Monkfish. My general position that instead of me saying, I said Dr. Imran, that's his position. He couldn't argue with it. All he was trying to say is, well, you use the word unobservable. You used the word unseen. You should have used unobservable, right? It's just winning on small petty points. But in all honesty, the broad perspective, and I think what we need to start doing now is the same thing. So when they come and they say, okay, so thank you for joining we said to him, thank you for joining the stream. By the way, here's our narrative. What do you disagree with? Rather than going into a minutiae little thing, like the thing about denying the uniformity of nature, Imran was in a very polite, super polite way trying to explain to him, well, in order to do science, you have to assume what happens here happens there. Like that's what he was trying to do. And Tom was not having it. And it was just, I was just listening to it thinking, this is a bit pointless, guys. You know what I mean? Because it's
It reminds me of my talks in the park, though, where it looks like it's chaos, but then when you watch it back, you can take points out of it, and amazing what people take from these things. So it's all been worthwhile, alhamdulillah. Let's give these guys some chance. So, like I said, ask your question. Yeah, 1 second, Ahmed.
You're muted.
Assalamu alaikum. Yeah, it was quite a good discussion, and I quite enjoyed it, to be honest. Even though sometimes it was quite frustrating to see some of those guys disagreeing things that were really quite straightforward and quite simple. The only comment I would like to mention is actually going down that route of the philosophy, and I know like some of the shuyukh, such as Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah, they mentioned that sometimes it might be useful going down that route that is very specific. I don't know what your comments are in terms of going into these, like maybe for the general public, maybe it seems a bit too specific and too detailed and too philosophical, some of the discussions where these people, they failed on a general, plain and obvious points that could be made. For example, when you were disagreeing with the naturalism, the two types, philosophical and this, well, in science they don't agree at all that God can be proved or can be tested. So that would be my comment. I don't know if that makes
thanks
sense.
for your feedback, Ahmed. Much appreciated. Take care, bro. Right, Muslims. When I bring you on, I have a question. We got Sabor, we got the doctor here, mashallah. All right, assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me clearly?
Yep, alhamdulillah.
Yes. I'm from Bangladesh, by the way.
Okay.
I had a question to Sabur about objective morality. We know that God is the anchor, right? But where does the morality come from? Is that come from within our soul or the scripture?
A very good question, Brother Shipton. So as Muslims, we believe that fitra, which is innate within us, we recognize good and bad. We recognize the basis. So when the Prophet ﷺ went to Quraysh, and he tried to tell them, don't bury your newborn daughters, don't cheat. He wasn't teaching them anything new. Even though they were doing shirk and they were doing these things, everybody has the same fitrah. Now, philosophers, they call this core morality. So you have cultural variants, you have different cultural norms, right? So I'll give you an example. You have the cultural norm of circumcision, say, right? So you have circumcision in, say, Asia, and you don't have circumcision in the West. So it seems like they have two different moralities. However, what it is that they both believe in the core moral principle: don't harm a child. Don't you have the right to what you've earned. If you've earned something, you take it. What else? Don't harm an innocent person. Be good to your parents. So core morality is something we have, it's fitri. But then revelation comes and teaches us what we don't know. So revelation comes and says interest is haram. Revelation comes and says if somebody commits if someone commits a crime, here's the punishment. So the fitri things, those are natural, but the other things we know through divine revelation.
Thanks for the answer. I try to do a little bit of that on my own. Sometimes I started to watch Speaker's Corner. I started with Hamza first. He was the one I started first. I had a question to Hamza that when I talk to a Hindu guy, Sanatan, there are Christians and Hindu who believe in one God. So how do I invite him to Islam?
Okay, first, well, this is my way I would deal with it. They say they believe in one God. So the point here is this. What's the concept of that and why did they believe that? So, for example, why did they believe Ganesh and the elephant head flex and all this kind of stuff? They're not born believing this thing. It's taught to them. So the question is asked, why do they believe it's true? See, I personally think it's very hard to deliver Islam to somebody who's already holding on to a belief. So first you need to question that particular belief and shake it. That's just my way. So if they're a Hindu, if they're a Christian, you don't attack what they believe. Ask them why they believe it and let them unravel themselves, because they'll realize, they'll come down to their first principles and they'll realize it's an assumed position with no foundation. And it's at that point then you can ask them, well, you thought it was because of this. You've seen yourself it's not the case. So now why do you believe it's true?
My question was, some Hindus and some Christians actually believe in one God. And they
you speak to a Christian and say they believe in one God, then they'll start talking about Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, co-equal, distinct being.
No. Some accept Jesus as prophet, still they don't take Jesus as literal Son of God. They believe in they're in between. So we have to take them to we have to invite them to Islam. Now I want to learn the way how to do that. Similarly, there are some Hindus who believe in one God, not Ganesh, etc. There are in Sanatan Vedas, or the concept is that you have one true God with no image. So
okay, look, here's the thing. You see, it's not believing God exists that matters. Yeah, because the devil, Shaitan, believes in God. Yeah, believes in Allah.
Yes,
It's not
true.
believing God exists. It's obeying God, submitting and surrendering your will to God. And to do that, you have to follow the messengers. And to follow the messengers, you have to find the messengers and test the messengers. And then all you need to do then, if you're presenting to a Christian or an atheist and such, present Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Demonstrate how he's a messenger of God. And if he's a messenger of God, then he's bringing a message from God. And if you say you worship God, you should be following this message. That's what I would do. That would be my route.
Also, what I would say, Brother Shipton, if you go
Shipon.
Shipon, if you go to just go into the IRA channel, we have Dawah training courses that you can watch there. Because it's not how do you give Dawah to a Hindu, like explaining to you we can give you a few thoughts, but it's very important to do a thorough course which teaches you how to break down each thing. You're in the private chat, so I'm going to put a link to the channel, but there's loads of videos on this, on how to give Dawah and stuff.
I subscribed to IRA, but I didn't watch a lot of videos from there. But I usually watch lots of Speaker's Corner and Sagar's videos, your videos.
Alhamdulillah. Right, bro, sorry, I have to limit your time, Shipon. Yeah, so we'll put the link in there. Check it out, yeah, because we're trying to get as many as we can on. All right?
Thank you guys for the answers. I really love you guys. I learned a lot.
Take care, my brother.
I learned a lot.
Assalamu alaikum. Okay, brothers, when you come on, or sisters, when you come on, ask your question. Don't ask more than one question. So make sure it's the most important question you want to ask, and try to limit it. We don't want to get into a massive dialogue because there's many people waiting. All right, and we want to go to bed. Zabor's gone.
No, I'm enjoying this. I'm just looking at, when the discussions today. It's kind of like, okay, so when, like, obviously we're doing the live stream and we're talking and we sort of forget what it's like being a viewer. But when I saw, for example, when Imran was speaking to T-Jump and making very basic points and he's like not having it, and that goes on for a long time, when you go through the comment section, you realize actually a lot of people get frustrated and I think they drop off. So I think with some of these atheists, we just need to give them
because it started getting, I don't agree, all right, you don't agree, thank you. That's why I did in the comments, thumbs up or thumbs down. All right, Dawah, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. How are you, all of you today? Yeah, sorry, I didn't watch the whole stream. I was at work. Just saw the last bit of Tom. Just want to comment on that, and then a little bit small question for Sabur. Like, I thought basically just to know if it's valid or not. Brother Imran just said at the end, basically you're talking about the uniformity in the universe, saying science wouldn't make sense if you don't believe in uniformity, and that just was like, that was so basic, but he wouldn't just accept that. I don't know what this is why. But anyways, the thought was, and so correct me because I'm not that much into science, but I know you are. When he's talked about when he gave the example of the black hole and then the beginning of the universe. Basically, if you really go to it, he doesn't have any evidence for that either. It's a belief system. They might have some evidence but not direct evidence, I would believe so. Correct me if I'm wrong, that's what I'm reaching out to you. At the end of the day, him saying that going into a black hole would change the laws of nature, again, would be a belief system because he doesn't know, he hasn't been into a black hole, right? And he wasn't over there observing the start of the universe, so that still would be a belief saying that this is how the rules were different, right? To some extent. And I see them like they always go to these extreme examples, like you guys were saying as well. When you talk to like anything, like for example abortion, right? People will always go to the extreme examples of where the mother is like not well or where rape happens, but they don't go to the general conception of it. So I see atheists doing the same thing too. But like going to those examples as well, a lot of belief is taken into it. What would you say?
Yeah. So it's a very good question. The way I'd explain it is, you see, right now, we have a perception of reality and we have reality. Yeah. So right now, this room, the walls, they look kind of yellowish, but in reality, when there's full daylight, they're actually gray. Yeah. So there's a reality out there and there's a perception of reality. Yeah. So the perception changes. A table, when you look at it from different angles, it looks bigger and smaller and this type of thing. So the point about the uniformity of nature, which he was not getting, is this, yeah? So you have you have the overall picture of the universe, what fundamentally lies in the universe. That's the uniformity of nature. Then you have our laws, what we come up with. We come up with Newtonian theory and general relativity, and we come up with quantum mechanics, and this. Those are all pixels, but the overall picture is the laws of nature. So the laws of nature is just an assumption you have to have in science. I mean, I've spoken to academics who've published papers on this, right? People who've published in mainstream journals, and they talk about this, and he's just like, oh yeah, uniformity of nature, we don't need it. No, just like you have reality and then you have perception of reality. Perception can keep changing, but the reality is there. The reality is always there. Yeah. Likewise, in science, you have uniformity of nature, which is there, and everything we do in science is a perception which keeps changing. So even this example with the black hole, if we go through the black hole and there's some changes, whoever has all knowledge of the universe, they know fundamentally that there are some laws, even the laws of change for whoever goes through the black hole. So ultimately, at rock bottom, there are immutable laws of the universe. Yeah, and science is always evolving to try and get closer to those laws. Yeah, so that's all that was going on in the discussion. So it doesn't really matter whether he has evidence for whether things change in the black hole. Even if he had evidence, that wouldn't change the underlying argument, which is you have reality and you have perception of reality.
All right, bro.
Jazakallah khair for answering it. Thank you, guys.
Assalamu alaikum.
I don't know how you kept patient, Imran. I can't keep patient with these guys.
I was just trying to. I think with T-Jump, there's something odd. I don't know. When I keep him healthy and everything, there's something slightly odd about him, and it seems to be one of the things I found was that it's almost like you're looking for the most esoteric, most sort of strange, like you said, finicky thing, just so you can cling to that to say, no, I'm not going to answer this question, which is, 99.99% the answer is yes, but you're going to say no because of this 0.0001%, in possibility of something else being the case. It's a general thing that we see. I don't know, and it's a shame because the more he was talking, and I was like, I can't even have a basic conversation with you. Like the universe is uniform. You assume this. Wow.
So, 4517.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers. How you guys doing?
Salam.
Hopefully it'll be a quick question. As Muslims, what type of evidence do we accept? Brothers, I've seen a lot of your debates in Speaker's Corner, and you guys do an amazing job of smashing the narrative of, we accept it if it's empirical and deny everything else, as it were. And then, of course, I tend to use Hamza's favorite question: how do you know your dad's your dad?
No, why do you believe your dad's your dad?
Why do you believe your dad's your dad? Yeah. So that normally, throws off loads of tantrums and whatever else follows. So I'd like to have that question answered. But the second thing before I go is I'd like to call out a couple of the trolls on the comments, especially this guy, Pio Channel 2 and Thinking Clearly 2. Guys, grow a backbone and come on the stream. That's what it's for. So there's no point arguing in the comments with people that are lay in their knowledge. Come and speak to the experts. So thank you for your time, guys. Jazakallah khair.
And about this, like we added that atheist in the beginning, yeah, and he was commenting, and when he was commenting, he was challenging us. But as soon as he came on, he just changed the topic to something else. So
he came on with Francis Bacon.
Yeah, I mean, the funniest thing was, Imran, you weren't there at the time, right? So I gave a whole explanation of the history of science, starting with the Greeks, then what Ibn Haytham did, then how Ibn Haytham influenced Roger Bacon, Francis Bacon, and all these guys, all the way down to the Enlightenment and modern. So he came on, and then he tried to basically downplay Ibn Haytham and say it was Roger Bacon. And I was kind of like, I was waiting patiently. I was kind of like, that's 700 years late. And then he's like, that was a long, I said that before, forget that.
So it was the way he said it. It was the way he said it. He goes, yeah, well, I could bring up Francis Bacon and go into that, but I'm not going to do that. Right. Wait a minute. What happened? Why are you not going to do that? I thought the idea, I told him, come on, refute what's been said. So you specifically spoke about the history of science So he brings on Francis Bacon as if he's going to disprove that, and then he jumps on something else.
You know, that's a really good book I recommend. As the this is sort of backwards. Hidden Debt to the Islamic Civilization.
Yes,
this brother is really good. He lists all of the translations that were made from Arabic to Latin by the Renaissance scholars like Francis Bacon, etc. And they literally verbatim copied Arabic treatises and works into the Latin so they could be used and taught. I mean, Ibn Sina wrote the book, the Qanun, which is the canon of medicine, which was used for 500 years in the West as basic medicine. And, you know, it's just sort of swept under the carpet. SubhanAllah. So I'm not surprised that you pulled him up on that.
Abdulaziz, Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are you guys?
Good.
I have a question for both Sabur or Imran, whoever wants to take it. But the main evidence for evolution looks like everything looks the same. This looks like that, this looks like that. That's their main evidence. But if you look at marsupial mammals or marsupials and mammals, like we have the flying squirrel and the flying paraglider, they look exactly the same. But in their life tree or whatever they call it, they go off like completely different branches. So like these stuff don't make sense.
Yeah, I said something about this on the stream when I first started. You're misrepresenting their position, because if you speak to an atheist about why they believe in evolution, they won't talk about, oh, things look like each other. They'll talk about genetic code and all this stuff now. Yeah, the fossil record, and they won't go to they look like each other. Do you get me? So as Muslims, when you're dealing with atheists, this is from a lay position. Know their position. Know what they believe before you can take it down. Do you get me? Because you could be straw manning them into something that they're not even said or believe.
Yeah, but even if you go to the genetic code, like the genetic code is, they're using programs that presuppose evolution. That's
Yeah,
what.
yeah. You know about this, and this is, I think, important. Like Hamza pointed out, and you pointed out, either they look at physical similarities or genetic similarities or whatever. Fundamentally, what we have to understand is Darwin's theory is not a theory of similarity. It's not a theory of what's genetically similar or similar in terms of, you know, its physical morphological characteristics. What it's about fundamentally is change. How does change happen? Because things being similar, we knew this before Darwin. So even if we have genetics today, it makes no difference. We knew humans and chimps have similar anatomy, and when you get genetics, you see, okay, humans, pigs, chimps, bananas, we all have shared characteristics. The main question is it natural selection which did it blindly, right? Because if natural selection as a mechanism breaks, your entire tree of life breaks. Because you can't just say things are similar. You have to show, how does this get to that? And the only explanation they have today is natural selection. Now, if we can show natural selection is a poor mechanism, it can't create biodiversity, it can't create body plans, it can't do all these amazing things, then their tree of life falls apart. So the way we should tackle this, Brother Abdulaziz, is always take them back to natural selection. Yeah, that's the key to defeating this Darwinian sort of story that they give.
Okay, Abdulaziz, thank you for your question, my brother.
Thank you, brother.
I'll just add something very briefly to that.
Oh,
so when it comes to genetic code, now the genetic code is much less fascinating.
Yeah.
And the most fascinating thing about it is it's and I'm going to give an analogy. So if you imagine you come out of say you come out of your house and it's been snowing, and when you come out, the snow has landed in a message, and the message says, please wear your coat today. So the snow's fallen out of the sky and it's landed with this. And what you have in here is you don't just have letters, you don't just have words, you actually have something called grammar. So this is something that communicates a specific thing that has an outcome. So in terms of it makes sense to you, to your consciousness, so you can respond with this. Now, when you take something like random molecules coming together to form, say, some sort of structure, that's fine. You can say that might happen at some way. Let's not talk about abiogenesis now, but the idea that you can get sort of and the genetic code has a grammatical sense to it in that it produces a product afterwards. So that code is taken and it's put through other proteins which produce proteins at the end of it. And the protein is what we are. You know, we're made of proteins. So the genetic code itself is not in its own. It's actually the message with the grammar that gives the information to produce the thing which is the protein. Now you don't get. If I said to anybody that randomly the snowflakes fell and you got information which is at a level of grammar, you'd laugh at me. You'd say, no, someone's come out and they've taken away the other snow, and this is intentional. It's within that. The level of information is such that it's not just random letters falling around. It's not even random words falling around. It's actually a sentence that's make grammatical sense. Now you can't explain. You don't. For me, you cannot explain this in a purely naturalistic way, in the sense that they were just random events that have produced this. Because remember, you have to have that from the first set of molecules that would be producing to make the proteins, i.e., the first set of DNA or RNA, however you want to put it, because they're essentially just similar things, one string as opposed to two strands. Now, if someone's talking about genetic code, the first thing you have to explain is, where did the grammar come from? Where did this information come from that's within this? And that's completely missing. So people they'll take it's like, give me life, I'll explain evolution, and I'll explain the rest.
Exactly.
Give me the singularity, and I'll explain the universe. They're not explaining where this thing came from originally, which is I think missing the most important, the basic fundamental picture.
So they're hoping you're going to argue them. They're hoping you're going to argue against evolution, and so that they don't have to then sort out their first principle. All right, Abdulaziz, Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you.
Who's next? Okay.
We could have run the London Marathon in this time. You know that, brother.
Honestly, subhanAllah. Come on.
Hello. Can you get
hello. Turn your mic up a little bit. Can't hear you.
Let me try my best. Sorry. Is that better? I don't know. Oh yeah. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go on. What's your question?
So basically, I was wondering, because I was debating one of my friends, and he basically, I was asking him, give me one sec. I was asking him, do you believe anything can begin to exist without a cause? And basically, he first said yes, and he tweaked it up and said no, because he said gases don't have any cause. So, I mean that's one of the points that he made. So I didn't know what to say to that. And the other point that he made was basically there's this cell. Because I was asking him how did the creation begin to exist, and he was saying the cell basically just blew up, and that's how creation became to exist.
So okay.
Sorry if I.
So, brother, my general advice is a principle: is always remember the difference between an assertion and an argument. Yeah. Okay. So a lot of times I get questions from atheists, questions from Muslims saying, my atheist friend said design may be an illusion. What do I do? And before I give them an answer, I say to them, well, did you ask them? What I should say to them is, did you ask them why they thought that? So I would say, in your case, just do the same thing. So if he thinks this, ask him why. But also in the dawah, I think it's important, before you get into this, just stick to God's existence. And stick to it not only from an intellectual perspective, but also an existential perspective. Because something I learned from one of my teachers many years ago is if someone doesn't want to believe in God, you can give them all the arguments in the world. It makes no difference to them. So try to get people to understand that why the belief in God is important, why life is so short, and without God, life is meaningless. Also, something I tried to do earlier on in the live stream, didn't really get into a discussion about it. Also, this is something atheists don't want to talk about. Because life being meaningless is one topic. Everything else they can give you an answer on. This is one topic that they hardly have anything to say, and they don't like to talk about. Yeah. So I would say use a combination of those things.
Oh, I see.
All right, bro.
All right.
Okay, so
should we end it there?
We got just him and then Heisenberg, and then that's it.
Coolio.
Assalamu alaikum.
Salam.
Can you guys hear me fine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Okay, so really nice to meet you guys. I've been listening to you for many years, so it's the first time that I call in. That's quite an interesting moment. So thanks for all the work you're doing to start with. So my question to you was actually to Brother Sabur. Actually, I had two questions, but I will have to go for one just to not keep you guys all night long up. So the question is the following. I've heard you, brother, speak a lot about the whole evolution question, and even tonight you've done it. And I've always been surprised by how much pushback we actually put forth as Muslims. And so this is my question to you, and the argument, and I'd like to know what you think about it. I'm sorry for my French accent, by the way. So my point being, I've always been surprised because evolution to me, as a Muslim, seems to make a lot of sense. I always found that it's very much aligned with, let's say, the elegance and the way God could actually put forth life. Just using a very simple cell and deploying in something that is so complex and so rich that actually encompasses all the life that we've seen, that we see around us. That makes a lot of sense to me in a way that rather than God creating animals here and there, it basically just like started it with such a simple element. So that's very elegant, and that's for me is actually kind of makes the evolution an argument for God and not against it, though it's often used that way. So that's one point. And the second point is that within the Quran you can actually find a verse. I think it's in Surah Al-Ankabut that says "Fasiru fil ard fanduru kayfa bada al-khalq," something in that sense, like saying just walk the earth and see how so the creation started. And I heard Brother Norman Ali Khan once say that kind of this is a reminder of the whole evolution subject, saying that you can actually see around you today how the creation itself started, which kind of like links to it. Of course, it's a bit of a stretch, but
What's your question, bro?
my question is that one. Sorry, I was a bit long. So my question is this. Isn't it possible that actually this whole thing is completely compatible with the way Islam defines how God intervenes and how He created life? And if so, then why is this an argument at all? I understand why it's an argument on the atheist side. I don't see why it's an argument for us.
Yeah. So ironic, Osama. The whole idea of this stream was to answer that question.
Yeah. So
I apologize for that.
Yeah.
No. The whole idea of the stream was to present Darwin evolution and then how we as Muslims reconcile it.
Yeah. So the thing is, you obviously spoke about the Quran, but I want to first deal with. See, what you're saying is the first thing you're saying is, well, this can be compatible with God, right? But classical Darwinian theory, if you say you're a Muslim to an atheist and you say I accept biological evolution and this and this and this, they'll be happy. Where you'll agree is common ancestry. You'll both be like, yeah, all of life is interconnected. Where you're totally going to disagree is actually the core of Darwinism, because they're going to say natural selection is the main driving force. That's what created us. You're going to say God. So even if you say, okay, so we're going to accept it, you're not really accepting Darwinism. You're accepting common ancestry, but you're not accepting Darwinism, right? The second point is when you mentioned the Imam Ali Khan, and I actually remember that lecture as well because I was watching it. He didn't say this verse is referring to evolution. He said about origin of life and looking into life and this type of thing. The thing is about that, I mean, hypothetically, people say, and I've heard some scholars say, maybe it's possible different species have common ancestors and they have this and they have that. But one thing which is very important to understand, we can believe as Muslims that Homo naledi, Homo erectus, Denisovans, and all these things existed, right? We have no problem with that. But our particular species, Bani Adam, we don't believe they had any evolutionary forerunners, right? That's not possible. The Quranic paradigm is quite clear. The Quranic paradigm is that the creation of Adam and the creation of Eve were a supernatural event. Now, there's a whole discussion that some scholars have about, it's possible it was gradualistic. Others say no, it's instant. But one thing which is clear is that they definitely did not have any parents. Now, again, this is another point in which you will find that there's no way of reconciling Islam, the Quranic narrative, with this idea that humans and chimpanzees have a common ancestor, and Adam and Eve actually, well, they didn't exist from a Darwinian perspective. Adam, if you put Darwinian evolution, Adam is a myth then, right? Because there is no.
Understand. Can you forgive me just for responding on one thing? I just would like to answer on this, because this is the most important bit for me. Actually, let me give you a scenario. Is it possible that God created us exactly as he said, from nothing, but then when we were sent back on Earth, maybe he put us down in a body that was already there, pre-existing, as in a primate body, and therefore it's kind of the Adam that was created in the heaven, of course, was created from nothing, as you said, but then when we were brought back, then we were entered kind of in a primate body. Is that something that is completely rejected, and can you reject it today, or is it a possibility? That's it.
Look, people have come up with this. I've heard this before. I've heard this. I've heard many of these complicated things. But all of these discussions are fundamentally based upon this idea that because there's so much evidence for Darwinian evolution, we simply have to find a way of reconciling it with the Quran. And here's a potentiality. I reject that assumption that it's so much evidence for it that we simply cannot deny it, and then we have to look at ways of reconciling it. Because I don't accept that, I don't bother to go any further.
Okay, I understand.
All right, bro.
Point. Thank you. Thank you so much, brother. Take care of yourself, yeah? Assalamu alaikum.
Take care. We got an atheist mouthing off in the comments. I was so tempted to bring him on. Anyway, Heisenberg, what's the score?
Hi, gentlemen. Hi, guys. My question is actually a very deep philosophical question on the nature of God itself, but I realize you guys have been going for over 4 hours now, so I'm just thinking maybe it's a question for another day. But
it is for the Mohammed Hijab stream.
Yeah, shall we do that? It's a deep one on the actual on what I suppose a definition. Shall I give you the question maybe, and you guys can think about it?
It's too late for that. Tell us where you're from.
I'm from London, my friend.
Which part of London?
I'm from South London.
Okay, I'm in the north. So anyway,
I'm in the east.
East.
Nice.
And like, what do you believe? What's your belief?
My belief, I try to avoid belief, but I try and I suppose just take what is true to be true. I suppose all you can really use is common sense, isn't it? I think that's. I try and take what is most sensible.
Okay.
Let me ask my question. Maybe that will help you understand where I'm coming from. Yeah. Sure. So my question is this. Yeah. I've come across two different ways of thinking about God, particularly in Islam. So you get one school of thought, which is that God is very different and separate to his creation. And that's based on quotes like God is above his throne and there is nothing like unto him, right? So that's one way of thinking about God, as you have creation and a completely separate creator. The second school of thought I've come across is that of people like Ibn Arabi and Mansur al-Hallaj, right? So they will then say, they'll point to quotes like, God is closer to you than your jugular vein, and God has kind of breathed his own breath into you. And I would like to know where you guys stand on this. So that second school of thought, the thought is that God is actually, he's the fabric of everything that's material and what's transcendent to that. So it's kind of all encompassing. And what they would argue is by saying that there is a God and then there is something other than God, so i.e. his creation, that in a sense is a form of, I don't know if you would accept, but a form of shirk, because you are essentially saying that there is something other than God. And I just wanted to know what your thoughts are on that, and whether you had any strong opinions. But like I said, it is a deep philosophical one.
I think that's another day.
Well, I would say asked that to hijab, I mean, the second opinion, as you probably know, is heretical from a Sunni Orthodox perspective. The first opinion we accept, but Muhammad hijab is going to be in a very good position to actually address that, and it is something which needs to be fleshed out. There's a lot,
and that's going to be the nature of the stream as well.
Excellent. But Sabu, I mean, do you fall down heavily on one or the other, or is this something that you're not quite made your mind up about? I mean, I know you said it's
heretical.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
I mean, the clue's in the word heretical.
The thing is,
what would you say? What would you say makes it heretical, though? What's the thing that makes you think, oh my God, this is absolutely throw that down the toilet?
Okay, so there's different principles that we use to derive our theology, right? Now, the classical Sunni Orthodox position, which is like 90% of Muslims, is that our creed comes from the Quran, from the sayings of the Prophet, and from the consensus of the first three generations. That is the main central way that we get our creed. And if you look at a lot of these ideas and a lot of these sort of what we consider deviances, they came much later, right? And one of the sayings of the Prophet is quite interesting. The Prophet, peace be upon him, said, reflect upon creation, do not reflect upon Allah, because you cannot grasp the essence of Allah except by believing in him. Yeah. So the Prophet is warning here, saying, yes, think about nature and use nature and all that, but he's saying, don't try to conceptualize and truly understand the essence of God, because God is beyond that. And if you look at a lot of these groups which had these deep beliefs about God, they all started off with this idea that we can understand God, and let's try and reason here, and let's try and work out what this particular thing means. The main message of the Quran is to worship God, to love God, to trust God, and that we have a moral responsibility as human beings. And then there's a warning given in the Quran to those people who take ambiguous verses and then try and come up with their own meaning. That's not the main message of Islam, to get into these abstract discussions. The main message is quite simple, and that main message we should follow, and we should stay away from these types of what I consider not only heretical, but I believe useless. I mean, what would
that's really interesting. I'm very grateful for that answer. But just one small point. Do I have time? It's just you say it's trivial, right? That thinking these kind of things has no real world implications. But what I would say is I really don't think it does, because when you see things from the point of view of there only being this one fundamental reality that is God, that will instill in someone a sense of compassion and interconnectedness. And from that, you can draw all the other aspects of morality. Whereas if you say that there is this separation and there is a complete cutting of God and his creation, you are then having to rely on, like you said yourself, the generations that came after the Prophet. You're having to rely on their understanding. You don't have that intimate connection. So I would say it's quite really important.
We're not going into the details of it now.
Yeah,
fair enough, guys. Thank you so much for listening, and it was a very interesting webcast, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, but jump on the stream when we're actually going about the nature of God, nature of the Creator.
I would say if you can drop your email in the private.
Yeah, definitely.
Will do. Thank you very much. Good night, gentlemen.
Okay, just put your email in the private chat, yeah?
Will do, boss.
All right, cheers, buddy. Take care.
This particular discussion, it really affected this guy before he accepted Islam. It took him so long to get around this thing. He got around to it in the end, but there is a rebuttal. I mean, there's always rebuttals going back and forth, but for the Orthodox Sunni position, scholars have like written treatises on this, and they've really, they've really.
The other thing actually that is maybe not considered is that having the Orthodox Sunni position that we hold, mashallah, and then the connection obviously that he's talking about is, we do believe in before, when Adam alayhi salam was created, that the human beings were put forth and we were made to bear witness to that Allah is our Lord, and this would be our connection as well. So we have the fitrah, which comes from this experience.
Yeah.
So that's also something that's there that isn't, something that completely separates us. So.
Yeah.
All right, we've got one last guy, an atheist who's chatting about in the comments. So it's not going to be long though, my friend. Yeah, but just make one question, one point, one thing you've heard you didn't agree with, but don't. Yeah. All right. Cheers, buddy.
We have to keep this to 2 hours from now on, Hamza.
Can
you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so I'm not going to comment on. Oh, wait, you guys froze for a second. Are you still there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, for some reason the whole stream froze, but hopefully you guys can hear me. So I'm not going to comment on the evolution part of it because I feel like that's already been addressed. From my perspective, I think you guys have a lot of misconceptions that anybody can just examine and to see where the problems lie. But I'd be more interested in discussing morality with you, and I would like to ask you a couple of questions to try to sort of understand where you guys are coming from. Would you guys have time to go over there real quick, or would you want to do it another time?
Are you going to go to this Erythro dilemma and all that? I think he lost his connection.
We should do something. We should do something on meaning of life and atheism. Because I having each stream on a particular area is good.
Yeah, like I said, this was supposed to be Darwinian evolution, and we didn't even get into it. We made a mistake bringing the atheists on initially, to be honest with you.
Even this atheist that joined, I've seen this repeated tactic. Yeah, so he wants to make a point about this, but before that, he'll say, "By the way, you guys have loads of misconceptions."
Few jabs, right?
I mean, this is such a. I mean, it's like when my kids when they trying to pretend to do something and I catch them out. It's so childish. I mean, you come onto a live stream and then you make a separate point, but before that, you chuck in something which is not going to go challenged. I mean, it's T-Jump was doing that a lot, and the other.
It reminds me of the Francis Bacon one. I can't get away from it. Come on, Francis Bacon. Right. By the way.
Because basically what he said was, you guys are so crap, and it's so easy to show that. But let me just talk about that. It's just what it's strange, subhanAllah.
All right, guys. So we're not going to bring anyone else on now, just so you know. We're going to start wrapping up.
Yeah, we need to. No, we need to do 2 hours from now on, man.
Well, no, what we need to do, to be honest with you, is let's get the whole topic, what we're ever going to do, out of the way, then bring on people. Because
and you know what we do? We could do it that the first hour is, or 45 minutes is the topic, and then about an hour 15 minutes is Q&A.
Yeah, then what we need to do then is reduce the topics, because we was going to do 3 topics, weren't we? We're going to do the science, and then we was going to do the Darwinian, and then we're going to do the reconciliation. So
yeah,
we've done science today now. So the next one we've got to do this Darwinian evolution. Really flesh it out, I think.
You've got to present your presentation.
Yeah. What I'm thinking is, look, I always present it together. I always present look, what I got to do today really is show just some basic things about definitions, really. So what we'll do again, we'll do another one on Darwinism. And this time what I'll do is I'll speak about philosophy of science, Darwinian evolution, and then its implications. And then we can bring on whoever.
Yeah, that's what we should have done today. But we'll just...
But
do you want to do it next Friday, or do you want 2 weeks? What do you want?
Yeah, I need some 2 weeks off, especially if it's 4 hours.
2 weeks today.
Yeah, but at least a month's worth of stream here, haven't you, mashallah?
Oh, subhanallah. Honestly.
I was also thinking that, we give atheists too much credit. Like, for example, when they concede a point, such as Tom conceded the point that essentially is faith, philosophical naturalism. We sometimes have to sort of just cut off the discussion there and say, well, what's the point of getting into this huge discussion about the nuances of methodological naturalism when not only does methodological naturalism not lead to philosophical naturalism is still a faith. So sometimes in our entire discussions we miss the meat.
You need to underline these points.
Yeah.
Highlight them, put them in lights.
Yeah.
Inshallah. All right, guys, I think we're going to call it a day. Jazakallah khair for everybody who joined us. We dwindled down to 397 now, mashallah. I think we was on 500 and something at one point, but I think 4 hours later, we've done them all in. Subhanallah. Yeah, mashallah, keep watching, keep sharing, let the people know. Atheists, you're welcome. Come on, try and stay on the point that we're talking about. Try and know what we're talking about. I mean, we had atheists coming on, didn't even know the title of the stream, and just thought to talk to some religious people about what I want. It's like, what? So anyway, yeah, so please keep liking, sharing the channel, please. Inshallah, if you want to support me, I have a Patreon account attached to the channel. If you support me, I can keep, inshallah, producing these streams and growing what I want to do, inshallah. And also there's a PayPal as well, inshallah. So I'm going to keep letting you guys know if you want to support in that way, just so you know that, I've said this before, but I'm going to repeat myself. Some people are not in a position to do dawah. Some people don't have the time, don't have the energy, don't have the inclination, don't have the opportunity. But alhamdulillah, Allah is so merciful that if you support brothers who are doing the dawah, who are bringing it to the table, then mashallah, you can partake in the rewards of the dawah without, alhamdulillah, without having to do anything. So, alhamdulillah, I'm going to end it with my my video. I love it. Where is it gone? There it is. All right, guys. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi